Opening his eyes with difficulty, the young man did not understand what was happening. His head hurt as if it was about to explode, causing hemorrhage. Studying the hand, the guy still didn't understand where he was and what was wrong with him. It seemed that he was trying to come to his senses, but it was not as easy as he wanted. Looking somewhere into the distance, our hero said out loud that it seemed that he had finally woken up, but something still continued to bother him. Moving slightly, the young man did not understand why he still felt as if a dull knife was slowly piercing his head. Holding his head, the young man decided that he couldn't fall asleep, and if that was the case, then tomorrow he would have to take sick leave to come to his senses. Looking at something in horror, the guy abruptly stopped his thoughts. It seemed that he was confused by something that, due to his headache, he did not even pay attention to. Standing next to the window, our hero did not understand where exactly he was, and the next minute he began to carefully look around. Looking at the desk, on which books were neatly stacked and a pistol lay, the guy realized that he did not recognize it, since he had not seen it before. Looking towards the bed, the young man realized that this part of the room was completely alien. It definitely did not belong to him. Turning around, the young man noticed something else rather strange, but it seemed that he did not want to attach any importance to it. This something turned out to be a huge bloody moon, which our hero looked at as carefully as if he had never seen anything like it. For a while, he just stood and looked at the dark night and the equally dark sky, not wanting to think about anything. But after a few minutes, the guy finally decided to turn around and look at the other side of the room. The young man was very interested in the mirror, but not in itself, but in the image that he would see in it. Peering carefully at his reflection, the guy could not believe what he saw and asked himself if he really was Joe Mingrui. Holding his shirt, the young man asked himself if it could be that he had simply moved. The guy noted that he had read a lot of web novels about such things, but never thought that this would actually happen to him. Realizing that panic was taking over, the young man decided to gather his thoughts in order to replay the events that he remembers. Zhou Mingrui began to remember the fact that he had been unlucky lately, and this depressed him a little. Leaving work early and moving along the street, the guy remembered that he passed by a street vendor who was selling old books. And then our hero did something that he had never done before. He simply went out and bought one of the books, and he himself did not know why he needed it. Already at home, following the instructions, the young man placed portions of food in the corners of the room and performed a ritual to attract good luck. Our hero devoted the whole evening to this activity, but closer to night he realized that nothing had changed, deciding that it was all just nonsense. Already standing in someone else's house, Joe Mingrui reflected on the fact that it was quite possible that he had moved because of a ritual to increase luck. But after a moment, the young man grabbed his head, noting that strange memories came to him, which seemed to definitely not belong to him. In a small room, a boy was sitting on the floor, most likely his name was Klein Moretti. Everything that surrounded the baby, an oil lamp, and a bunch of different books. This boy was a resident of the northern continent, the kingdom of Loen, the city of Tengen, in the country of Ova. As for his father, he was a sergeant in the imperial army, which at that time was very honorable, but not very fun. The main reason was that the man sacrificed himself during the colonial conflict with the southern continent. Thanks to the pension that was paid to Klein's family, he was able to enroll in a private school, which was a great achievement. The boy's mother was not entirely ordinary because she worshipped the goddess of eternal night, although the children did not fully understand what this meant. The woman passed away the same year that Klein passed the entrance exams to Hoi University, and he now lives with his older brother and younger sister. The two of them are supported only by their elder brother, who works as a clerk in an import-export company. As a graduate of the Faculty of History, the young man knew well the ancient Physac language, which is spoken on the northern continent. Moreover, Klein also knew the language of Hermes, which is associated with prayer and sacrifice and is often found in ancient tombs. Returning to his own thoughts, our hero drew attention to the diary that lay on the table right in front of him. Starting to read the entry, the young man was surprised, because it was written on the pages that everyone would die. Reading further, Joe Mingrui wondered what all this meant and whether it concerned him. With sadness in his eyes, the young man turned his attention to his hands, not understanding why they were so dirty. The guy thought that, most likely, he wrote something in the diary, although he did not remember it and did not know how this could happen. But our hero was embarrassed not only by the dirt, but also by the blood, which also partially covered his palms. Slowly approaching the mirror again, the young man noted that his temple was very sore, although in general everything was in order with his head. However, as it turned out the next second, Joe Mingrui was not doing well because he had a wound in his temple area. Looking at her in horror, the young man could not believe that she looked like a bullet wound. Turning his gaze to the moon, the guy thought that he was slowly going crazy because everything that happened to him was unreal. But this happened because there was blood in not only his hands but also his shirt on the side where the wound was, therefore, it all happened to him. The guy thought that it was impossible for someone to survive such a serious injury. But after carefully palpating and examining the wound, Joe Mingrui still realized that it was already half healed, which plunged him into even greater shock. Still standing at the mirror, the guy realized that he was actually alive, because he not only walked, but could also think and reflect. Therefore, he decided that, most likely, this was a healing effect caused by the process of transmigration of his soul. Every minute there were more and more thoughts, and the young man thought that he had too many questions that needed to be sorted out. However, Joe Mingrui was in no hurry to ask them to himself, since they were all quite frightening. Having gathered his courage and carefully looked at the gun, the guy thought about how he died. Inspecting the bullets in the weapon, Joe Mingrui realized that there were only 5 of them. Therefore, one was missing. Our hero came to the conclusion that, most likely, for some reason he decided to kill himself, or rather, not he, but the one who lived in this room. And it seemed that everything fit together, bloodstains, bullets, and dirt on his hands and face, but something was still unclear. The guy knew that a gunshot wound had killed him, but he couldn't figure out whether it was suicide or murder. The young man realized that the family was so poor that the elder Benson had to go to great lengths to even buy the lamp that stood on the table. But he was worried. If it was not his own desire to commit suicide, then where did the family get the money for an expensive revolver? And if this is murder, what was the goal of the criminal? Because Klein is a poor history graduate from the lower classes. Realizing that there were too many questions and no answers, our hero decided that he needed to freshen up a little. After washing his face with cold water, he hoped that his thoughts would clear up a little and something would become clear. The guy knew for sure that the memories of the first owner of this body were preserved only in fragments, which means it was impossible to connect them all. However, he was glad that at least he had finally managed to put himself in order. The next minute, other people's thoughts appeared, which gave the guy the idea that he should wash the blood off the floor so as not to scare Melissa. Holding the pistol in his hands, the young man did not know what to do with it and still did not understand where it came from. About to think about something else, the next moment the guy heard something creak. Opening the door and addressing our hero as Klein, the girl called him, but was in no hurry to say anything. Paying attention to the revolver in the hands of the young man, the brunette began to wonder what he was doing or what he was going to do. Having hidden the weapon behind his back, the young man began to say that he wanted to wind his father's watch, since the hands were no longer moving. While she looked at him in bewilderment, he slowly walked up to the closet, opened the door, and quietly hid the weapon there. Realizing that the silence had gone on for too long, the brunette asked the guy to give her the watch. For a moment, it seemed that our hero had completely forgotten what the girl was talking about and what she asked of him. But having collected his thoughts, the young man quickly closed the closet and handed the watch to the girl with his other hand. Holding it in her hands, Melissa sadly said that it was her father's pocket watch, and it would be better if she repaired it herself. Suddenly, the guy remembered that his sister was 16 years old. She was studying at the mechanical engineering department of the Tingen school, but her dream was to become a steam mechanic. Joe Mingrui, who became Klein, noted to himself that the girl definitely has talent when it comes to mechanical things. This was true because not even a few minutes had passed before the brunette twirled something on the watch and said that she had fixed it, handing it over to her brother. As he left the room, the young man shouted after Melissa that she was the most beautiful person he knew, and she was simply amazing. He noted to himself that the girl had a concerned look, believing that she might consider her older brother a little retarded. After some time, the girl placed a plate in front of the young man on which lay 2 large loaves. Patting her brother on the shoulder, the brunette told him to buy groceries, adding that the guy had an interview soon. Hearing his sister repeat her words, he thought to himself that she was showing loving concern for her brother, whom she put first. I thought to myself that if I bought some basic products, then I could perform one more ritual and then move back. After breakfast, returning to his room, the young man began to look for something but could not find it. Having crawled around the entire room and moving to the bed, he noted to himself that it was unclear where he had hidden this thing. But the very next second, running his hand along the sheet, he felt something and said out loud that he had managed to find it. And once again, with a joyful exclamation, he stated the fact that he really managed to find something important. It was a beautiful sunny day outside, and there were a lot of people at the local market. Everyone tried to find something for themselves, what they needed, and also something they could afford. From different sides, merchants invited people to their shops, realizing that the competition was quite strong. A young guy stood behind one of the counters, telling passers-by that he had delicious fried fish that you could enjoy. In another shop, the hostess, pouring soup and handing it to a man, noted that fresh oyster soup will help keep the body in good shape all day. Not far from this counter were a mother and her son, who, it was clear, were carefully choosing products, clearly trying to save as much as possible. Nearby stood a boy playing the accordion and earning at least some money from his talent. Animated children were running nearby, for whom everything that was happening was one big attraction. They still did not understand how big and difficult this world is. Our hero got lost among the crowd, reflecting on the fact that the market has always been, is, and will be a busy place where all segments of the population strive. Holding several bills in his hands, the young man noted that this was all the money his older brother managed to save. Looking closely at the pieces of paper, he told himself that no matter the world, money would always be incredibly important. For a moment, the guy thought that, despite the transmigration of his soul, he still remained poor and just as thin. It didn't matter. The main thing was that they needed to hurry up and buy food so that they could return and perform the ritual. Approaching the bakery, Joe Mingrui explained to himself that he did not want to be in this world, but wanted to return to his time as soon as possible. Looking at the nice woman behind the counter, the young man greeted politely, addressing her by name. He immediately stated that he wanted to buy 8 pounds of rye bread and no more. Curious about Benson's whereabouts, Ms. Smarn noted that he was a very driven and hardworking young man. Switching to our hero, the woman said that soon he would be able to earn money on his own. He would not have to live in a small room with his relatives. The young man noted to himself that, with the minimal amount of memories he had left, he would never pass the upcoming interview. However, the guy's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a woman who, having collected the bread, said that he owed her 9 pence. Suddenly, Joe Mingrui remembered that a week ago this bread cost 11 pence, and a month earlier it was 15 pence, not understanding why the price had dropped so much. With a smile on her face, the saleswoman said it was all thanks to the repeal of the Corn Law and the people who marched in protest. Moving down the street, the guy remembered that his sister asked him to buy not only a baguette, but also meat and peas. At the same time, a clown standing nearby shouted that tomorrow there would be a performance at the circus, and local residents should not miss such a funny show. Having stopped Joe Mingrui, the clown gave him some kind of leaflet, and personally told him that the young man must come to the show. Reading the poster, the guy thought to himself that Melissa would probably like such an event, but he was most interested in the price of the tickets. However, the next minute his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who asked if he wanted to know more about his fate. Studying the stranger, the guy didn't think about it, but most of all he was interested in where this young lady came from, because she wasn't near the tent. But he did not dare say anything about it and continued to study the girl. Realizing that time was flying very quickly, he said that everything was fine with him and he didn't want to know anything. However, the beauty did not let up, continuing to assert that he would not regret it, because her tarot readings were as accurate as possible. This phrase touched our hero as he began to spin the word tarot in his head, which somehow resonated with his own world. Joe Mingrui thought that cards were invented more than 170 years ago by Roselle Gust, who was the consul of the Intis Republic. Among other things, Roselle overthrew the rule of the Intis Kingdom, received recognition from the Church of the God of Mastery, and became the first consul of his republic. He later fought with several nations due to this. Many kingdoms and empires were forced to bow to him. During this man's reign, the Craft God Church received the first public divine revelation of the 5th era. Roselle invented tarot card divination and established the modern system of paper cards, as well as ways to play them, which were known to many, like Joe Mingrui. But in the last years of his life, Roselle was betrayed. In 1198 of the 5th era, representatives of the church and elite families killed him. The young man thought to himself that perhaps this Emperor Caesar was a mentor, hearing the voice of a girl offering free fortune-telling. Entering the tent, the young man did not know what to expect but was sure that he would not back down from his decision. Sitting in front of the fortune-teller, the young man noticed that the following cards fell on him: Wizard, Emperor, Temperance, and Hanged Man. Joe Mingrui realized that even the cards were the same, noting that it was increasingly beginning to look like Roselle had experienced the same thing as himself. But the young man did not have time to think about it, when the next moment the stranger asked him to shuffle the cards and divide the deck. But the guy asked again whether they really wouldn't charge him any additional fee. having heard that this was in fact the case. And so, in the next moment, the young man carefully shuffled the deck and looked at his interlocutor searchingly. Placing the cards on the table, with some timidity in his voice, Joe Mingrui stated that he had done everything as he was asked. And the very next minute, the fortune teller asked the young man what he would like to know. What question worries him most? The girl added that this could concern the guy's past, his present, or future. Looking at the guy, the fortune teller said that he should shuffle the cards again if he really wants to find out everything about his life. After a moment's hesitation, she added that if he shuffles after he knows what he wants to ask, then the cards will give the most reliable answer. Smiling to himself, our hero thought why he was being bullied so much. He just wanted to make sure that it was 100% free. Having done everything right, the young man noted that he hoped that this time he had done everything right, and they could finally move on to the rest. Picking up one card, the girl noted that it personified his past but did not voice its meaning. The witch then moved on to the next card, noting that our hero should know that it symbolizes the present. And the very last card foretells the future, and this is exactly what interests many. After a little hesitation, the fortune teller asked which card he would like to start interpreting with. What interests him most? Lost in thought, our hero noted to himself that he would like to understand what is happening to him now, and therefore he wants to start with the present. While the girl was turning over the card, it seemed to the young man that several minutes had passed because this action was so painful. But the very next moment, the fortune teller happily announced that our hero had received the jester card. Once again, Joe Mingrui thought about it, remembering that this card signified some kind of beginning, but he did not understand the beginning of what. But suddenly, a stranger burst into the tent, shouting that the fortune teller was not a witch at all, and had once again pretended to be someone she was not. Our hero did not understand anything, but it was clear that he was upset, unlike his interlocutor, who was smiling. And she continued to shout that it was not a fortune teller sitting in front of the young man, but an ordinary animal trainer who had no place in this tent. Pushing the imposter outside, the woman was still indignant, noting that predicting people's fate is not only her job but also her destiny. Sitting in the tent, people continued to hear her shouting that her predictions and interpretations could be truly accurate and truthful. Sitting down opposite the young man, a real tarot reader asked him if he wanted her to interpret the cards that had fallen out. Our hero really wanted this, but first of all, he was interested in whether it would be free. Having heard that the service costs money, he politely apologized and said that then he did not need anything. Walking down the street, Joe Mingrui did not understand how the trainer could pretend to be a fortune teller, but he was reassured by the fact that he had bought all the food. The young man was depressed by the fact that money was very tight. He had to spend 2 salts and 1 penny only on food, and this penny was from his own savings. The guy thought that it was difficult for Benson, and our hero feels sorry for him, but he is glad that he has food, and if so, he can perform the ritual. Arriving home, the young man began to find a piece of paper on which was written a text that he had not only seen before, but also pronounced out loud. The young man told himself that the language of Hermes was too complex, but he still translated the spell in the hope that success would be guaranteed. After carefully checking all the corners and making sure that the products were in their places, the young man decided that it was time to start. Standing in a tiny room, the guy took a piece of paper and began to concentrate, realizing that his future fate depended on it. Looking carefully at his boots, the young man felt that he was afraid to start because absolutely everything was at stake. The young man finally dared, closed his eyes, and began to carefully pronounce to himself the words that were written on the paper. Our hero remembered by heart these lines, which said, "May the blessing of the exalted God of heaven and earth come upon her." Through his half-opened eyelids, Joe Mingrui saw the food items placed in the corners begin to glow, hoping that this time everything would be completely different. However, the guy was in no hurry to open his eyes. He thought that this was what had disrupted the correct course of the necessary events last time. The young man had only one thought spinning in his head: what the effect would be, and whether something even more unexpected could happen. Falling to his knees, the young man noted to himself that it felt as if a nail was being driven into his head. Covering his ears with his hands, the young man screamed that his head was about to explode. He was in so much pain. The guy understood that he was so bad that he was not even able to open his eyes. But most of all, he was interested in the voice sounding nearby. Curling into a ball, Joe Mingrui regretted starting this ritual, thinking that perhaps he should have left things as they were. Having difficulty opening his eyes, our hero carefully examined his hand and thought that he had finally managed to wake up. The only thing the guy couldn't understand was where he ended up and what kind of place it was that surrounded him. The young man was in some room with gray walls and the same floor, but for some reason there were some strange pink bubbles everywhere. Approaching one of them, Joe Mingrui extended his hand to the bubble, as if wanting to confirm what he had thought earlier. The next second he jumped a little, clearly letting himself know that something interesting, but at the same time good, had happened. Not even a minute had passed before the guy's attention was caught by something else, something interesting, but at the same time impossible. Looking into the distance, the young man interestedly tried to understand where he was and who the person he was seeing was. Some girl, who was next to the magic mirror, slowly uttered words for it to wake up and do good service. In front of him sat an unfamiliar blonde who began her request with the words, "In the name of the Hall family." With her hands folded as if during prayer, the girl still turned to the mirror, ordering him to wake up. Audrey Hall looked carefully at the mirror that stood opposite her, but noted that nothing was happening and there was still silence in the room. With a dissatisfied look, the blonde said out loud that her father was simply lying to her, not understanding why he needed it. Rising from her seat, Audrey noted that this mirror had long belonged to the Dark Emperor, so it was not a simple treasure. However, the very next moment her attention was attracted by a noise coming from behind her. Approaching closer to the mirror, she noticed how the object, which until recently had been gray and lifeless, now shimmered with a pinkish color. Looking carefully at the light inclusions, the girl did not understand that all this was actually happening. At this time, somewhere in the sea, a large ship was slowly sailing, which was caught in bad weather. Looking at the sky and listening to the sounds of thunder, the stranger looked into the distance and thought about something. Holding the crystal in his hand, Alger Wilson was clearly planning something, but did not say it out loud. After hesitating a little, he noticed that he still lacked the blood of the ghost shark, although he did not specify why it was needed. The crystal was interesting because it shimmered with different colors, but it was difficult to tell whether it was a precious stone or a simple trinket. However, the young man was not interested in this, but in something completely different that suddenly attracted his attention. Not even a minute had passed when thunder suddenly roared and the ship was engulfed in bright light. Peering into the distance, Joe Mingrui could not believe his eyes. What was happening to him seemed impossible. Two human figures appeared ahead, but the young man did not dare to address these people, waiting for something. Turning to her companion, Audrey asked if he knew what kind of place they were in. But he, in turn, asked a question to our hero, asking what he should do. Zhou Mingrui thought that people were speaking Luan, but he didn't understand the point, and besides, he himself didn't know what he was doing in this place. After thinking a little, the young man decided that it was quite possible that these people were drawn into this strange place because of his ritual. Instead of revealing himself, he could clarify the situation a little by receiving useful and very necessary information from his companions. With a smile on his face, Joe Mingrui told everyone that this was some kind of experiment, deciding not to reveal the details. Alger Wilson listened attentively to his companion, but he could not understand what he was talking about and how he could end up in this place, and even with some stranger. She, in turn, thought about who the guy who said about the experiment was. He was far away, and it was impossible to see him. The girl was also embarrassed by the fact that she was not aware of the young man who was standing right next to her. Nervously clutching her dress, Audrey finally decided to turn to our hero. Clearing her throat, the girl with sadness in her voice asked the young man if his experiment was completed and if she could return to her home. Zhu Mingrui noted to himself that, most likely, the stranger had blonde hair and the man had blue or gray hair. The guy understood that he still could not clearly see their appearance, and this was because most likely his strength was insufficient or he did not fully understand this world. But he knew for sure that in this situation he was the master, and they were just his guests. Looking carefully at the silhouettes, with joy in his voice, the young man declared that if they wished, he could send them back and would do so immediately. Listening to the guy, Audrey decided to herself that it didn't seem like her new acquaintance had any insidious intentions. The blonde noted that she loves various mysteries and supernatural wonders, and therefore wants to know what she can do to become otherworldly. Our hero thought that he himself would like to know the answer to this question, but the very next minute he realized that, as an owner, he needed to be restrained. He thought that in this place there must be a temple, a long table, or something similar, and he must sit at the head of the table and carefully watch his guests. Before the guy had time to think of anything else, a minute later a strange noise was heard. All three noticed with horror that the ground beneath them was cracking, after which it quickly soared into the air and flew somewhere. Looking at what was happening in fear, Audrey realized that this was not at all what she had asked for or hoped for. Alger Wilson, who had been silent all this time, did not answer anything in this situation, but simply watched how events would develop. Suddenly, the guys noticed some powerful columns in front of them, not understanding where they came from or what building they were part of. A minute later, when the fog cleared, those gathered noticed a beautiful building. The structure was so unusual that it was difficult to look away. But the strangeness was not only this, but also the fact that suddenly a large table appeared in the middle. Sitting on the right side of our hero, the blonde noted out loud that everything that was happening to them was a real miracle. Algeria. Wilson said that if a beauty wants to become otherworldly, she must join the church of the goddess of eternal night, the lord of storms or the god of steam and machines. He paused and added that most people would never have the opportunity to meet the otherworldly. The guy was sure that in their courts, palaces, and other authorities, they are the ones who continue to fight the danger lurking in the darkness, but they are few. Listening to this, our hero noted to himself that, judging by Klein's memories, the Iron Age belongs to the present days of the Fifth Era. The girl noted that she knows about this, as well as about Nighthawks, authorized punishers, and the mechanism of collective intelligence, but does not want to lose her freedom. Algeria quietly stated that if Audrey wants to become otherworldly, she must find one of the noble families whose history goes back 1,000 years. If this option does not suit her, then she could try her luck and look for one of those dark organizations that hide among the shadows. Alger Wilson heard his interlocutor wondering if there was another way, but he hesitated to answer. The man looked at our hero studyingly, but he either didn't want to say anything or didn't know what he could add besides what had already been said. Realizing that no one could break the silence, the man did it himself, explaining that he had the formulas for 2 potions of the 9th sequence. The blonde began to ask what it was, realizing that the gentleman sitting to her left also did not know what it was about. The man explained that the names of the potions had been translated into many languages and had changed greatly over time. The names always change to suit the era, but most importantly, their names reflect the main characteristics of the potions. Alger Wilson noted that one of his potions is called Sailor, which allows you to walk freely and confidently, even in the middle of a storm. Thanks to the potion, the scales can move deftly underwater, just like sea animals do, and you will be able to stay underwater for about 10 minutes. Smiling, Audrey stated that the Keeper of the Sea must be descended from the Lord of Storms. The second potion is called the Viewer, but he does not know what it was called before. Its essence is that you can see everything that people hide behind personality masks. In addition, the potion increases observation. A person will be able to follow others like actors, and no matter where they are. It will look like the spectator is watching a play, but one important thing to remember is that the spectator must always remain a spectator. It is very important not to allow other people to observe you while using this potion. Listening to the interlocutor, the blonde said that she liked the effect of the viewer's elixir, what she could offer the man in exchange for the desired formula. Looking at the blonde, Alger Wilson stated in an impassive tone that he needed the blood of the ghost shark and at least 100 mils. Audrey asked how she could give this liquid to a friend, how she could be sure that he would give her a working formula in return. The interlocutor noted that as soon as he receives the blood, he will send the formula. The beauty need not worry since he can immediately tell about it. As for authenticity, they have the mysterious gentleman as a witness, which means they can both be confident in each other. Smiling and turning to our hero, Audrey asked him to witness their transaction and immediately asked how they could contact him. For some time, the young man thought about it, but it was not clear what exactly. Knocking on the table, the young man began to speak to his new acquaintances, and for a while he faltered. But only in order to declare to all those gathered that for them he is the most ordinary jester. Looking at the guy inquisitively, the blonde was clearly perplexed as to why he said to be called the most common fool. Realizing that there would be no answer, with respect in her voice, the girl began to talk about having the jester witness their unusual transaction. Hearing an affirmative answer, the girl left her seat and bowed, saying that she was very glad. The young man did the same, declaring that it was an honor for them. Zhou Mingrui said out loud that they could continue in the same spirit, but thought to himself that his behavior probably corresponded to his status. The sailor told the girl to send the blood to a bar called Warrior and Sea, and the owner there is Williams. It must be said that this is what the captain wants. And then he added that as soon as he makes sure that everything is in order, he will immediately send both potion formulas or simply tell them at the moment. With joy in her voice, the blonde stated that she would not want the young man to say them, since it would at least be a test of her memory. Audrey, turning to our hero, asked him to conduct several more similar experiments, thinking that there would be more meetings in the future. Alger Wilson added that the young man is strong, but there are areas in which he may not be an expert, and he and the girl have experience, connections, and resources. Alger added that perhaps at some point both he and the girl will be able to help the guy complete tasks that are difficult to cope with alone. Audrey liked the prospect. She added that if the meetings became regular, he could delegate some of his responsibilities to them. Zhou Mingrui thought that this was a great idea. He would be able to learn a lot of interesting things and, if he was lucky, even move back. At the same time, the young man was embarrassed by the fact that the more they saw each other, the higher the likelihood that his true identity would be revealed. Such thinking clearly made our hero nervous, and his interlocutors were eagerly awaiting his decision. Looking at the young man, the guy said that he loves a fair and equal exchange and therefore will definitely reward them for any help. He added that on Mondays at 3 p.m. they must be alone to be able to enter this place. Audrey listened in amazement, and the young man noted that in the future they would be able to choose the right time themselves and would not worry about rushing to a meeting. The next minute, the beauty announced that she wanted to choose a code name for herself, and since the pseudonym Jester was taken from the tarot, she would also choose a name from this theme. After thinking a little, the girl joyfully exclaimed that from now on her code name was Justice. Addressing his companion, Zhou Mingrui asked how he wanted to be called in their company. After some thought, the young man decided that the nickname Hangman would suit him. The next minute, our hero announced that since their code names were taken from the major arcane of the tarot, then they could be called the Tarot Club. Next, Alger Wilson began a discussion with Audrey about whether cards could have the predictive abilities that the interlocutor believed in. He noted that everyone is capable of getting in touch with the spiritual world and learning something new about themselves, but ordinary people are not aware of this. He added that tools are used to reveal information, but not everyone is able to understand and accept it. The man gave a simple example, the interpretation of dreams, as well as cards that help interpret signs through symbolism. Zhou Mingrui, who had been listening attentively to the conversation, suddenly grabbed his head, noting to himself that something was wrong with him again. The young man kept up the conversation, heard Audrey tell the story of the 22 major arcana, but understood that it was difficult for him to maintain contact with this world. Not knowing what was happening to our hero, Alger Wilson believed that the guy was silent, testing his knowledge. In order not to appear ignorant, the young man immediately began to tell that there were 22 paths of the divine and unknown hidden in the deck. But our hero did not allow him to finish his thought and quickly announced to everyone that this was the end of their meeting. The blonde, clearly annoyed that it was all over so quickly, abruptly stood up from her seat. Alger Wilson stood up next, politely saying that they were glad to meet you and everything was clear to them. As they were leaving, they heard the voice of a guy who said that their next meeting would not be long in coming, of which they could be sure. The weather outside was beautiful and sunny, indicating that a new day had begun. Standing in the middle of the same tiny room, Zhou Mingrui said out loud that it was just a dream. However, despite this, he wondered what kind of world of gray mist he had recently found himself in. Moreover, it was unclear to him who or what force created the dimension in which these events took place. The next minute, the guy looked at the watch lying on the table. He thought that in the foggy world, time flows at the same speed as in this one. As for the meeting, it was not exciting. Our hero noted that they all clearly live in different parts of the world, but were able to communicate despite the great distance. Leafing through the diary, Zhou Mingrui understood that in the very near future he was unlikely to be able to return to his native dimension. He looked to the side and stated that there is no such person as Zhou Mingrui now, because he is currently playing the role of Klein. At this time, the ship was still making its way through the storm in which it found itself, but as it turned out, the ship did not care about bad weather. Standing on the deck, Alger Wilson looked carefully into the distance and said that he did not understand what had happened to him. However, looking around, the young man saw familiar objects and realized that he had already returned. But he was more interested not in the world around him, but in the crystal in his hand. Peering at the product, the guy realized that it had cracked, although nothing like that had happened a couple of hours ago. And before Alger Wilson had time to think about anything else, the crystal crumbled into small fragments. Raising his hand, the young man could not believe what he saw on it. In the very center of the palm, there was a symbol that in appearance resembled a large snowflake. The next moment, the sailor quickly walked away from the place where he had stood just recently. A couple of minutes later, Alger Wilson stood in place and looked into the distance with rage in his eyes, but at the same time he did not think about anything and did not feel anything. Perhaps this was due to the fact that an unknown blond man stood next to him, who was also in no hurry to start a conversation. Standing nearby and putting his hand to his heart, the blonde uttered something like a spell that sounded like May the storm be with you. After some time, in one of the cabins, another sailor reading something turned to Alger Wilson and said that he would never do this. With calm in his voice, the young man noted that he believed in his interlocutor and knew that he would do what he should, but did not specify what he was talking about. A man who looked like a pirate looked joyfully at the young man and timidly began to say something, but his words were incoherent and made no sense. As it turned out, Alger Wilson guessed what the man was going to say, so he quickly walked up to him and grabbed him by the throat. The next moment, the sailor threw the unknown man against the wall with such force that it cracked. The unfortunate man looked at his offender with horror, but could not do anything and was not able to resist him. Alger Wilson was impassive and was going to bring the matter to an end, squeezing his hand on the unknown man's neck even tighter. In less than a minute, he lifted him off the ground, making sure that the unfortunate man was killed. To hide traces of the crime, he decided to throw the body overboard. Looking at the hole made in the cabin, Alger Wilson slowly wiped his hands and thought about something. He heard the blonde's question about what happened to the captain, and answered that the captain escaped because he still had otherworldly abilities. The young man added that they should forget about the captain. They should be happy that they managed to find this ghost ship of the Tudor era. After a moment's hesitation, he noted that if the storm continued, the captain would not last long, although it was difficult to understand what he meant. Looking at the hole in the cabin closing in, Alger Wilson said out loud that a new era had now begun. At this time, Audrey was looking somewhere with a blank look, as if trying to understand what had happened to her. She carefully studied the fragments lying in front of her, but could not fully understand where they came from. Opening her eyes slightly, the girl thought that everything that happened to her was just a dream. Closing her eyes again, the blonde decided that this was the most beautiful dream she had ever had. The next moment, her thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door, which Audrey clearly did not expect. Turning around, she looked to see who had decided to disturb her. Hearing that it was Annie, the girl happily said that she could come in if necessary. The next minute, a maid appeared in the doorway, but did not immediately decide to say anything. Audrey broke the awkward silence, immediately asking what happened and why she came. With sadness in her eyes, the worker noted that my lady should begin to prepare, although she did not specify what exactly. Quickly turning her gaze to the fragments, with sadness in her voice, she noticed that the mirror had broken, and this was unpleasant. The hostess did not go into details and replied that she recently had Susie, who, as everyone knows, loves to break everything. While cleaning up the trash, Annie noted that the girl must train her dog well, since they can cause a lot of trouble. Sitting in front of the mirror, the blonde talked about how she wanted to wear the dress that Mrs. Gwynnie had designed for her 17th birthday. The servants objected, saying that people had already seen her in this outfit. If she appeared in it again, everyone would think that the Hall family was in financial difficulties. She added that Miss Audrey could wear it at home, but it should not be worn to such events today or otherwise. The blonde said that in that case she would wear what Mr. Sades sent for her the day before yesterday, an outfit with a lotus pattern embroidered on the sleeves. A little time passed, and Audrey was already sitting in a beautiful outfit. All that remained was to put on her hat. However, the girl did not have time to do this, because the next minute a timid knock was heard on the door. A man accosted Audrey, calling her Backland's brightest diamond, and telling her they had better go. Grimacing with displeasure, the girl turned to her father, asking him not to call her that, since she still has a name. Realizing his mistake, the man smiled and said that since the beauty asked so, then he would call her a beautiful little princess. Quickly jumping from her seat and approaching her father, Audrey said that she wanted to be on his right. Grabbing the man's hand, the blonde explained that the left side belonged to Mrs. Hall, and if so, then she could not take the place of her dear mother. It may have been hard to believe, but the reception was to take place on Oak Island, which was also a Royal Naval base. Having arrived at the destination, the man got out first, followed by the young beauty, who very carefully left the carriage. The next moment, the girl's attention was attracted by something located not far from her. It was about a loud whistle that was emitted by a pipe located on one of the local ships. The ship, apparently, was impressive and powerful, and its very appearance took your breath away. Compared to it, the ship seemed tiny, and the ship was gigantic. It was hard to believe that such a colossus could easily be on the water. Looking at the ship in fascination, Audrey heard people standing nearby also discussing this handsome man, whom it was impossible to pass by. The next minute, she herself spoke up, asking if it was true that it was an armored warship. However, there was no answer. Perhaps this was due to the noise on the pier, which made it difficult to hear anything. But after a moment, the people who were looking at the ship suddenly raised their heads to the sky. Their attention was attracted by a huge airship, and now against its background, the ship no longer seemed so powerful, majestic, and beautiful. The blonde, continuing to closely monitor what was happening, noted for herself that the flying transport belonged to the royal family. Judging by the fact that the airship was descending, it was not difficult to guess that it was about to land. At the same moment, all the soldiers nearby lined up to greet the members of the royal family. People in armor stood closest to everyone, although our heroine did not understand why they were needed at all. A few minutes later, all those gathered turned their attention to the ruler of the Kingdom of Loan, George III. But it turned out that the girl did not notice him. She thought that in their age of iron, steam, and guns, there are still people who wear metal armor. The young lady decided that these could be punitive paladins of the highest order. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Prime Minister Agassiz Negan, who announced to everyone gathered that in front of them was an armored warship. The man talked about the characteristics of the ship, but for ordinary people, many of his words were so incomprehensible that they never realized what he was talking about. But this was not so important because the main thesis was that this ship would become a real hegemon, a conqueror of the seas. Suddenly, the man fell silent, but only to address His Majesty the King. Leaning towards the ruler, he asked to come up with a name for the ship. After thinking a little, the king said that since the ship would begin its journey in the harbor of Pritz, it would be best to call it simply Pritz. Hearing this name, all those gathered began to repeat it loudly, and fireworks began in honor of the holiday. The official said that all pirates should be afraid of the ship. Perhaps they have otherworldly powers, but they cannot cope with the battleship. Hearing this, one of the guests asked whether other emperors could not build their own armored ships. The crowd picked up the theme, worrying that pirates with superpowers might seize such a ship for their own purposes. But the Prime Minister explained that construction required 3 large coal and steel plants, as well as 20 large steel mills. In addition, it required the participation of 40 scientists and senior engineers, 2 royal shipyards, and almost 100 factories for the production of various parts. This required the approval of the Admiralty, the Shipbuilding Cabinet, and the Cabinet of Ministers. This means that the 7 pirates who call themselves admirals and the 4 pirates who call themselves kings will have a hard time. Changing the subject, the Prime Minister said that the era of guns and giant warships was beginning. And while Audrey was at the reception, her new acquaintance Joe Mingrui was still sitting in the same small room and carefully studying his hands. Looking at them in surprise, the young man noted to himself that they had disappeared, not understanding how this could happen. It was about 4 dots in a square that corresponded to products, and if so, then it will probably be possible to directly perform the ritual in the future. The guy thought that at first glance this was not bad, because he would not feel fear from Taoist rituals or everything that was happening to him now. Fear is the most ancient and powerful emotion of humanity, and fear of the unknown is the most powerful type of fear that can be. As he began to doze off, Joe Mingrui told himself that he should experience this feeling as little as possible in order to become stronger every day. Sometime later, the guy opened his eyes, noting that he seemed to have gotten enough sleep. Sitting up on the bed, our hero decided that it was a good dream, although he did not understand why his head hurt. Looking at his watch, the young man realized that he had slept for 3 hours. He realized that time in this world is measured in the same way as in his. Hearing the rumbling in his stomach, the young man came up with the idea that he could not say for sure whether time was measured the same way in this world. Looking around, Joe Mingrui noticed a rye loaf lying on a plate at the entrance to the room. Taking the plate in his hands, the guy thought that this life did not suit him. He eats bread all day, and only during the day does the family allow themselves to eat a piece of meat. The young man understood that he urgently needed to do something with this diet because he would not last long on such a diet. The next minute, looking at the pan, he decided it was time to demonstrate the true power of the transmigrant. After some time, the young man began to quickly wash the potatoes, clearly planning to cook something. And at the same time, he lit the stove to fry something. Looking with satisfaction at the table where there was a frying pan, a plate, and laid out food, the guy noted that he had done a great job. Biting the potato, Joe Mingrui was lost in thought, as if something was bothering him. And this something was nostalgia. Chewing with great pleasure, the guy thought that this meal was taking him back to the old days. Turning to himself, the young man remembered that as a child he loved to eat potatoes this way. Joe Mingrui was very hungry, so he ate so quickly as if someone was going to take his portion. Full and satisfied, our hero put the plate on the desk with lightning speed. Leaning back in his chair, he said that he felt alive again, unaware that the ritual had used up too much energy. The young man understood that he had moved to another world, This is a fact that cannot be escaped, and therefore now the most important thing is to find a way to connect with the paths of mysticism. The young man knew that he had to become otherworldly, like his new acquaintances Justice and the Hangman. Fortunately, Klein kept a diary, which means our hero must look at it and see if he can fill in the gaps in his memories. The guy understood that he should deal with the real Klein. Most of all, Joe Mingrui was interested in why this young man committed suicide. The next moment it turned out that the guy had found something, as his eyes widened in surprise. The notebook said that a classmate had discovered a notebook from the Fourth Era. In order to understand it, he asked Klein for help. Our hero noted that they now live in the Iron Age, and the Fourth Era was before him, but even historians find it difficult to understand what happened then. The guy realized that the young man had suddenly found something that could reveal the secrets of the Fourth Era, and at this stage he was very excited. What worried him most was that the information he found could be related to his own death. Quickly leafing through the diary, Joe Mingrui tried to find at least something that could point to this mysterious story. It turned out that at the end of June, Naya told Klein that she and her partner had discovered something new, and therefore he would need to go and take a look at it too. The next day, friends reported that the owner of the diary had accepted a mission to climb to the top of the mountain range where the Nation of Eternal Night was located. It was incredible. The highest peak in the Kornasi Mountains is 6,000 pm, and therefore it was incomprehensible how a nation could exist there at all. Continuing to leaf through the diary, our hero understood that since he moved to these parts on the 28th at midnight, he should find earlier entries. More precisely, he was interested in absolutely everything that was written on June 27th, but the entry said that everyone would die, including him. Closing the diary, realizing that there was nothing more interesting there, Joe Mingrui noted that he understood why Klein was not looking for a job. In the era in which he found himself as a young man, there were too few universities, but studying in them gave him a chance to meet the right people. So Klein's friend Welsh, who was the son of a rich banker despite his status, was friends with Naya and the poor orphan, to whom he constantly turned. The next minute, our hero decided that Welsh was the man to visit to look at the ancient notebook and perhaps find clues in it. Rising from his chair, the young man realized that if the notebook really had anything to do with him, then most likely he would face danger. But Joe Mingrui couldn't just leave, because if he ran away, he would never resolve this issue, but he understood that the police were unlikely to help him either. The next moment, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. Moving away from the window, the young man asked as he walked who was bothering him. To Joe Mingrui's great surprise, no one answered, but the knocking did not stop. Not knowing what to expect, our hero decided to play it safe, opened the drawer and took out a revolver, which he had put there the day before. Approaching the door, the guy listened carefully in the hope that the person standing behind the door had already left. Looking nervously at the door, he decided to once again ask who was bothering him. There was no answer again, and then Joe Mingrui decided to play it safe. He loaded his pistol, realizing that it might be needed. The next moment, the man spoke and introduced himself, saying that his name was Bitch und Betten. Numb, the guy thought that the police had come for him, but did not understand why they were there. Having asked to wait a little, the young man went to the stove to hide the weapon. Returning back, he hoped that the police would not find the revolver that he had put behind the stove. Plucking up courage, our hero finally grabbed the door handle, feeling that an eternity had passed since the first knock. Yawning, the guy apologized and said that he took a little nap, so he didn't immediately hear that someone had come to him. That was all he said because his attention was focused on the people standing in front of him. It was not one person, but a group of people. But the one who stood out the most was the red-haired bearded man who was staring at Joe Mingrui intently. Raising his hand, the stranger said to the young man that the police wanted to ask him a few questions. The young man was not at a loss and invited the guest to go inside, at the same time being interested in why they decided to visit his house. Looking carefully at the red-haired man, our hero noted that he had 6 pointed stars on his epaulets. The young man realized that all 3 were inspectors, although he did not fully understand what they needed from him. But before the guy had time to think about anything else, the next minute one of the inspectors asked if he knew Welsh McGovern. With horror in his voice, the guy began to ask what happened to his friend, but did not receive an answer, since the inspector said that he would ask the questions. Seeing that the guy was nervous, the policeman told him not to worry and to pull himself together. Raising his hand, he assured that there was nothing unusual or strange in this, since the procedure was standard. Joe Mingrui still stood silently and looked at the gathered people, unable to utter a word. Realizing that the pause was long, He suddenly said that if the police were talking about Hoy University graduate Welsh McGovern, then he really knew him. The guy said that they were classmates and studied under the guidance of a common teacher, Senior Associate Professor Professor Quentin Cohen. The young man said that they had an excellent relationship and they often met to translate the document of the Fourth Era. Realizing that the wait was too painful, our hero again turned to the policeman and asked what happened to his classmate. With sadness in his voice, the man said that he was very sorry because this boy had died. With his eyes wide open, looking somewhere into emptiness, the young man did not understand how this could happen because Klein had seen him only a few days ago. However, what our hero heard struck him to the core. It turned out that Naya had also died. Moreover, the guys were found at Welsh's residence. Realizing that this could be a murder, Joe Mingrui asked if it was true. Closing his eyes, the inspector announced that they had found some evidence at the crime scene. After a short pause, he added that, most likely, the young man and girl simply committed suicide. Without waiting for the next answer, he explained that Mr. Welsh hit his head repeatedly against the wall because he had blood all over the wall. He sharply added that Mrs. Naya drowned herself in the sink, no matter how scary and terrible it may sound. Unable to believe this, the guy continued to say that this simply could not have happened, and most likely, some irreparable mistake had occurred. But the inspector denied this, explaining that the results of the autopsy and the condition of the scene ruled out drugs or any external forces. He added that neither the guy nor the girl found any signs of violence that would indicate the presence of someone else in the room. Hearing the question about what the guys did when they met, Joe Mingrui explained that they met on June 26th, when they translated and read a new section of the notebook. He added that he returned home and was preparing for an interview, which was to take place on the 30th at the Department of History of Tengen University. Seeing out of the corner of his eye that one of the inspectors was approaching the table on which the diary lay, our hero realized with horror that he had forgotten to hide it. The young man did not want anyone to leaf through his diary, much less read it. Since for him it was vitally important, he understood that he could not lose it. However, the very next minute the man took the notebook in his hands, and from the way he held it, it was clear that he had no intention of putting it back. The inspector told the young man not to worry, but he wondered how they could commit such actions without presenting a search warrant. Zhou Mingrui was angry because he didn't think that the Luang Kingdom's judicial system was not developed enough for search warrants to already exist. The young man, who had already opened the notebook, began to ask the young man about what was written on the page. Turning to the senior inspector, the junior showed him exactly the very last page with the entry, which our hero also saw perfectly well. Bringing the notebook closer so that it was visible to everyone, he pointed to a line with an inscription that everyone would die, not understanding what it meant. Realizing that he had been caught, the guy began to think about what to do, because he understood that he might need the help of the police, so he needed to be friends. The young man realized that everything was not in vain, and he had the opportunity to establish the necessary connections, so, clutching his head, he began to shout loudly that he knew nothing. With sadness in his voice, Joe Mingrui said that when he woke up in the morning, he felt that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something important. He added that he forgot the events of the last days and did not know why he wrote this. He thought to himself that it was better to tell the truth in order to avoid problems. Still looking at the unfamiliar men, the young man did not understand whether they would be able to believe him if he revealed all the details, or would they think that he was an ordinary liar. Finally, for the first time in all time, the red-haired man spoke. He began to scream, noting that the parent was talking nonsense, and it was at least stupid to believe in his amnesia. Our hero did not like this behavior, especially since he was actually telling the truth, so the young man began to defend himself and his story. The chief inspector said he might not be lying, adding that an expert would soon arrive to help the young man recover his memories. Zhou Mingrui asked himself even more questions. Firstly, he did not understand whether they believed him, and secondly, he was perplexed who this expert was. Realizing that a woman could be a psychologist, and a fairly good one at that, the young man began to worry that she might guess that he really wasn't Klein. The policeman thanked the guy for his cooperation and asked him not to leave the city, but if he decided to leave, he would first have to notify the officer. With a knowing look, the young man said that he understood everything, but he was not going to leave anywhere. Looking after the departing inspectors, the guy thought that everything ended quite simply for him. He was not taken to the police station and was asked little about anything. True, just before leaving, the senior inspector quietly said with a grin in his voice that the guy is a real lucky guy. of which there are very few. After a little hesitation, he added that often those involved in such stories die, but they are very glad that everything turned out well. The guy is alive and well. Leaning on the door, the guy could not move for some time. He remembered the words spoken by the officer that everyone involved was dying. However, the young man decided that there was no need to panic, but that he needed to think everything over carefully so that at least something would become clear. Our hero was thinking that if all this is so scary, then why is he not under protection? Although perhaps he is simply being used as bait. Quickly leaning out of the door, he turned to the police who had not yet left and asked them if they could protect him and if they would do so. Looking at the empty room, he said in a quieter voice, turning to himself that, of course, he would definitely be protected. Standing still, Joe Mingrui thought about how a normal person would react to everything that was happening, realizing that he was actually a bad actor. Despite this, the guy decided that he would have to make serious efforts to develop his hidden abilities. The next moment, the young man decided to hide the revolver, finding a suitable place for it behind the bed. He began to hide it there. The guy understood that this was a necessary measure, since the officers could return and search his premises, and he would not want them to find a revolver. Having finished, the young man thought that now he only had to wait for Melissa to return so that she could prepare stewed lamb with peas. The next second, he noted to himself that the poor hardly used spices, and his sister's approach to cooking was too simple and crude. Our hero knew that Melissa would not arrive earlier than 7:30 p.m., which is already quite late, and besides, the girl would probably be very hungry by then. Zhou Mingrui decided that he would show what cooking was. It would be strange, but he would blame everything on his friend Welsh, who would no longer be able to admit anything. As he began to cut the greens, he noted that there was nothing wrong with the fact that Klein had begun to change for the better and could now cook. The young man was a born cook. He had a sense of proportions and could saturate food to the maximum even with a minimum amount of spices. Opening the door to the room, Melissa thought in bewilderment that the kitchen smelled very tasty. In front of her stood her brother, who was holding a plate in his hands and was already in a hurry to hand it over to his sister, joyfully greeting her. Looking at the table in surprise, the brunette asked if the young man had really prepared all this. Looking carefully at his sister, who had already managed to sit down, the guy confirmed that this was his work and invited her to try what he did. Taking the fork in her hands, the girl did not expect that her brother would be able to cook something really worthwhile, but she was in no hurry to voice her doubts. Instead, she pricked a small piece of meat and popped it into her mouth. The next moment, her eyes widened, but it was difficult to tell from them whether she liked the dish. It turned out that even Melissa herself did not immediately understand how this was possible because the meat was simply amazing. She couldn't understand how it could be so tender, juicy, and most importantly, incredibly tasty. Being very hungry, Melissa ate so quickly and appetizingly, as if she had not eaten for a whole week. Zhou Mingrui looked at his sister with pleasure and simply smiled, realizing that her appetite spoke more than any words. The girl noticed that the food was supposed to be intended for him, but the young man replied that he had already eaten heavily and invited his sister to finish the rest. He hesitated a little and added that it is the chef's privilege to observe a person satisfied with his food. Having eaten her fill, Melissa admitted that it was simply delicious, and moreover, she would never have thought that it was her brother's first time cooking. He, in turn, said with a slight smile that he asked Welsh to teach him how to cook this particular dish, because Melissa knows that he is an excellent cook. Smiling, Zhou Mingrui said that when he has money, he will definitely take his sister and elder brother to a restaurant. The next minute, the girl started talking about how her brother would soon have an important interview, which she had completely forgotten about. Smiling and pointing to the plates, the brother said that since he managed to please Melissa with such a delicious dinner, now it was her turn to wash the dishes. With satisfaction in her voice, the sister replied that this was no problem for her, and she would clean everything up. In less than a few minutes, the dishes were thoroughly washed, and the girl decided to put them in their places. However, opening the closet door, she carefully examined it, as if not understanding something. Looking closely at the spices, Melissa had questions on the tip of her tongue, but she did not immediately dare to ask them. Realizing this, the guy said that he used fat and a little black pepper, since this is the secret to the deliciousness of the dish. Having received the answer, the sister noted that she would rather cook, and the young man should focus on finding a job. With a smile on his face, Zhou Mingrui thought that there was no need to remind him of this, since it was not at all related to the topic of conversation. Night had fallen on the city, which is why the girl decided it was time to go to bed. Having wished her brother good night and good dreams, she told him to go to bed and not stay up late, since it would be difficult for him to get up in the morning. Our hero fell asleep so quickly that he didn't even notice it, but he couldn't get enough sleep because someone knocked very loudly on the door again. Sitting on the bed, the young man tried to collect his thoughts. However, remembering that someone was knocking on the door, he asked who was there. Hearing that it was Dunn Smith, the young man was very surprised, since he had never heard this name before. Opening the door, the young man saw an officer in front of him, not understanding what this man was doing in his home, and even at such an early hour. The man stated that they found the trigger, and also confirmed that on the 27th, Klein was not only at Welsh's residence, but also paid the cab driver. Our hero noted to himself that, most likely, the real Klein visited the guys, and, returning home, committed suicide that same night, like his friends. Having collected his thoughts, the guy said that this was not strong enough evidence to charge him with the murder of Welsh and Naya. After a pause, he added that he himself would like to know what happened that day, and also what happened to his poor friends. The guy said that he did not remember the events of that day and could only guess from the entries in his diary that he had visited a friend's residence. In a calm tone, the interlocutor added that the young man had a strong sense of self-control. Despite such a statement, Joe Mingrui did not know how to answer him, since many words had already been said. Besides this, explanations were unnecessary. But in order to seem more convincing, he repeated once again that everything that he had been told earlier was the pure truth. And watching the policeman move deeper into the room, he still thought that he could not tell absolutely everything, since he himself did not understand much. And then, the next minute, an officer spoke up and slowly announced that one of Mr. Welsh's revolvers was lost and missing. However, he is almost certain that he will find weapons in Mr. Klein's house. Looking somewhere to the side, our hero realized that the gun belonged to his comrade and not to him. The next minute, he raised his hands as a sign that he had nothing to hide and said that he was telling the truth. The young man admitted that the revolver was at the foot of the bed and hidden in the frame. Zhou Mingrui began to say that 2 days ago he woke up in the middle of the night and found himself lying at his desk with a revolver next to him. The young man managed to find an empty bullet in the corner of the room, and it looked as if he was trying to commit suicide. The guy noted that, perhaps due to his own clumsiness or ignorance, the bullet did not achieve the desired effect, and Klein still managed to survive. He found that he didn't remember a lot, not only about the 27th but also a few days earlier, and it wasn't a lie. He actually didn't remember anything. He thought to himself that he was a little vague in his explanations, but if he put aside his worries and doubts, he really admitted everything. The officer noted that the young man's words coincided with his own guesses and corresponded to the logic that he observed in similar incidents. Taking a deep breath, the guy said that he was glad that the man believed him, adding that he himself did not know how he managed to survive and why his friends were unlucky. The inspector noted that this does not mean that he believes him 100%. The young man is under special suspicion and must meet with an expert who will confirm everything. Law enforcement officers must make sure that the young man really forgot what happened and is not guilty of the death of his friends. Turning around, the inspector said that if the young man didn't mind, he should help the investigation and go to the station. The whole process would take no more than 2 or 3 days. Zhou Mingrui did not understand what was happening, so he began to ask questions about the expert, who, as of yesterday, was not yet in the city. Hearing that the woman was already in the city, our hero, turning to his interlocutor, asked him to stay a couple of minutes to leave a note for his sister. Taking the pencil, the guy quickly thought about whether the expert could reveal it, realizing that no one should know about the transmigration of the soul. The young man understood that he had no weapons, no combat skills, and he did not know how many more policemen were waiting for him outside. If they wanted, they could even shoot him. But Zhou Mingrui quickly discarded such a thought, deciding not to rush things. In less than a few minutes, the guy and the officer were already on the street, where the weather was beautiful and sunny. Approaching the arch, our hero heard someone's voice shouting from behind that some guy was a thief who had stolen something a few days ago. Our hero looked at the young man, whose hands were being wringed by passers-by, while he shouted that he had not stolen anything and should be released immediately. It turned out that real confusion had begun. As people were holding the guy and screaming, the horses were neighing, everyone was fussing, but the situation was not resolved in any way. And at that very moment, Zhou Mingrui had an idea and decided that this was a great opportunity. Plucking up courage, our hero decided that it was time for him to flee from this place. While he was hiding, he would not have to meet with the mysterious expert. Without stopping, the young man could not understand where this boy, who was considered a thief, came from on his way and what was happening to him. The guy understood that it was better to go to Backland. Firstly, it is a crowded city, and secondly, it has many different opportunities. Moving down the street, the young man decided that he would jump into one of the carriages in order to throw the police off his trail, at least for a while. In less than a few minutes, the young man had already stopped the carriage and asked the coachman to go to the pier, which is located outside the city. Having informed about the payment, the driver said that he would go where the master ordered him. Although the carriage was not moving as fast as we would like, after a while the guy realized that they had almost arrived at their destination. However, the next moment our hero was greatly confused by something. He seemed surprised by what he saw in front of him. We were talking about high-rise buildings that should not have existed outside the city, so the guy realized that he was being taken to the wrong place. Horrified, Joe Mingrui asked the cab driver where he was taking him and why they were moving in the opposite direction. With equanimity and calm, the man replied that they were going to Welsh's house. Our hero looked at him with horror and thought to himself that this was not a coachman, but an officer who had stood in front of him a couple of hours earlier. But the very next second, the young man jumped back, rubbing his eyes and realizing that he was not going anywhere, but was in Klein's house and sleeping in his bed. It was deep night outside the window, and the young man happily told himself that, to his great happiness, he had simply had a terrible dream. Taking the watch in his hands, the guy saw that it was only 2:30 at night, which means that the morning was still far away. And if so, then we first need to calm down and relax in order to unwind a little. Our hero decided to walk along the corridor. However, when he went outside, he was very surprised. The guy understood that this was definitely not a dream, but what he saw could hardly be true. There was a tall man in a hat standing in the dark corridor, and Joe Mingrui, even from behind, realized that this was a police officer he knew. To check this, he decided to address him, but not as an officer, but as this man introduced himself in his dream. By name, his name was Dunsmith. To the great surprise of our hero, the man turned around, but the guy did not know what to say to him and, in general, whether he should say anything or how to explain himself. It seemed to him that he had fallen into a temporary trap, hoping that he was sleeping, and this was just another dream within a dream, of which soon there would be no trace left. Realizing that his silence had been prolonged, the man in the hat, taking off his headdress, turned to the guy and said that he wanted to introduce himself again. The man calmly stated that his name was Dun Smith, and he was a Nighthawk. The young man remembered that we were talking about the otherworldly, which was mentioned by Justice and the Hanged Man, an organization under the protection of the church. Looking at Smith, the guy said that it was this man who controlled his dreams, and therefore he understood why he dreamed exactly what he dreamed. However, the man hastened to object, explaining that he simply fell into the young man's dream and gave him the necessary instructions. He explained that during sleep, thoughts and emotions repressed in real-life surface, and the truth can always be found within. Seeing the young man's thoughtfulness, he added that compared to the guy's consciousness, he believed his dreams more. Our hero was frightened by the fact that this person could find out something about him through his dreams. Although in the dream the officer saw what the young man wanted to show him, perhaps this is due to the fact that he moved into his mental state. Perhaps this is due to some additional effect of the ritual of increasing luck. Raising his hand, Joe Mingrui asked his interlocutor if he believed that the guy had really lost his memory and could not know about the events of the last days. Mr. Smith stood and looked at the young man carefully, wondering what to answer. Suddenly he asked our hero if he was shocked by what he had just learned. Without waiting for an answer, he explained that he had previously met people who would never believe in otherworldly forces. It was easier for them to believe that they were still sleeping, although they were actually awake. Zhou Mingrui replied that perhaps the whole reason was that he hoped and prayed that such powers could be used to help himself. Looking at the guy, Mr. Smith said that this was a very interesting idea, and maybe the young man was still alive not thanks to his own luck. He also added that he can now confirm the fact that the guy has indeed lost some of his memories, in particular those related to the incident itself. Hearing this, with hope in his voice, the young man asked if he could return home. However, the officer objected, saying that the young man should still go with him to meet with the expert they had talked about earlier. Almost starting to scream, the guy began to ask why he needed to see an expert, because everything was already very clear. All the statements were received in a dream. He thought to himself that this was some kind of joke, because if the expert understood mind reading or something like that, then the fact of the relocation would certainly be revealed. The man hastened to assure that there was nothing wrong with this, explaining that dreams are dreams, but reality is a completely different matter. Moreover, he noted that a female expert analyzes dreams in different aspects and may be able to help. In particular, she can help with memories of the current location of the notebook that worries him so much, or rather, the Antigone family notebook. Reading the surprise in the boy's eyes, Mr. Smith said that they could not find this notebook from the fourth era, despite the fact that they had examined Mr. Welsh's entire house. And still looking at the confused young man, he stated the fact that his friend was dead, Naya too, which meant that he was the only evidence left. With his eyes downcast, Joe Mingrui thought that, firstly, it was very strange that the notebook had disappeared, and secondly, that during all this time he had not even remembered about it. Our hero was about to think about something else, but the very next minute the officer announced that they should go to the residence, where an expert was already waiting for them. Looking at the doors, the guy thought that he wanted to escape, but he understood that otherworldly creatures were much stronger than ordinary people. In addition, Mr. Smith was probably prepared for the fact that the young man might try to escape. Moreover, this person probably has a weapon, and as practice has shown, it's not worth joking with. While riding in a carriage and being asked why the young man ran away in a dream, he replied that he did not remember what he did at his friend's house, and did not remember whether he was the cause of their death or not. Zhou Mingrui was too scared, and therefore thought that the best thing to do was to escape to the southern continent and start a new life there, realizing that part of the blame for what happened could lie with him. With a quiet plea in his voice, the guy asked what would happen if the expert confirmed all his words and there was no evidence that he was a criminal. Would he be able to be free? The man confirmed this, adding that they would still look for the notebook. In addition, they would make sure that no demons or evil spirits gathered around the young man that could prevent him from living a normal life. Hearing this, he again began to ask whether Mr. Smith had ever encountered anything like this in the past. The officer said that a few years ago they were involved in a case related to a cult. Then a person was used as a victim, but they settled everything, after which the poor guy began to live a normal life. The policeman added that he was financially secure, he had a wife and a charming, smart child, but in the spring of this year, he hanged himself in his office. It seemed that this story touched our hero to the depths of his soul. At the same time, it seemed that for some reason it was familiar to him. But the young man did not have time to develop this topic, because the next minute the horses slowed down, which indicated that they were in place. Having got out of the carriage, Mr. Smith noticed that our hero himself understood perfectly well that it was time to figure everything out. Following him out of the carriage, the young man realized that the time had come to figure everything out in every matter, to try to do it. Approaching the beautiful mansion, the officer said that the expert was known to the outside world as the most famous spiritualist medium in Ava County, although this was all a cover. Not understanding what this meant, Joe Mingrui directly asked the man who the stranger he was about to meet really was. Slowly opening the door, the man began to say that this woman was very talented. He added that she was a real spiritual medium, and that this was enough to talk about the girl. Joyfully welcoming the men, the medium politely greeted them and invited them to enter the room without further explanation. Inquiring from her friend about the results, she heard that the original spirits had already disappeared, including Welsh and Naya. Sighing heavily, the officer said that in fact everything is not so simple because the story is too complicated. The next second the girl spoke and noted that the man and Daly should try to learn something from Klein Moretti. Having carefully examined the beauty, the young man thought that after all, Klein was essentially him, and then what would he have to tell? While studying the medium, the young man hoped that there was something special about him that would help hide his true identity. Holding something in her hands, the expert said that she could not treat the guy rudely, but she would really need his help. The girl noted that she would give the young man several aromas that would provide calmness and lightness, so that the young man would gradually relax and immerse himself in a special feeling. Zhou Mingrui suspected something was wrong, since everything the beauty said was as strange as possible. Seeing the confusion in the guy's eyes, the man said that his mother was a follower of the goddess of eternal night, and he and his older brother attended Sunday classes at church. If so, then the young man will definitely be able to understand everything that will happen, explaining that their ladies can verbally tease men. And to diffuse the situation, he said that Daly was more interested in corpses than in living people. Holding the bottles in her hands, the girl explained that each of them contained a special aroma. The first was called the aroma of Amantha, which translates as calmness. Opening the second bottle, the medium added that she had perfume in her hands, which was quite difficult to make, since it had to be infused for a long time, and she noted that she could add a number of spells. The beauty said that it was an interesting and powerful thing that could charm people. However, our hero did not pay attention to Daly's words, since his head was beginning to hurt, and he noted to himself that this feeling was familiar to him. It was familiar because something similar happened to him during a ritual to increase his luck. Through the veil, the young man heard the words of the medium that all these aromas were not able to cause such unbearable pain. After a short pause, the girl said that she wanted to formally introduce herself, noting that her name was Daly and she was a spiritual medium. Still sitting in the room, the beauty talked about how many secrets can be hidden in someone's thoughts. What people know about themselves is like tiny islands of land that stick out of the water. But in reality, there is more hidden beneath the surface of these islands than what people see above the water. While the medium continued to talk about the boundless sky above her head, symbolizing the spiritual world, the young man thought that he continued to think quite rationally. The guy realized that he didn't know what else Daly was planning to do, but he understood that the spell had begun to work. At this time, the beauty added something to the water drop by drop, still explaining something about the earth and the ocean. However, at some point the room became completely silent. Moreover, the young man did not notice how they found themselves in the middle of an endless sea. Zhou Mingrui did not understand where they were, but he assumed that it could be the ocean of his mind that his new forced acquaintance was talking about. Suddenly, her voice was heard again, saying that the memory above the water may be distorted, but under the water, or in the deepest layers, there will be a reflection of the memory that survives and remains behind. Having heard such reasoning, the young man said that he fundamentally disagreed with such a statement. Daly continued to say that the guy is a spirit inside his body. He knows not only about the tops of the islands that are above the surface, but also about the parts underwater. He knows about the entire ocean. When the guy said that he couldn't remember anything, the girl noted that if something exists, it leaves traces. However, the young man, with sadness in his voice, honestly admitted that he had really forgotten everything and nothing came to his mind. Our hero noted to himself that he hoped that this time he would not be exposed. Realizing that everything was not going as planned, the medium added that people have extensive cognitive capabilities and many secrets. After waiting for several minutes and still not receiving any memories from the young man, the girl fell silent. After carefully looking at her hand, the expert said that this was the best way to end the first session. Daly allowed the young man to return to his usual environment, which he confirmed several times. In less than a few minutes, all three returned to the familiar living room, which was located in the house of a friend of our hero. The young man opened his eyes and looked attentively somewhere, but clearly did not intend to start the conversation first. But this was not required since Mr. Smith, turning to his friend, asked why she used Renat's theory, which belonged to some crazy alchemist of psychology. Justifying herself, the girl noted that she felt that this particular method was accurate. At least it corresponded to what she had seen before and what she had already encountered. Still waving her arms, the medium said that the reason was that the guy was very cunning. There was not a single trace left, and therefore she was unable to achieve what she had planned. The guy wondered what happened, noting that he felt like he was dreaming, thinking to himself that the ritual he performed earlier had given him a little practice for this kind of thing. Our hero's interlocutors looked at each other, but did not know what to answer. The man said it was safe to assume the guy had gotten past that stage, and then asked Daly if she had checked the bodies of Naya and Welsh. With some doom in her voice, the girl said that corpses can often tell much more than everyone thinks. The medium replied that, unfortunately, the guys really committed suicide, and the force that influenced them was very terrible and did not leave any traces. And after a little hesitation, she added that now it was time to get some rest. Mr. Smith said the young man was free to return, but he must remember not to tell anyone about what had happened, not his friends or family. However, Zhou Mingrui hurried to ask if he and his friend should not check him for curses or traces of evil spirits. With a calm voice, he noted that if the medium didn't say anything, then everything was fine. And he added that if you look at the statistics of such cases, 80% of the people involved did not experience any terrible subsequent incidents. But the young man was not satisfied with this answer. He immediately figured that 20% were completely unlucky, and that's quite a lot. Mr. Smith bluntly stated that the guy might consider joining the Nighthawks as a civilian, or he might just become an otherworlder. Hearing this, the young man shouted loudly, asking if it was really possible. However, the police officer said that they are not nannies and cannot constantly monitor the guy day after day, down to what intimate things he may do in his own bedroom. The officer added that if the young man were to join them, at least they would be able to immediately spot any warning signs that might come his way. Looking at the retreating man, Zhou Mingrui still continued to ask if he could join, and thought to himself that this was probably some kind of joke. Mr. Smith stopped and said again that this doesn't mean the guy can't, but it all depends on the situation. The young man understood little but decided not to ask again, since he had already said too much. But the man explained that if the young man becomes a nighthawk, he will have to sacrifice a lot, for example, freedom. Even if this aspect is ignored, many other problems remain. Firstly, the guy is not a priest or devoted to one of the churches. He will not be given the luxury of choosing the safest path to become otherworldly. Secondly, the incidents that commissioners and others in law enforcement have to deal with involve a loss of control by the otherworldly. 1/4 of all cases occur among their own comrades, which is quite difficult. Zhou Mingrui voiced the statistics in horror, indicating that one of the 4 otherworlders suddenly lost control of himself, not understanding why this was happening. He wondered to himself if being an otherworlder involved such serious hidden dangers that even churches outside the internal judicial system were susceptible to them. Mr. Smith said that the young man did not need to understand this, and besides, he was unlikely to understand it all unless he became one of them. The young man thought for a while to ask the right questions, and he asked them while they were riding in the carriage. Our hero asked if he did not fully understand this issue, then how could he make a decision to join? He thought to himself that he was most likely caught in an endless paradoxical cycle. However, the very next moment, the officer spoke, noting that Zhou Mingrui probably misunderstood him. There were also civilians in their ranks. The young man looked carefully at his interlocutor again, but was in no hurry to ask anything. And then he unexpectedly asked, while he was one of the civilians, would he be able to familiarize himself with the relevant secrets, and, when he came to understand the hidden responsibilities, would he then make a decision? The policeman confirmed this, but added that deciding to become an otherworlder does not necessarily mean that one will become one. All churches are equally strict in this regard. Then our hero asked a counter question. If he becomes a civilian in their ranks, in this regard too, everything will be quite strict. With a calm voice, the interlocutor said that if it was our guy, then there should be no problems. Zhou Mingrui asked why this was so, and noted to himself that perhaps his peculiarity was that, as a reborn, he glows brightly and obviously, like a firefly in the night. But Mr. Smith noticed that firstly, the guy did not need their help to survive the incident, and secondly, he has some advantage over ordinary people, since he is lucky, and such people are always welcome in their ranks, smiling. He added that he was joking about the last moment. But in a more serious tone, he noted that the young man was a graduate of the history department of Hoi University, and they were in dire need of such a person. The man noted that they often come across ancient documents and objects, and there are many cults and heretics who want to use them to gain power. And when they try to do this, strange and terrible things can happen. Except for the otherworldly and special areas, the vast majority of them are not particularly diligent or well-trained. They have considered collaborating with outside experts in the past, but this can lead to information leaks and accidents for those experts. And therefore, when there are professionals who want to join their society, they simply cannot refuse. And then he said sharply that such dry, boring knowledge makes people sleepy so much that even the sleepless cannot resist. The detailed explanations to the guy were still incomprehensible as to why such a serious organization could not train a historian from scratch. Mr. Smith said the incidents they were dealing with were things the people had already dealt with, so by asking the guy to join them, he wasn't breaking his oath of confidentiality. However, if he tried to train someone from scratch and they failed, he would have to bear responsibility for any secrets that might be revealed as a result, especially since most of their members come from the church. At the same time, our hero wanted to know why the organization maintains such confidentiality. Because if many people find out about such things, this will help avoid many mistakes in the future. But the man objected, noting that this would eventually lead to more people imitating these things, which would cause more serious incidents to happen. With thoughtfulness in his voice, the young man said that people do not learn anything from history. They always repeat the same tragedies over and over again. At the same time, the policeman noted that this is a quote from Emperor Roselle, and it is definitely filled with philosophical truth. Our hero thought to himself that this man was truly all-encompassing. He seemed to have no blind spots, and left him with the burden of being his junior follower with no room to maneuver. Mr. Smith went on to explain that this phrase may be the main reason for strict confidentiality, the reason why they cannot do something and let the average person know about it. Zhou Mingrui asked why they did not want to take the first step towards change. With sadness in his voice, the interlocutor said that faith and fear create trouble, and stupid faith and great fear create great trouble. Other than praying to the gods for blessings and help, people have no other way to truly solve the biggest problems they face. And the very next moment, Mr. Smith asked the guy if he wanted to join them and become one of their civilians. The young man, as if frozen, did not know what to say to him, and therefore asked if he could think about this proposal a little. With enthusiasm in his voice, the policeman said that, of course, this was not only possible, but even necessary, and therefore he would wait for an answer until Sunday. The next moment, he added that the young man needed to keep all this strictly secret. Even his brother and sister should not know. If he told anyone, he would only add to his troubles. Zhou Mingrui, having heard that he could appear before a special court, thought about it, but understood that he would not have told anyone anything that he swore out loud. The men drove the rest of the way in complete silence, although it was not that long, and after a couple of minutes, the coachman announced that they had arrived. Getting ready to get out of the carriage, the young man with timidity in his voice turned to Mr. Smith to clarify something else. He asked about civilians, how much they were paid, and what benefits they received. With a smile on his face, the interlocutor said that civilian staff received a weekly salary of £2 sterling and 10 sols upon taking office. There is also an additional allowance of 10 sols to allow for confidentiality time and work risks, amounting to a total of up to £3. The man added that over time the salary will gradually increase, and civilians usually sign a 5-year contract, after which they can leave the organization. You need to understand that if the young man leaves, he will be asked to sign a lifetime confidentiality agreement. If he moves to another city, he must, firstly, report this, and secondly, register with the local Nighthawks. And at the very end, he added that they work in shifts, and there must be at least 3 civilians working at any given time. And then, he said that in order for the young man to find him, he must come to the Hound Dog pub, find the head there and say that he wants to hire a detachment of mercenaries. The next second, he added that their location was also secret, and until he agreed to join them, the team members would not be able to tell him everything directly. Drawing his hat tighter, Mr. Smith wished our hero all the best and added that he would have good dreams. Leaning towards his interlocutor, Zhou Mingrui stood for some time and looked into the distance at the retreating crew. Looking at his watch, our hero noted that it was already the beginning of 5 and realized that he had not been gone that long. Finally, the young man exhaled and noted to himself that his shirt, which was wet through, had been like this all this time, but he was able to adequately withstand the session with the medium. Opening the door to the room, Zhou Mingrui was very surprised by what he saw there, clearly not being prepared for such a thing. There was a younger sister standing in the room, who with a menacing look asked where Klein had been all this time. Explaining that she got up to go to the toilet, accidentally looked into his room, and did not find her brother there. Smiling, the young man still did not understand why the girl from the toilet came to him, hoping that she did not suspect anything. In a hoarse voice, the young man explained that he woke up in the middle of the night and could not fall asleep, and in order not to waste time, he decided to warm up a little and go for a run. Raising his hands, he showed Melissa that he was all wet because he had had a good workout. Closing her eyes, the girl sighed heavily, but was in no hurry to say anything. However, after a minute, she said that Klein shouldn't stress so much. He would definitely pass the interview, and if not, he would find something much better. Listening carefully to his sister, the guy agreed out loud, but thought to himself that he hadn't thought about the interview, and he shouldn't talk about the Nighthawks offer yet. Leaving somewhere, the girl asked the young man to wait a little. However, he did not understand what she was going to do. A moment later, Melissa had a small turtle with a winding mechanism in her hands. The girl explained that she made this thing from spare parts that the school did not need and something she found on the side of the road and just finished it that night. The brunette noted that when she is worried, she watches the measured movements of the turtle. This really calms her down. She added that it is really effective. Understanding that it is quite difficult to make a product with your own hands at that age and from a minimum of parts, the young man sincerely said that his sister was simply amazing. When his sister asked whether it was really a turtle, the guy received a negative answer. To his great amazement, it turned out to be a puppy, but the young man was not disappointed, realizing that there were indeed problems with the parts. A minute later, he turned the conversation to his sister, or more precisely to why she still got up to go to the toilet, because she had a chamber pot in her room. However, Melissa was saved by the fact that her stomach was growling strongly, and the girl drew attention to this, pretending that she did not hear her brother. Clutching her stomach again, the sister noted that it was best to go to bed since it was too early to start daily activities. Looking after her, the young man thought that yesterday's dinner was too good, and the girl had too much, while her stomach was not used to digesting such an amount of fatty food. It was already light outside, which indicated that the sun would rise soon. But Joe Mingrui didn't care much about this, since he understood that he should think about everything carefully. Sitting at the table, the young man did not understand whether he should accept Dunsmith's offer, despite his attractiveness. The young man realized that if he was constantly under the supervision of hawks, taking into account the fact that he would become otherworldly, and also given the personality of the jester, the risk was considerable. At the same time, the benefit he would get from the meetings if he joined the Nighthawks was definitely to become otherworldly. He understood that the Hawks are a strict organization. Once a mission is assigned, it cannot be rejected. Even civilians have many restrictions and cannot go where they want. The Beyonders are constantly at risk of losing control of themselves, but if something strange happens to him, only by joining the Hawks and becoming an Beyonder will he be able to fend it off. Thanks to the meetings, obtaining potion formulas will not be a problem, which cannot be said about collecting materials, and besides, the young man does not have the capital to trade them. As for obtaining materials, this could reveal his identity. If he joins the Hawks, he will gain access to secret knowledge about the otherworldly. And this, in turn, will give him maximum benefit from the meetings, and the young man will be able to provide himself with an income. Joining the Hawks would provide good cover and better protection, although Joe Mingrui could join the organizers who are supported by the major churches and become otherworldly with their help. But despite this, he would still lose his freedom, and the risk would be much higher. And besides, our hero had no idea where to start if he wanted to find these organizations. However, there is an advantage to this. Becoming a civilian in their ranks preserves the possibility of retreat in the future, which means there is no need to worry about this yet. Arriving at the bar and sitting at the counter, Joe Mingrui began to listen to the bartender, who listed all the drinks available and also announced the price of drinks. Raising his hat slightly, our hero said that he did not need all this, since he was looking for Mr. Right. Turning to a man, the bartender told him that an unknown young man was looking for him. A moment later, instead of Mr. Right, a hand with a bottle appeared from behind the counter. After looking carefully at the young man, the elderly man asked if he was really looking for him. The young man, not wanting to waste time, immediately approached him and said that he would like to hire a small detachment of mercenaries. Looking carefully at our hero, the man asked who sent him here and why. In the first seconds, Joe Mingrui could not understand the question, and then quickly answered that the person was Dunsmith. At the same moment, complete silence reigned in the bar. None of the three dared to speak first. Laughing, the old man said that in their time, such units were called completely differently in order to better fit into modern society, and they could be found at 36 Zoetland Street. Walking down the street, our hero was afraid to miss the right house, and therefore he looked very carefully, and after a short time he realized that he had found what he was looking for. Having risen to the second floor, as the elderly man said, the young man stopped in front of a large wooden door. However, this was not what attracted his attention, but the inscription that was located on the right. It turned out that the room was the office of the Thorn Security Company. The young man understood that standing in front of the door, he would not recognize anything, and therefore decided to knock on it. Opening the door a little, Joe Mingrui thought that there was no one inside. Otherwise, they would have opened it for him. But the very next moment, the guy noticed an unfamiliar girl sitting at the table in front of him. Although she was sitting, it is said loudly, bending over some notebook and leaning on her own hands, a young girl was sleeping there. As he got closer, the guy thought that, despite the fact that the security company was just a front, they were behaving too unprofessionally. After waiting a few minutes and making sure that the stranger continued to sleep soundly, the young man decided to tap his fingers on the table. Jumping up from her seat, the girl began to read the newspaper very loudly, in which it was written that the Soaring Express could directly connect with Constant and would start working today. The next moment, she switched to the fact that she really hoped for the opening of a direct line to Daisy Bay, since she did not want to sail by boat. At the same time, she asked the guy who he was. Taking off his hat and smiling, Joe Mingrui said that his name was Klein Moretti, and he came here because Mr. Dunsmith invited him. Looking at how the beauty nervously ran out from behind the table, the guy thought that she had not bothered to offer him a cup of water or anything else, and realized that the hospitality here was not very good. Inviting the young man to follow her, the girl said that the captain was on duty at the Chinese gate today and could not leave his post right now. Stopping in front of a door, our hero thought for a moment. He did not understand where he was being taken and what kind of post the girl was talking about. Looking carefully at the young man in front of him, the young man did not understand who it was and whether he would have to meet him. The stranger immediately said that they needed to go down several flights of stairs. While going down the steep stairs, the beauty noted that every time she does this, she is afraid that she might slip and fall down. For example, Leonard, whom they saw earlier, slipped on his first day. It was for this that the whole team nicknamed him Sleepless, which sounds quite funny, and the young man was not against it. Approaching the large door, the girl said that this was the gate at the crossroads that they had passed earlier. The path to the left leads to the cathedral, and to the right to the armory, storeroom, and archive. The guy thought to himself that St. Celine's Cathedral is located on Red Moonlight Street, while Zoutland Street is located right behind it. Before he could finish his thought, he heard the beauty offer to enter, adding that the captain was in this room. A second later, the girl said that her name was Rosanna, and she had been with the Hawks for 5 years. Before that, her father was also a member of the organization, but sacrificed himself almost 5 years ago. Our hero said that he was very pleased to meet you, but there is no need to rush. It is better to listen to what Mr. Smith has to say and whether he will change his mind about accepting him into the ranks of the organization. Collecting his thoughts, Joe Mingrui realized that there was no turning back, so he slightly pushed the door. The officer who was inside clearly did not expect to see anyone, so he carefully looked in the direction where the creak was heard. Looking at the guy, the policeman greeted him enthusiastically and asked if he had really decided to join them. When the young man was asked to sit down, he walked up to the chair and, as he sat down, said that he had really made this decision. The man placed the agreement in front of our hero and asked him to read it carefully, adding that he must maintain confidentiality, otherwise he will be judged. While signing the documents, the guy carefully read their title, which also contained the name of the city, district, and kingdom. Rising from his seat and extending his hand to the young man, Mr. Smith said that from now on, Klein Moretti was one of them and belonged to their organization. Shaking the hand of his now colleague, Joe Mingrui asked if it was true that from now on he should call him captain, to which he received an affirmative answer. After a minute, the young man said that he was surprised by the fact that the organization was using a security company as a disguise, and asked what they would do if they were actually hired. After a little hesitation, the man explained that this does not bother them. In addition, the money they earn in this way is distributed among themselves, but they also have other sources of income. After reviewing the documents, the captain said that they are the 7th unit of the Special Operations Department. As for the first 4, these are regular police units. Their department is responsible for incidents involving followers of the goddess of eternal night, and if other types of followers appear, their duties will be divided by region. So their unit is responsible for the region of the North, West, and Golden Indian, but Rick's universities are already under the subordination of the 5th Division, which is a machine hive. The 6th Division is the authorized punishers from the Church of the Storm Stealer, responsible for the docks of the eastern and southern regions. He heard a question regarding the number of people in the Nighthawk squad and stated that, in their city, including himself, there were 6 official members and the same number of civilians. But the very next minute, the young man changed the topic. Joe Mingrui asked why outsiders suddenly lose control. After thinking a little, the man asked if our hero knew the myth of the creation of the world. The guy replied that he read about this in the Revelation of Eternal Night and heard about it during Sunday school lessons, and thought to himself that Klein's mother was very pious, and therefore he remembers a lot. As the Creator awakened in the midst of chaos, destroyed darkness, and created the first rays of light, he fully integrated himself into the universe to give birth to all things. His body became the earth and space, one of his eyes became the sun, and the other, the crimson moon. Parts of his blood turned into rivers and oceans that nourish and saturate life throughout the world. Going into some detail, Mr. Smith summarized that all things in the universe come from the same source, no matter what anyone says. Despite this, the guy added that it follows from this that people, by creating potions made from crystals or parts taken from other living beings, can obtain a wide variety of powers. However, if a person directly consumes a high-grade potion, one of 3 tragic endings can occur. The first is the death of the mind and physical collapse. Every particle of human flesh and blood becomes a terrifying monster. The second power contained in the potion changes a person's personality, and he can become cold, irritable, cruel, and indifferent to everything that surrounds him. The third is a mental deviation that drives him crazy, making him more demonic than the demons themselves. This is what loss of control means. Looking carefully at his interlocutor, it turned out that the young man did not fully understand how one could completely lose control of oneself. The man continued that after long experiments, as well as with the birth of the tablet system, the potions were gradually improved and chains of sequences were formed. At this stage, Each of the 7 main churches controls at least one complete sequence. The captain admitted that he himself does not fully understand what the current tablet is, and therefore, if our hero finds some clues, he must share them with his colleagues. He also explained that the loss of control caused by potions is only one of the 5 types that exist, although some are lucky and are born with high perception. Therefore, if you use a potion, you need to do it very carefully, choosing them from the corresponding fixed sequences. If this is not done, mental disorders may occur, and in severe cases, loss of control or death may occur. It is important not to use one potion after another, especially if they do not combine in any way, since this also leads to unpleasant consequences. After a pause, the captain said that there is a 4th way. When a person consumes the potion, he receives powers that originally belonged to unusual creatures. This unnatural phenomenon always has residual effects on humans. If a person consumes a higher quality potion without fully mastering the powers of the previous one, the madness will accumulate, eventually losing control. There is a rule in the organization that if someone wants a promotion, then, despite merit, the person has no right to use potions 3 years before. To confirm this, an examination is required, but even with such measures, many lose control of themselves every year. Mr. Smith added that the smaller the sequence, the higher the perception, people can see and hear what others cannot. And if so, they are constantly faced with mysterious temptations and illusory spells, and as soon as greedy desires arise in them, they begin to slowly descend down the path of loss of control. The creator of the modern Nighthawk system, Archbishop, once said that they are guardians, but at the same time a bunch of unfortunate sinners struggling with danger and madness. Mr. Smith said that perhaps the guy is disappointed because being an otherworldly is not what he imagined, because they have to constantly face dangers. With calm in his voice, Joe Mingrui stated that everything good has a price, and he does not know when or if he will even have such an opportunity. The man noted that this is a mature and reasonable view of things, and added that if the young man wants to become otherworldly, he must first accumulate a sufficient deposit. He also mentioned that they should find out what the higher ranks will say. Unfortunately, no one can yet answer exactly how this will happen. Approaching the door, he said that now the guy knows more about the otherworldly, and the captain is confident that he will no longer make impulsive decisions in the future. Mr. Smith continued the story by mentioning that they had a bookkeeper, a person in charge of supplies, who worked part-time as a coachman, with Sundays off. The same goes for other civilians such as Roseanne and Old Neil. These people are responsible for writing and organizing all the records, as well as guarding the armory, storeroom, and archives. Each of them gets 1 day off per week, including Sunday. They agree among themselves who will get which day off. Zhou Mingrui believed that he would do the same work as the others, but Mr. Smith said that this was not the case because the guy was a specialist. The man noted that the young man would go for a walk once a day and pay special attention to the streets leading from Welsh's residence to his house. The captain noted that due to the fact that the guy does not remember anything, his body and the bodies of his friends are actually closed, but the diary has not yet been found. Perhaps our hero hid it on the way home. Walking down the same street can give you a familiar feeling as you pass key places. Finding a notebook will be the key to becoming otherworldly. The second job is to visit the armory in his free time and read books with ancient records. This is the job of a specialist. When the guy finishes reading, he will change with Neil and others. Listening to all this, our hero thought that there was nothing complicated in this, and the advantage was that he would be paid a salary. Approaching the large door, the man said that this is the Canis Gate. Named after the creator of the Nighthawk system, every major city has such a gate under the central cathedral, and team members guard it. Inside the gate, there are at least 2 guardians appointed from the church. In addition, there are many traps there, since potion formulas and various materials are stored behind the doors. The site is also used for the temporary detention of heretics and cultists, and contains a small number of highly classified documents and historical records. But when the man becomes authoritative, he will have the opportunity to read some of them. He added that behind the gate, on the lowest floor, there are also sealed artifacts. The commander said that some of the necessary items contain too much magical power, so they are dangerous. Some of them even exhibit the properties of living beings, trying to seduce the guardians. Therefore, they need to be kept under strict guard. The headquarters classified the artifacts into various classes, from 0 to 3rd, the most dangerous being 0. The next minute, Mr. Smith handed our hero a small photograph, inviting him to look at it carefully. The man said that 3 years ago a new archbishop was appointed, who lost control. He and the sealed Class 0 artifact went missing. Looking at the photo, our hero heard that this was Ins Zhang Will. He was about 40 years old, and the guy thought that this gatekeeper was seduced by the devil and ran away with a mysterious artifact. The next second, the captain added that if Zhou Mingrui ever encounters this man, then it is better not to disturb him, otherwise the guy may die. The young man asked why. Apart from the artifact number, nothing more was said. They explained to him that artifacts 0 to 8 are discussed only verbally, and no details are written down. Then he quickly added that there are still some details. The appearance of the artifact resembles a pen that can write without ink. After this, Mr. Smith told our hero to find old Neil and asked him to make a list of documents to be read, noting that the man was previously an official member of the Hawks. The next minute, the young man began to think about how the pen could write without ink, suspecting that it had some kind of evil magical power. His thoughts were again interrupted by the captain, who said that first the young man needed to go to the accountant, Miss Oriana. She must give him an advance payment of 12s, and then the guy will receive half his salary every week until the difference is accounted for. Hearing this, Zhou Mingrui became embarrassed and said that this was too generous and there was no need for such an extent. With a smile on his face, Mr. Smith asked our hero if he really wanted to live in his current apartment, which doesn't even have a bathroom, or with the other residents of the house. Having carefully examined the young man's outfit, consisting of things from his father and brother, Smith said without embarrassment that he would need a new suit, cane, and hat. Pulling the cord that served as a bell, the man said that he would call Rosanna to take the guy to the accountant. Sitting at the table and dozing, the girl, hearing the bell, suddenly jumped up and began to swear. Running into the room, she heard the captain's order to take the young man to Miss Oriana. Closing her eyes, in a languid voice, the girl said that she would do everything immediately. As Zhou Mingrui left the office, he heard Mr. Smith call him again. The man said that when our hero visits Old Man Neil, he should not forget to take 10 bullets from him for hunting demons. The young man looked at the captain in horror, and he replied that if the guy faced any danger, he would be able to protect himself, especially since he had a Welsh revolver, which they were not going to confiscate. Handing over the document, Smith added that, firstly, obtaining bullets for hunting requires registration, and secondly, such measures will give the young man self-confidence. Smiling, the young man once again thanked his boss and said that now, in fact, everything is very clear to him. Before our hero had time to leave the office, the captain called out to him again, noting that the guy had never trained in shooting, and added that he should walk every day and receive 30 ordinary bullets. But in order to then go for training at shooting range number 3 on Zootland Street, for this he must first get a badge from Old Man Neil. Otherwise, he will not be allowed into the shooting range. While signing the documents, the captain noted that good marksmen can only be made through piles of spent cartridges, so one should not look down on this idea. Not even a minute had passed before Mr. Smith handed the new permit into the hands of our hero and asked if he really understood everything and was ready to go to the accountant. And in the next moment, he asked if this was really all, and if it was true that now he could go to the accountant. Walking down the corridor, Zhou Mingrui asked Roseanne if their boss was always as forgetful as this time. Looking at her interlocutor, the girl said that in fact he never forgets anything serious. Then she continued, Miss Orianda is a very kind person and easy to get along with. Her father is a watchmaker and he is really good at what he does. A few minutes later, they were already standing outside another office and Rosanna happily reported that they had come to the right place. Sitting on a chair, the woman greeted them and asked how she could help. At the same moment, the young man quickly introduced himself, noting that he was a newly hired civil servant, and the captain ordered him to receive his salary 4 weeks in advance, that is, 12 pounds. Still smiling, Miss Orianda said that the guy just needs to write his name on the advance slip or use his fingerprint. While handing over the money, she asked if it was true that the young man was invited, because he was involved in a paranormal incident and that he was a specialist. Smiling, the young man replied that this was true and noted that the woman's intuition did not let her down. Sitting in a chair and laughing, the accountant noticed that there was nothing strange in this, since she herself got into this organization in a similar way. After thinking for a while, the woman asked if the guy knew about the serial murders that caused a stir in their city 16 years ago, and added that if not for the timely arrival of the Hawks, she would have become the 6th victim. The young man said that if he was not mistaken, then this criminal collected the organs of his victims and was otherworldly, but he was caught, and only because he was preparing a demonic ritual. After thinking a little, the guy began to think about what kind of ritual it was and why he needed so many organs. Perhaps this was due to the fact that the criminal was otherworldly. The next minute, Joe Mingrui's thoughts flashed to the fact that his weekly salary was only £3, and now he was holding in his hands as much as 12. Noting to himself that these banknotes smelled nice and he loved them all, the young man said out loud that now it was time for him to go to the armory. Approaching a closed door, our hero knocked softly and heard someone say that he could enter. Looking at the young man, the man said that Rosanna just a couple of minutes ago told him that the young man was very well brought up and offered him a cup of coffee. With amazement in his voice, the young man asked why Mr. Neal drinks not coffee, but water. Smiling, the old man noted that he really doesn't drink coffee after 3 o'clock in the afternoon because otherwise he won't be able to sleep well at night and will hear the whispers of some unknown creature. After refusing the drink, the guy asked Mr. Neal what records or works he should clean up first. Pointing to some papers, the man said he needed more detailed historical records so he could understand what was going on and not miss out on too much context. After a moment's hesitation, the old man added that this page was from Roselle Gustav's diary, which was lost after his death. To keep everything secret, he wrote a page using strange symbols that he himself invented. Hearing this, the guy noted to himself that he was again encountering another mysterious character who had received a second chance. The man continued by saying that many people think that this man has actually become a god, so cults perform rituals in his honor, hoping to gain power. They found several copied pages from his diary, but so far no one has been able to decipher them. However, Mr. Neal was able to confirm that some symbols are used to represent numbers, which proves the authenticity of these pages. Now, he wants to match historical events with corresponding dates in the diary. Perhaps by doing this, he will be able to decipher more symbols. While the interlocutor was telling this story, Joe Mingrui had already begun to get acquainted with the page, realizing that it was most likely Chinese and also simplified. Reading the text, the guy realized that he couldn't make out anything. It was about some baby who had been found. Then it was unclear what digestion and action meant and where the abandoned land of the gods was. Seeing his confusion, the man noted that the 3 pages belonged to different time periods and added that Emperor Roselle only wrote down the year on New Year's Day. But at the moment, he does not know what year the records were and whether he made records for November and September. Realizing that the young man was completely lost in his own thoughts, Mr. Neal turned to him to bring him out of his thoughts. Sitting at the table, the young man honestly admitted that he had an attack of fantasy. He thought that he could be the chosen one, and really wanted to try to decipher the records. With understanding in his voice, the interlocutor said that the guy was actually still very young and that he himself once thought that he could be the chosen one. Zhou Mingrui hoped that there would be more pages, but the man said that incidents related to the otherworldly are few in number, and even metaphorical allusions from emperor admirers are even rarer. He added that the fact that they managed to get 3 pages was already a great success. Some of the other major cathedrals or dioceses may have several more. The next minute, Mr. Neal started talking about how the young man needed a shoulder holster because, as a gentleman, he was uncomfortable with having a large bulge below his waist. Our hero said that he had nothing of the kind and asked if he could ask the captain to add it to his request for equipment. With a calm tone in his voice, the man stated that they should just write it down, which is what they will do. Inquiring from Mr. Neal whether he was a teacher, the young man heard that he had once taught in Sunday schools, 3 churches, and free public schools. And again, our hero's thoughts returned to the emperor. The young man did not know where the remaining pages of the diary were, but he told himself that he had to find them. Looking at the shoulder holster, Joe Mingrui noted that it simply suited him perfectly. But the very next moment he grabbed his head, cursing himself for forgetting to ask about sequences and potions because he was distracted by the diary. However, a minute later these thoughts disappeared because a young man appeared in front of him. The guy politely greeted, while Joe Mingrui thought to himself that it was him. Our hero also said hello and said that he probably didn't need to introduce himself, knowing that information about his hiring had already spread throughout the organization. The interlocutor said that he had a very good opinion of the young man, adding that he had an excellent temperament. He also noted that his name was Leonard Mitchell, the 8th sequence, the Midnight Poet. Leaving, Leonard added that, firstly, the guy survived a difficult event, although he did not receive any protection, and only this makes him special, and secondly, he is in a hurry because he is replacing the captain at the post. In complete silence and immersed in his thoughts, Joe Mingrui climbed up the twisted stairs he had recently descended. However, Leonard, who was in such a hurry, suddenly stopped and thought about something. The next second he turned and asked his interlocutor if he had noticed anything strange. Realizing that there would be no answer, the young man thought to himself that, in fact, he thought so, which means that there is nothing unusual about Joe Mingrui. Looking at our hero, Rosanna told him that the captain told the young man not to appear in the office until Monday, until he sorted out his household affairs. The guy said out loud that everything was clear to him, but he thought to himself that the real Klein only got the opportunity to pass an interview at the university thanks to the assistant professor, but now he won't pass anything. If so, then you should go and admit it so as not to let anyone down and close this issue. The next minute, our hero asked the girl if she knew anything about the complete sequence of the Church of the Goddess of Eternal Night. With surprise in her voice, Rosanna asked a counter question whether the young man was really going to become otherworldly. The girl briefly explained that the complete sequence begins with the sleepless. These people do not need sleep, and at night they only become stronger. The deeper the night, the stronger they become. After thinking a little, Rosanna said that there are a great many of these sequences, and there is also a spiritual medium, but Neil can tell more about this. She added that it is better to be a civilian, since being an otherworlder is a great danger. The enemies of the otherworldly are not limited to cultists and dark sorcerers. The young man noted to himself that Captain and Mrs. Daly were otherworldly creatures of the seventh sequence, a nightmare and a spiritual medium. Additionally, high-sequence otherworlds are quite rare. This means that such people are considered one of the main weapons of the church, since they have great power. But the young man was glad that he had received more information, and when he collected more of it, perhaps he would be able to return to his homeworld. Walking down the street, our hero thought about leaving this for later, but now he decided to invite Melissa to a nice dinner to celebrate his new job. However, the next second, Joe Mingrui found himself thinking that he only had 3 pence left, and this was not even enough to travel home. And again, the idea came to the guy, get to where there is enough change and then walk, or alternatively, go to the bank and change money. But the guy refused this idea because, firstly, walking with a large amount of money is dangerous, and secondly, the bank charges a commission of 0.5% for exchanging banknotes for change, and this is a great luxury. But the very next moment, the young man noticed something and thought for a moment. In front of him was a clothing store, and this was just what he needed, because it was not good to start work in worn clothes. No wonder they paid him his salary. Entering the store, Joe Mingrui was met at the entrance by a young girl who politely greeted him and asked how she could help him. With a smile on his face, the young man said that he needed a good cane, heavy and strong. Taking out one of the canes, the seller said that the tip was inlaid with gold and cost 11 salts and 7 pence, and asked if the guy wanted to support it in his hands. Our hero agreed with pleasure, but thought to himself that this is a real robbery. Inlay with gold does not make this cane so valuable. Joe Mingrui refused this one, and then the girl began to offer various options that were somewhat cheaper, but all this also did not suit the guy. Finally, the seller produced a simpler cane and noted that it was made of ebony and also inlaid with silver, was as hard as steel, and cost only 7 sols and 6 pence. Taking it in his hands, the young man decided that this was exactly what he needed, although he was more focused on the price than on the appearance. Handing out the bill with some regret, our hero thanked the girl for the excellent consultation, but the very next second he asked if the store could give him a small discount. Still smiling, the girl said that it is not customary for them to give discounts. All products have a fixed price. Looking at the change, the young man said out loud that all the bills were absolutely genuine, and now he still had some change, which meant he had enough for his crew. The seller, in turn, looked carefully at the young man. It seemed that she had never seen such joy in the buyer, not for the purchase, but for the change. After reaching home, Joe Mingrui finally relaxed as he managed to arrive safely. The first thing he decided was that he should load his revolver, because the weapon could be needed at any moment. Having done this, the guy was happy to note that he had finally regained a sense of security. But before the young man had time to fully enjoy the feelings that overwhelmed him, he heard the creak of the door behind him. Turning to her brother, Melissa said that she would warm up the leftovers from yesterday's meal for him for dinner, adding that Benson would most likely return tomorrow. With joy in his eyes, the young man said that on the occasion of getting a job, he wanted to invite his sister to the Silver Crown restaurant, noting that he had heard about how delicious the food was there. Hearing this, Melissa opened her mouth in surprise and asked in surprise if the guy had an interview at Tangan University tomorrow. Joe Mingrui proudly announced that he would be working for a security company that searches and protects ancient relics, with a 5-year contract and a salary of £3 a week, and he had even been given an advance. Looking at her brother in amazement, the girl did not know what to say. On the one hand, she was glad, but on the other, her surprise knew no bounds. The next moment, Melissa said that the job sounded decent, but she did not understand why the guy was paid 4 weeks in advance. With the same joy, but with a bit of calm, the young man explained that they needed the money to move to another place. Stuttering, the beauty began to say that in fact they live quite well, of course. Sometimes she complains that she does not have her own bathroom, but this is just a bad habit. And then she added that her friend Jenny, as well as her entire family, and there are 5 people in total, should all sleep in the same room. Listening to his sister and her reasoning that it was not worth wasting his salary, the young man thought that such conditions suited him. But Melissa could not live this way, and besides, he needed more privacy. So the guy explained that, firstly, the job was stable, secondly, he would be looking for a city house, not a mansion, and thirdly, they could find something close to the Iron Cross Street. Then he added that there was no need to rush. They should at least wait for Benson. Otherwise, he might get scared and start wondering where his brother and sister had gone. However, the girl objected, saying that if Mr. Frankie found out that they were moving, he would not even let Benson on the doorstep and would force him to immediately return the keys. After a minute, Melissa began again to talk about how government is always unstable, which means that when it changes, people's financial situations can change. Despite this, she continued to say that if this was the case, then it was better for them to save some of the money and not waste it. Zhou Mingrui said with joy in his voice that then they would just celebrate his hiring and asked his sister to buy fish, beef, a jar of sauce, a bottle of ginger beer, and lemon pie. Walking in the middle of the street, our hero thought that Tiangan University is without a doubt one of the 2 most famous universities in the Kingdom of Lowen. The nearby Koi University absolutely pales in comparison as it has far fewer advantages. Going inside and approaching the door of the office, the young man slowly knocked on it. Standing in the room, Mr. Stone greeted our hero and said that there was still a whole hour left before the interview, asking why the guy came so early. With a smile, Zhou Mingrui said that he was pleased to be remembered and added that he would not participate in the interview since he had already found a job. Shaking hands with our hero, the man thanked him for coming and warning him, noting that he would inform the professor and senior associate professor about this. The next moment, a gray-haired man entered the room and, turning to the young man, asked whether it was true that he had found a job. Joyfully greeting Professor Cohen and Mr. Ozik, the young man asked what they were doing in this place. Ozik was the first to answer, saying that he and the professor came to take part in a scientific conference. The next minute, our hero spoke and said that he would work for a security company that searches, collects, and protects antiques. He added that the professor knows about his passion for history, but he is more interested in exploring it rather than generalizing it. With understanding in his voice, the man noted that everyone finds their own path and expressed joy that the guy came and informed everyone and did not just disappear. Turning to the young man again, Isaac asked if he knew that the robbers killed Naya and Welsh, which all the newspapers wrote about. Zhou Mingrui thought to himself that what the newspapers reported was not at all what actually happened, and said out loud that he had heard about it, but was not sure what really happened. The guy told everyone present that the 3 of them were deciphering the diary of the 4th era, but for the last few days he had been focusing on finding work and had not met with friends. Listening carefully to the young man, Isaac noted that he was very familiar with the word Antigone, but he could not remember where he had heard it before. The professor stated that he did not remember anything like this at all and had never read about it anywhere. Isaac said that perhaps Antigones is a word that just looks like something, and he confused it with something else. Zhou Mingrui asked his friends if they knew or remembered anything to contact him, since he was interested in the history of the 4th era. The men assured that they would do their best, noting that the conference was about to begin and they should be leaving. At the last minute, our hero asked his departing friends what exactly was written in the newspapers about Nye and Welsh. Realizing that it would take too long to explain, Isaac handed the young man a newspaper and said that all the information was contained in it, adding that he could write to them at Koi University. Standing on the street, the guy read to himself what the media wrote about how the murder scene was horrifying and all valuables were missing. Moreover, this was allegedly committed by a group of cruel and evil bandits who operate in the city. But the very next minute, Zhou Mingrui's thoughts went in a different direction as he suspected something. Standing motionless, the young man noted to himself that he was being secretly monitored. Deciding not to turn around, the young man was sure that it was not an illusion. He clearly felt it, believing that the ritual for increasing luck had strengthened his 6th sense. Approaching the cab driver, The young man first said that he needed an iron cross on the street, but then he changed his mind and said that he would go to Champagne Street. The guy thought that he could not go home until he knew the motives of those pursuing him, and therefore he should contact the Nighthawks, but do it carefully so that they would not be discovered. Standing in the square, the young man decided that he needed to go to the Tiangan headquarters of the Church of the Goddess of Eternal Night, the Cathedral of Saint Celine. Going inside, the young man heard the priest say that someone had neither food nor clothing, and naked they were suffering from the cold, because they were thoroughly wet from the pouring rains. The priest continued to say that the Eternal Night did not forget about them and showed mercy, although all this did not interest our hero. Zhou Mingrui listened carefully to his feeling and felt that he no longer felt the presence of people watching him. The next moment, someone turned to the young man and asked what he wanted to confess. Our hero honestly answered that he came here to find Dunn Smith because he knows for sure that this man will help him escape persecution. Addressing the guy, the voice told him to leave the confessional, turn right, and go to the very end, where he would find a secret door. When the young man enters it, someone will guide him further. Moving along the corridor, the guy remembered how Rosanna told him that if you turn left at the intersection and walk to Chanis, you can reach the Cathedral of Saint Celine. At this moment, he was walking behind a young man who told Zhou Mingrui to strictly follow him. The same man ordered the young man to head down and turn left at the intersection. Then he would reach the Chanisa gate. Having listened carefully to the interlocutor, our hero thanked him for his help. After some time, the young man was going down the stairs that he had walked along just a couple of days ago, realizing that he had managed to get onto the right road. Entering the reception room, our hero saw Rosanna reading there and, knocking on the table, joyfully greeted his new acquaintance. The girl, out of habit, began to greet the client, but the next minute she asked the young man why he came here, because his working day had not yet begun. With a slight grin, the guy said that he should definitely meet with the captain, since the matter was urgent. Rosanna explained that the young man couldn't just break into the office. First, he had to knock on the door. She immediately added that the captain was at home. Entering the already familiar office, our hero saw Mr. Smith sitting at the table and reading a newspaper, and greeted him. The captain, hearing that someone was watching the guy, asked if it was true that he got to them through the cathedral. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Mingrui noted that this was indeed the case. This was the first thing that came to his mind. Mr. Smith said there could be several reasons. Firstly, Welsh's father might not believe the cause of death and hire a private detective. Secondly, it may be related to the diary. He explained that they are trying to find out where Welsh got the diary. Of course, they cannot forget that other individuals or organizations may also be looking for it. Then the captain told the guy not to worry, to return the same way he came, and then do whatever he wanted. The young man could not believe his ears. How could it be that he would not receive any help? He asked again what he should do. Putting the cup on the table, Smith once again noted that the guy is free to do whatever he wants, but of course he should not scare people and act against the law. Going out into the street, Zhou Mingrui noted to himself that the anxious feeling had returned to him again, not understanding why he was not being watched in the cathedral, because that would have been more rational. Besides, there was no reason for the person tailing our hero to simply not enter the cathedral, unless he had a dark past or was afraid of the church, afraid that the bishop would sense the presence of outside forces. Unlike his boss, the young man did not think that we were talking about a private detective, since they act with slightly different methods. The next moment, the guy stopped in front of a sign indicating that the Zootland Shooting Club was located here. Handing over the token to the administrator, the young man decided that now was the time to visit this place. He understood that since he was being watched and he had enough time, it would not be a bad idea to learn a little self-defense. Within a few minutes, once inside the shooting range, Zhou Mingrui began shooting at targets, noting that he was doing pretty well. Holding the revolver in his hands, the guy noted to himself that now he not only hits the target but also shoots closer to the center. As he walked up the stairs, the young man heard the administrator say that he was looking forward to his next visit as a permanent member of the club. Standing on the street, the guy thought with disappointment that the disturbing feeling that he was being watched had returned again. But he understood that he could not wander around the street all day, and so it was time to return home. Opening the door to the room, our hero did not dare to go in, because there was someone there whom he hardly expected to see. It was the older brother Benson. Greeting our hero, whom he called Klein, he asked how his interview went. Having gone inside, the guy admitted that everything was simply disgusting, and he had nothing to add. Realizing that the prank was a success, the young man explained that he was not at the interview because he had found another job, listed all its privileges, and added that they should look for a new place to move. Holding his head, Benson noted that the job sounded good and suddenly felt confused, as if his child had just grown up. The next minute, our hero began to argue that there are 20 salts in 1 pound, and 1 salt is 12 pence, and that this is one of the most confusing and incorrect currency systems in the world. Supporting this idea, the elder brother said that it was so, but in order to develop a normal currency system, you need to be able to use the decimal system, and few people can do this. A moment later, Benson said that Klein had become a completely different person over the past few days and had even developed a sense of humor. Sitting at the table, the guys praised the lady, meaning the goddess of the Black Night. As he began the meal, Benson noted that what his younger brother had prepared was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. But the next moment, his sister intervened, making a remark that Welsh had taught him to cook this way. Seeing his sister eating pudding on an empty stomach, Joe Mingrui said that pudding tastes much better when you start your meal with it. However, throwing the pudding over both cheeks, the girl noticed that this was not at all important, since the pudding itself was very tasty. In the evening, the guys discussed the need to find a new home, laughing at the fact that their current landlord, Mr. Frankie, is a rather stupid and ignorant person who is only interested in money. Having laughed, the young people went to bed. Joe Mingrui was calm, since his elder brother was with him that night, and there was nothing to worry about. However, the guy did not have time to fall asleep soundly, as he suddenly saw Mr. Smith in front of him and heard him calling him, repeating his name over and over again. Having opened one eye, the guy did not understand what had happened. There was no one else in the room except him and his brother. Then where did his boss come from? Having looked around carefully, the young man actually saw the captain in front of him, not understanding how he managed to get into his dream. Without any preamble, the man stated that someone had broken into the young man's room, and if so, he should take a revolver and force the unknown person to go out into the corridor. They would take care of the rest. Opening his eyes and turning his head, Joe Mingrui noticed a man standing near the table and looking out the window. The guy noted to himself that the captain was not mistaken, since there really was someone in the room, and the intentions of this person were unknown. Seeing the man rummaging through the box, the young man put a revolver to his back and politely greeted him. Looking at the stranger, the young man commanded him to raise his hands up and turn around, and then try to move as slowly as possible. He added that he was a little cowardly, and if a man scared him, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't accidentally pull the trigger. The stranger was silent, and our hero suggested that he discuss everything on the street so as not to disturb the sleeping people, but he noted to himself that he had the feeling that a ferocious wild animal was looking at him. And again he continued, telling the man to move even slower. Step more quietly, like a gentleman. The young man thought to himself that if he made even the slightest mistake, the stranger might tear him to pieces. The very next moment, our hero took the man to the door and forced him to slowly open it to go out into the corridor. However, something happened that the guy did not expect. The stranger broke out and began to run. Looking at the fugitive with horror, the guy thought about what he needed to do. On the one hand, he understood that he should shoot, but on the other, he did not want to wake up his sleeping brother. A moment later, a bang was heard, which made Benson wake up. But, looking at his brother who had fallen asleep again, the young man noted to himself that thanks to Mr. Smith, the guy fell asleep again without understanding anything. Walking out into the corridor, the captain told the young man not to worry, since he had everything sorted out. It took him some time to enter his brother's dreams. Remaining motionless, Joe Mingrui asked his boss if he knew anything about this unknown. Looking at the interlocutor, the man said that this man is from an ancient organization called a secret order. The diary of the Antigonus family is also from them. He continued that due to negligence, the diary ended up on the market where Welsh was able to get it, and these people again began to hunt for him. They, in turn, hunt for their organization. When they realize that they have taken matters into their own hands, they will forget about the diary, but only if it is not something particularly important to them. Listening to this, Joe Mingrui wondered what would happen if the diary was not just important for these people, but critically important. The captain said that they know practically nothing about the order and found it thanks to our hero, but he has a unique opportunity to look for the diary himself. Looking at the guy, the captain asked if he still wanted to become a member of the Hawks, noting that he could only choose starting potions from an incomplete sequence. Plucking up courage, the guy asked which potions of the 9th sequence he could choose from. The captain began to tell that in addition to the potion of the one who does not sleep, the church has 3 more formulas of the 9th sequence. The first is the Priest of Secrets. This potion allows you to gain mystical knowledge. A person will be able to understand magic and feel mysterious entities more easily. The second is a corpse collector. It gives resistance to cold, decay, and corrosion, and also gives knowledge and the ability to see certain spirits and improves the physical characteristics of the person who takes the potion. The third potion is the seer. It makes it possible to study astrology, tell fortunes by cards, use spiritual pendulums, and predict the future. And that's not all. Having heard about the seer, the young man noted to himself that he remembered the mention of this in the diary of Emperor Roselle. Mr. Smith continued to say that in terms of mystical knowledge, the seer is superior to the priest of secrets, but his combat effectiveness is much lower. Moreover, they only have the ninth part of the seer's sequence, and it is unknown whether the Holy Council has other formulas from this sequence. While pondering his choice, the guy heard the captain say that, regardless of the choice, none of the Hawks would object or try to change his decision, which he should report on Monday. As he departed, the captain added that the young man should ask his heart what it wanted, although our hero understood that it was difficult for him to make a choice, but it was easier than choosing a profession. Zhou Mingrui knew that he had to gain otherworldly powers if he wanted to improve his chances of returning home. On the same day, the young man found an advertisement for a house with 6 rooms, 2 balconies, and a garden for £1 and 6 souls a week. Standing in front of the mirror, the young man, turning to his sister, said that this was their home for the future. She also suggested looking for a budget house in the Tingon Association for the improvement of living conditions. With sadness in his voice, the young man noted that such companies are engaged in charity and their requirements are too strict. Firstly, you should be vaccinated. And secondly, you should take turns cleaning the building together with other residents. In addition, subletting is prohibited, and you should try not to litter. Poor people can't afford vaccinations. They don't have a stable source of income. They can't sublet. They have to pay their own rent, and they have to do whatever they're told to survive. Listening to the story, the brother remembered that Melissa had said that it was not strange that Jenny no longer allowed her to visit her after their family moved to Lower Street. The next minute, the young man said that everything would work out, but their main goal for the coming days was to find new and good housing. Approaching a house, the guys were met by a young man who said that on Narcisov Street, where they were located, there was a new housing project to improve living conditions. Going inside, Nash said that the entrance to the residential unit is connected to the living room, which has a large window. In addition, the living room can be used as a reception room, the kitchen is on the right, and there is a large fireplace on the left. The second floor has 4 rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a small balcony. There is also a storage room in the basement. The rent is 13 souls per week, plus furniture fees and security deposit. Listening carefully to the man, Zhou Mingrui asked if they wanted to directly buy this house, how much it would cost them. Nash said that of course buying is much cheaper than renting and the house would go on to sell for around 850 talents, but the property is not currently for sale. Listening to the interlocutor, the guy figured out in his mind how much he would need to save for this house, taking into account the salaries in the family, and came to the conclusion that it would take 29 years, realizing that without a mortgage, it would be very difficult. The next second, our hero became thoughtful and carefully looked at the reaction of his family. Looking at his sister, he understood that she was delighted with this place. However, given that the girl did not work, she was afraid to somehow express her own opinion on this matter. The next minute, the guy said that the lighting in the dining room was bad and the balcony was too small. The furnishings are shabby and outdated, and if they decide to move, they will have to replace at least half of the furniture. Continuing in the same vein, he noted that there was a fireplace in only one room. With a business-like air, he said that they should look for someone who would show them another property, and already began to leave. However, Mr. Nash, realizing that he was losing customers, asked not to rush to leave, noting that they could lower the rent a little. 10 minutes later, shaking the man's hand, the young man said that the weekly rent would be 12 souls, and the use of furniture would cost 3 pennies and a deposit of £2, all of which was included in the contract. With a smile on his face, the guy said that Mr. Nash was a pleasure to deal with. That same evening, our hero, having convinced the former landlord to terminate the lease, was able to move to a new house. Having put it in order, the guys happily noted that this was now their new home. All 3, satisfied, looked at each other. It seemed that they had never been so joyful and team-like. Rosanna, who appeared in the office on Monday, looked at the young man and asked whether it was too hot for him to wear formal clothes in such weather. Taking off his hat, the young man said that style required certain sacrifices, and thought to himself that this suit had cost him as much as £8. The next moment, the young man asked where their boss was, and upon learning that he was there, he decided to visit him. Having made himself more comfortable in the chair, Joe Mingrui began to say that he knew exactly what he wanted to choose. Gathering his thoughts and taking a deep breath, our hero said that he had weighed all the points and wanted to become, and fell silent again for a moment. And then he sharply said that he had chosen a seer for himself. This is what he is really interested in, what he wants. Looking carefully at his interlocutor, the commander noted that when he took the potion, it would be too late to regret his decision. The young man boldly stated that he understood this, but still decided to listen to his inner instincts, as the commander advised. The next second, getting up from his seat, Mr. Smith told the young man to follow him, as they would go into the dungeon. Going down the stairs, the guy said that he remembers that taking the potion will give the opportunity to learn, but this is not the knowledge itself. Then where will it come from? After all, their predecessors risked their lives to obtain this knowledge, or it came from some other sources. The captain explained that one of the ways is through experimentation, the second is what is given by the gods, and the third is the knowledge that a person begins to hear after taking the potion. He added that sometimes it reveals pieces of mystical knowledge, but one must understand that those who hear whispers for a long time eventually go crazy, so the notes left behind are a very important asset. In his mind, Joe Mingrui thought that they were like guinea pigs, while at the same time he wondered if the whispers he heard during the ritual would have the same effect. Approaching the door, the captain said that this is an alchemy room, and the guy should go inside and watch Neil prepare the potions. The main thing you need to know is the process. Suddenly, the captain added that they were allowing the guy to become an otherworldly because he would face danger while searching for the diary. But so far, he had not contributed enough to join the main cast. Once again, the captain said that everyone would treat him the same, the only difference being that he would learn mysticism from Neil. Our hero thought to himself that it would be nice if his salary were increased, but the next moment Mr. Smith said that he forgot to tell him something. The man noted that they had studied some of the activities associated with the order, and therefore they would not be bothered by hawks for a while, but the guy still should not let his guard down. While it is impossible to confirm the significance of what is written in the diary, they can definitely say that it has something in common with the corrupt nobles of the Solomon Empire. Listening to this, the young man thanked his boss and decided to himself that for his own safety he needed to become otherworldly as soon as possible. A minute later, Joe Mingrui was already in the large alchemy room where he was to undergo training. Looking around, the guy noted that it all looked like a modern chemical laboratory, which had everything necessary. But a moment later, his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the already familiar Neil. Looking at the guy, the old man said that he didn't think that our hero would choose the seer's potion, noting that he was no mistake and very much resembled himself in his youth. Listening carefully to the elderly man, the guy greeted him and said that he was glad to see him. The man asked the young man to come closer, explaining that they would now prepare a potion. Neil said that for potions below the 7th sequence, you need to use the ingredients according to the formula, without performing any rituals or casting spells. The seer's potion includes 100 ml of pure water, 13 drops of night vanilla extract, then add 7 leaves of golden mint, 3 drops of poisonous hemlock juice, and 9 grams of dragon's blood herb powder. While the guy noted that the smell was quite mystical, Neil continued to say that these are still auxiliary ingredients. If you add more or less, the final effect of the potion will not change. Particular precision is needed for the remaining ingredients: lava squid blood and star water crystal. The man said that you can add a little less, but not more. If you add less, the promotion will fail, and if you add more, the mind will become clouded, and the person may die. Looking at the glass of the finished potion, Joe Mingrui asked if he should just drink it and not perform any rituals. Still smiling, the old man joked, noting that the young man could drink a glass of wine, smoke a cigarette, or even dance. Having a wonderful sense of humor, the guy said out loud that this was funny, but thought to himself that he had a strong desire to hit his interlocutor. However, in the next moment, Neil said in a stern voice that the young man should not worry. The more he worries and fears, the higher the likelihood that the effect of the potion will be negative. Realizing that delay would not yield anything, the guy took the glass from the old man's hands and began to drink the prepared potion. But a moment later, something inexplicable began, because the young man heard 2 strange words, Phlegria and Hornasis, but did not understand who was pronouncing them. Covering his head with his hands, our hero realized that something was wrong with him, but did not know what exactly. Suddenly, Neil spoke, who stated that the young man's vision was now unusual. In addition, he could now hear things that were previously inaccessible to him. Hunching over, the young man said that it was true and asked the old man what to do next. The mentor explained that the poor health is due to the fact that the guy cannot yet control the force coming out, and therefore he must think about one simple object. You should focus your attention on it and continue to imagine it in your thoughts over and over again. Within a few minutes, Neil noted that the young man was probably feeling better. He confirmed this and asked if it was true that everything had worked out for him. Presenting the mirror to the hero, the man told him to look carefully at his eyes. He then stated that he congratulated the guy. He had become not only a seer, but also otherworldly. The mentor noted that the change in the young man's eyes is a sign of the potion's power. As soon as he learns to think, his eyes will return to normal. When asked when a young person could start working on reflection, Neil said that if he wanted, he could start immediately. The man explained that first, Joe Mingrui must imagine an object in his head. This is the first stage. Then he needs to clear his mind and imagine an object that does not exist in the real world. Listening to his mentor, who said that it was quite expected for a seer if his meditations went well, the young man thought about the unusual spheres of light created by his meditations. But before he had time to think about it properly, he again heard the voice of Neil, who said that he would now teach the young man a simple but useful ability. After a short silence, Neil said that we are talking about spiritual vision. For this, the young man must put his hands in front of his eyes, bring his index fingers towards each other, but not let them touch. Then you should focus your vision and watch your fingers, moving them, but without letting them touch or letting them out of your field of vision. While doing this exercise, Joe Mingrui saw light appear between his index fingers. It was about him that the mentor inquired the next minute, noting that this was the first step towards spiritual vision. And while the guy was still practicing, he would tell him about the meaning of different colors. He said that in the teachings of mysticism, the spiritual part of a person is divided into 4 levels, from the inner layer to the outer layer, the spiritual body, the astral projection, the heart and mind body, and the etheric body. The color that the young man sees is the etheric body. In a healthy person, it is balanced and covered with white. The head and surface of the brain are violet. The throat and nervous system are blue. The digestive system is yellow. The heart and other regulatory systems are green. The excretory system is orange. And the limbs and other parts responsible for movement are red. If any of the colors change, it means that the corresponding part of the body is exhausted or sick. Carefully studying Nile, the young man realized that, in addition to the bright purple color around his head, the entire shell was dull, which was probably due to old age, but the next moment he screamed loudly. Addressing the mentor, our hero said that behind him there was a pair of huge eyes. Mr. Neil assured the guy that he should not worry, since this was one of the many signs of ritual magic. The guy sighed, but thought to himself that spiritual vision is just an improved version of the yin-yang eye. Then do dead and inanimate things have a spiritual part? Looking at his mentor, the young man asked if there were parts of the soul in the material obtained from the unusual creature, if it was already dead. The man replied that it was little more than a remnant of a soul. This fact was crucial to the preparation of the potion, and it was also one of the reasons why the Beyonders lost control. Zhou Mingrui did not let up, and therefore asked, if the spiritual world embraces everything, why does he feel nothing except this box? To which old Neil replied that they were under the Church of the Night Goddess. Did he really think that they would allow spirits to wander in such a place? Having listened carefully to the mentor and agreed with him, the young man still began to complain of strong pulsation in the forehead and cutting pain. The old man was silent, and therefore our hero turned to him again and again. However, opening one eye, he noticed something strange. The young man saw a transparent silhouette above the man, and he explained that this was normal, since the guy had just become otherworldly, and the use of spiritual vision took a heavy toll on the body. This may be the cause of hallucinations. Moreover, Joe Mingrui may be affected by people's emotions, so he should use the new ability sparingly. The next moment, looking closely at his mentor, the young man thought to himself that perhaps there really was something here, not believing that it was just an illusion. And a minute later, the guy asked how to stop using spiritual vision and how to deactivate it. Mr. Neil said the guy should close his eyes and think about the object as he did before, then snap out of it by telling himself to stop repeatedly. Then open the eyes. The spiritual vision will no longer be active. This method is complex, but when the young man practices, he can choose a simpler method, like a regular switch. The man added that one can start and stop seeing spiritual vision by double-tapping the area between the eyebrows. Having started to try a new technique, the guy heard the old man say that it was all really based on personal habits and preferences. The young man finally understood what his mentor meant when he kept saying that they were not immortal, and after a lot of practice, they needed to sleep. Neil added that it was best for the young man to return home and rest. During the day, he could look around and look for clues related to the diary, and tomorrow they would continue. As he walked up the stairs, Joe Mingrui thought that the first lesson went well enough and he liked everything. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind him, who said that Mr. Neal told him that he had become accustomed very quickly to reflection and spiritual vision. Turning around and smiling, the young man noted that, most likely, this was a special privilege of the seer. The captain continued, noting that curiosity kills, and therefore the guy must ignore whispers he should not hear and creatures he should not see. After thinking a little, our hero said that he understood. He should not try to delve into the otherworldly, since this could end badly. Only a couple of hours had passed, and Joe Mingrui was already at home, happy that his first day of work had gone well enough. Falling onto the bed, the young man said out loud that the training had exhausted him as much as possible, and it was good that he came home early. However, the very next moment, picking up the watch and looking at the time, he noted that today was Monday, which means it was meeting time. Having been transported through the looking glass, our hero politely greeted his new acquaintances, Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man. The guys politely greeted each other, while Joe Mingrui thought that Audrey was not afraid of him at all, and was not afraid that he might be a bad person. Therefore, the very next minute, he decided to check whether his spiritual vision was working in this place. The guy realized that Justice was happy, but a little worried. At the same time, she was just a lively young lady. The hanged man was calm, thoughtful, and cautious, but for some reason a little dissatisfied. But the very next moment, Joe Mingrui noticed the hanged man's astral projection. Realizing that he was not only otherworldly, but perhaps even stronger than his mentor Neil. Our hero didn't have time to think about anything else, because Audrey asked the hanged man if he had received a box of the ghost shark's blood. The young man thanked the blonde and said that this fully met his expectations, and if so, he would tell her the formula for the observer's potion. With complete calm in his voice, the jester, as the boss, said that then we could begin. Alger Wilson began to explain what ingredients were included in the composition, and then noted that before preparing the potion, you need to take time and conduct some experiments. Moreover, after a girl uses the tincture, she must constantly think, only in this way can she understand and extract the necessary knowledge. Looking at everyone gathered, including our hero, Audrey said that everything was clear to her. Moreover, she had a teacher who could help with this issue. But suddenly the jester intervened in the conversation, who noted that it is important not only to understand, but also to assimilate, not only to extract, but also to act. In addition, the names of potions are not just symbolic, it is their image. The blonde looked at her interlocutor carefully, and it seemed that she did not fully understand the meaning of his words. At the same time, the hanged man reflected that these words are very wise, since actions are the key to everything. He thanked the young man out loud and said that he did not yet fully understand the meaning of the words, but he was sure that this clue would help him figure out many things. The next moment, Justice spoke and asked the jester what he wanted to get from them in return. The guy replied that he wanted them to help him collect the contents of Roselle Gustav's diary, noting that even one page would be useful to him. With amazement, the blonde said that many people say that the diary is written using the invented symbols of the emperor and no one knows how to read them, then how to convey its contents. At this moment, Alger Wilson thought about how the young man could confirm that this was the emperor's diary. Perhaps he himself figured out how to read the symbols. Our hero knew that the symbols were very difficult to understand. Moreover, finding the pages of the diary was also not easy. The problem was also that the guys could not understand Chinese characters, which meant how they would figure out the authenticity of the recordings. After a minute, the jester told the interlocutors to think about the sentences, imagine what they should write, and then take a pen and paper and start writing. Justice realized that she had to write alone, and when she picked up the pen, she was surprised to note that it was moving on the paper itself. Having finished, the blonde asked Mr. Jester if he could read her thoughts. With calm in his voice, the guy said that he was simply guiding and simplifying the process, but until the guys wished, nothing would happen. The hanged man spoke next, noting that the lady should not worry. After becoming an observer, her memory will improve. She should also remember that for the observer, the world is a game. Hearing this, our hero wondered if the observer required the user to be objective and neutral. Could this be the action the emperor was referring to? Justice spoke again, noting that she would try to collect more and more pieces of the diary. The jester, in turn, said that the payment he gave to the two was only enough for 2 pages each. If they found more, he would add something interesting from his side. The jester noted to himself that there would be a mutually beneficial circle between them, so no one would be left deprived. And then the guys began to discuss not only Roselle, but also the fact that the Order had lost a diary that belonged to the Antigonus family. This news interested the Hanged Man, who asked how the Church of the Night Goddess responded to this news. The girl immediately asked why the young man was so interested in the church's reaction. The Hanged Man explained that the Antigone family was destroyed by the Church of the Night Goddess around the end of the Fourth Age. Hearing this, our hero noted to himself that for the Hawk, the diary was a much more important thing than he could imagine. He was allowed to become otherworldly for this very reason. Audrey spoke again, saying that after their defeat in the battle on the east coast of Valum, the king and prime minister were under great stress. They believed that the government structure was chaotic. When the ruling party changes, most of the government workers will be replaced. It is very inefficient, but there is no better system. The jester continued this thought by saying that if examinations were to be held open to every member of the public, administrative positions in the government could be given to those who pass them. The political seats of the winning party are the piece of cake they deserve. Exams will be held every 3 years and people may change over time. This way, the kingdom can continue to work effectively regardless of the party. With joy in her voice, the girl said that it all sounded like it could really work, noting that Mr. Jester was most likely an old man with a lot of life experience and outstanding wisdom. Our hero noted to himself that if justice promotes this idea, then he will be able to send Benson to take exams and find out the real identity of the blonde. At this point, the young man suggested ending their meeting and getting together as soon as possible. Lying in bed, Joe Mingrui reasoned that he now had the power to touch the crimson stars. As he carefully examined his hand, he also wondered if he should try to summon another person. Sitting at home, Audrey recalled that the Hanged Man told her that the last 2 ingredients came from unusual creatures living in the sea, and they must be added strictly according to the formula. The girl could hardly believe that she had managed to get the recipe for the potion, realizing that she had to hurry and write down the observer's formula before she forgot it. The blonde decided that she would first look for ingredients in the family treasury, and what she couldn't find, she would try to buy. If this does not work out, she will wait until the next meeting and ask Mr. Jester and Mr. Hanged Man for help. And the very next moment, looking at Susie's dog, the girl noted that she had done her mission well. She thought that in stories and detective stories there are always capable and reliable assistants, and that after taking the observer's potion, the beauty would need the help of a big dog. Sitting in his office, Alger Wilson told himself that all this was very mysterious, because he was unable to obtain any information. Despite all his preparations, he was never able to find out anything about the identity of the jester. Walking down the street, Joe Mingrui noted that the captain and crew were carefully looking for Welsh, and therefore it was unlikely that he would be able to find clues to the whereabouts of the diary there. The young man wanted to think more about the new man's reserves, but decided that he had other things to worry about. The next moment, the young man's attention was attracted by the Prediction Club. The young man decided that it was there that he could learn to act as a seer. Going inside, the guy was greeted by a nice lady who said that her name was Angelica and asked the young man if he wanted to know his fate or if he wanted to join the club. Hearing that the young man was interested in joining, the secretary said that to do this, he needed to fill out a series of forms and pay a membership fee, which was 5 souls. Then you will have to pay 1 soul annually. Participants can use their equipment as they wish, enjoy free tea, lessons, and buy courses at low prices. In his head, Joe Mingrui thought that this sounded good, but he had run out of money. But the young man was attracted by the fact that if he wanted to hear his fortune told, he would have to pay. Showing the notebook, Angelica said that the participants set the prices themselves, and therefore the young man can read information about them and choose someone. Looking carefully at the notes, our hero noted to himself that many fortune tellers charge too much. Their price is about 4 souls. That's why the guy gave preference to a newcomer, Mr. Glacius, who charges 2 pence for his services. Looking into one of the rooms, the secretary told the guy that a visitor wanted to get his prediction. The young man was clearly embarrassed, but was pleased that someone decided to contact him. He said that he wanted to choose a topaz fortune-telling room because he really loves topazes. Sitting at the table, Mr. Glacius said that he wanted to be frank and admitted that fortune-telling was his hobby, so he wanted to give a free session. Hearing this, our hero noted that the young man was a very honest gentleman and that he already liked it. Holding his head, Joe Mingrui, turning to his interlocutor, said that he thought that he had a good and well-paid job. In turn, Mr. Glacius asked if our hero wanted the fortune teller to tell him about his health. The young man thought to himself something about the fortune teller's lungs. However, the guy said that he wanted to find out about the location of one object. Hearing this, the interlocutor noted that the young man should relax and repeat this question to himself. After shuffling the cards, Mr. Glacius asked the guy to turn over the top card. If the image on it was upside down, the young man would not be able to find this item. If the image is in the correct position, he will continue the prediction and try to indicate the location. Noticing that the jester fell out, our hero thought that this was a strange coincidence. He remembered that the hanged man said that fortune-telling is a way of obtaining results and communication between spirituality and the spiritual world. Looking at the inverted card, the fortune-teller said that he was very sorry because the thing would not be found. However, Joe Mingrui asked if he could find out if the item had fallen into anyone's hands. After performing the same manipulation and revealing the star map, Mr. Glacius stated that this meant that the thing had not yet been found. Seeing that our hero was putting something on the table, the young man noted that he had said that the prediction would be free. But the young man added that this was the minimum respect he showed for fortune-telling. Hearing this, Mr. Glacius thanked him for his generosity. And a moment later, Joe Mingrui turned to the fortune-teller and told him to go to the doctor as soon as possible, who should carefully check his lungs. Looking at the guy leaving, Mr. Glacius could not understand whether the young man was a doctor or whether it was a not very funny joke. The next day, upon arriving at work, our hero was greeted by a young man. Looking carefully at Leonard, the guy asked him why he was here and where was Roseanne. With a smile on his face, the colleague said that she was on shift in the armory, but he wanted to ask the guy something. Collecting his thoughts, Leonard asked why, when Naya and Welsh committed suicide, he went home so easily. Looking at his interlocutor, Joe Mingrui suggested that perhaps this was due to the fact that an unknown entity wanted him to hide the diary somewhere. Rising from his seat, the colleague stated, "If the suicide of the three of them was for the sake of erasing clues, why did this creature not force them to destroy the diary?" And again, the guy said that this entity likes victims, and she wanted to repeat similar situations, which is why she forced him to take the diary. And the failure of the murder itself was accidental. Leonard added that the explanation was not bad, but it could also be that the diary itself could give rise to evil, and with the help of the guy's blood, it could begin to grow. This entity decided to take the young man away because it began to worry that the Hawks would be able to stop him before evil was born. He also added that it was possible that the diary was destroyed to hide its contents or to hide the birth of evil, in which case that would be a good enough explanation for the botched murder. Our hero thought to himself that this guy was suspicious of him, perhaps thinking that Klein's body was used to awaken evil or something similar. He said out loud that he really didn't remember anything, and therefore could not defend himself, but the captain and the others said that he was clean. He also added that all these jokes were not funny. Sitting back down in his chair, Leonard stated that he needed to know this to believe that the goddess was always watching over them, protecting them, and blessing them. Then he asked why the guy had come. As he was leaving, our hero stated that he needed to take some bullets from the armory to practice shooting. It seemed that Leonard still wanted to ask something, but decided to leave the conversation for next time. Approaching the house, Joe Mingrui thought about how quickly time flies. He didn't even notice that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and noted to himself that he needed to buy food later. Suddenly, on the threshold, he met Melissa, who said that she thought that the brothers would come late. So in the morning, she took one salt from the place where they hide the money and went to the store in the evening. The young man asked if she had money, why she didn't order a carriage then, and whether she was at school. In an indignant voice, the lady replied that a trip to school and back costs 8 pence, and if you add the brothers' trips, it comes out to more than 12 souls every week, and that's how much it costs to rent a house. Stopping his sister, Joe Mingrui explained that, firstly, they can afford it, and secondly, even if they eat well every day, they will have extra money. But Melissa again objected, saying that they should consider that some kind of accident might happen. The brother explained that instead of spending 100 minutes on the road, it is better to use this time to study and improve your results in order to find a great job. The next morning, as Melissa left home, she said she was going to school and wished her brother a good day. Stopping her, the young man warned her to remember their conversation that took place the day before. Simply put, the young man forbade his sister to waste time on such long and exhausting walks, which are not even such. Crossing her arms and making a dissatisfied grimace, the brunette declared that she remembered everything and would do as her brother said. Arriving at the alchemy room and greeting Neil, our hero immediately heard a question about whether he had heard something that he should not have heard. The guy honestly said that he was sleeping, but he thinks that his perception is not very good, but the interlocutor noted that it is not so easy to hear their conversation, and therefore he should not worry. The next moment, the mentor suggested not to waste time and start, but before that, he said that he wanted to teach the young man one interesting trick. The man said that while he was going around his duty facilities, the guy should make 2 cups of coffee and put something bad in one of them. It could be anything. Looking carefully at the cups, our hero thought for a long time about what to put so that the old man would not guess. After some time, Mr. Neal returned, saw the joyful face of his student, and realized that he had prepared everything. Approaching the cups and wrapping the chain with the pendulum around his hand, the man looked resolutely at the resulting substance. Then he began to check one of the cups, and the pendulum suddenly began to swing in different directions. In less than a minute, Mr. Neal stated that there was something bad in the cup he was working with. Looking at his mentor in amazement, the young man asked if the reason was really the moonstone, and that the prediction was so accurate thanks to him. The man said that it is a pendulum that is used to predict good and bad things. Counterclockwise movement means bad, and clockwise movement is good. The mentor also said that if the pendulum does not move, then the object is neutral, and suggested that the young man write something on a piece of paper, but not a question. Zhou Mingrui, just in case, asked whether the sentence should be definite and not carry uncertainty. Grinning, the guy said that he should save some money to buy everything he needed for this practice. With calm in his voice, the old man explained that otherworlders do not always get higher salaries, and therefore this must be compensated for by other opportunities. Hearing such a statement, the young man perked up, noting that if this was so, then he would go to the captain and submit an application for a free pendulum. The next moment, he added that he added some dirt from his own shoes to the coffee, as it looked like coffee powder. Hearing this, the mentor spit out his coffee in surprise and told the guy to immediately pour out the drink. The next minute, in response to Neil's question about what symbolism is, Zhou Mingrui noted that it is a feeling that cannot be described by relying on the 5 senses. These are revelations and experiences that are difficult or impossible to convey in words. They appear as abstract symbols or images, and all of these have many types of meanings. The mentor said that only after the young man had studied symbolism could he embark on the path of mysticism, adding that the images on tarot cards were also created to interpret revelations. Continuing his studies, the old man took out a white sheet of paper on which a symbol was depicted and asked if the young man knew what it was. After looking carefully at the picture, the guy decided that these were some kind of eyelashes, which he told the old man. But a minute later, I learned that this was a symbol of the constellation of an unprecedented harvest. Zhou Mingrui honestly admitted that the name of the constellation was very simple, but he thought to himself that it was tasteless and old-fashioned. The man stated that the emperor wanted to change the names of the constellations, introducing themes such as Cancer and Scorpio, but he could not cope with the power of tradition. Then the mentor said that by the next lesson, the young man should learn the selection of spells to create a crystal ball and understand how to draw an astrolabe for predictions. Mr. Neal noted that the guy should practice as much as he can, and in addition, do not forget about cognition in order to reveal secrets and eliminate evil influences. Listening to his mentor, our hero assured that everything was clear to him. Getting up from his seat, the guy admitted that he plans to join the fortune-telling club as soon as he has extra money in order to become a real seer. The old man happily noted that the young man was like Daly, who was constantly improving, and asked why spend his own money. It would be better to go to Dan and tell the Hawks to pay for the young man. The man added that there are many cultists and heretics in such clubs, and it will become easier to monitor them, which is an important task for the organization. However, the young man was more interested not in this, but in the fact that the Hawks would be able to pay for him, although the old man joked here too, noting that if the young man did not want to, he could continue to spend his money. Reading Zhou Mingrui's statement, the captain said that he needed a spiritual pendulum and payment of a membership fee to a fortune-telling club in the northern region. Then, looking up from the document, the captain asked if old Neil had told him everything. After hearing confirmation, he said that he was going to apply for funding from July to September, and the pendulum could be picked up in the afternoon. In response to the guy's question about why the report was not filed in June, because this is logical, Mr. Smith said that then he had 3 major cases, and he was so busy that he completely forgot about it. Zhou Mingrui noted to himself that this was quite expected from a forgetful captain. At this very time, but in another city, a joyful Audrey was running around the room and shouting that she had done everything. Because she really had talent, she completed the potion on the first try. Holding the bottle in her hands, she said that she was afraid of failure. So she prepared twice as many ingredients, but now all that was left was to drink the potion to become an observer. However, the next moment the girl became wary. Turning to her dog, she said that there was someone in the house. Coming close to the door of the laboratory, the maid turned to her mistress. However, she said that she warned not to be disturbed while she was conducting her chemical experiments. When the maid said that the girl needed to go to a reception, she objected, adding that the maid should tell her mother that she had a headache and did not want to go anywhere. She also reminded Annie to hurry up and convey her words to her mother word for word and return to her laboratory. Watching the retreating servants, Audrey thought that she could finally return to the potion. Looking around the room, the blonde looked in horror at the dog that was inside. The girl remembered that Susie could easily reach the door handle with her paw and open it with ease. At this very time, at sea, on a ship, there was a conversation in which a man addressed Alger Wilson and assured him that he could easily return to the kingdom and become a punitive captain or a bishop. The man also couldn't understand why the young man went to sea instead and became the captain of the Blue Avenger. With a calm voice, Alger Wilson noted that the sea is full of storms. This is the kingdom of God, and he is ready to pursue it. Moreover, he is ready to patrol the territory of the kingdom for him. Looking after the retreating Sains, the captain of the ship wanted to tell him something, but never said it. But I thought to myself that he still wouldn't understand his decision, because he didn't know anything. Holding the vial in her hands, Audrey screamed that she had finally completed the potion. It was a big mistake that Susie drank the first potion. But fortunately, she was able to check everything a second time and do it as needed, including working with the dog. Looking carefully at the drink, the girl did not dare to do what she wanted for some time. Realizing that she was preparing the potion for a reason, but in order to get the desired effect, the beauty took the bottle and began to drink the resulting liquid. It was raining heavily outside. Joe Mingrui sat in the reception area of a security agency and read a newspaper. The media wrote that the criminals who killed Mr. Welsh and Miss Naya had been found and arrested. Welsh's father, the banker Mr. McGovern, arranged a magnificent funeral for his son in the city, but the guy thought to himself that, most likely, his father believed the police. Rosanna, sitting opposite, said that one case had arisen, and therefore the police asked the corpse collectors Fry and the sleepless Raiden to go there to help them. The next minute, there was a knock on the door, and looking up from the tea party, the girl went to meet the client. Standing at the entrance, the unknown person wondered if this was really a place where workers were called mercenaries, and quickly added that he had work that he would like to provide. Roseanne replied that everyone was busy now and would be back in an hour, but she thought to herself that Leonard was guarding the gate, and Mr. Neal was too old for such things. Walking into the room, the man said that if the girl didn't mind, he would wait for the employees at the reception. Not even a few minutes had passed before Leonard appeared in the room, clearly overhearing part of the conversation. Hearing that a client had come to them, the young man looked carefully at this man. In turn, Rosanna asked her colleague if any of those who had left had returned, since they had been absent for quite a long time. The visitor looked at the secretary in bewilderment, not understanding how someone could come if no one else came into the reception area. A little embarrassed, the girl noted that, like in any security company, they have several doors for security purposes, one for visitors, the second for employees. Smiling and approaching the client, Leonard introduced himself and said that he was an employee of a security company, and asked what the man's name was and what kind of work he wanted to entrust them with. The stranger said that his name was Klee, and he was the butler of Viceroy, a tobacconist. His son was kidnapped in the morning, and they had already told the police about everything, but they should not rely on them. After a moment's hesitation, the man added that if the company could find the whereabouts of young Mr. Elliot, his master would pay them £100. And a minute later, he continued, noting that if the company's employees save him, then the reward will be £200. Leonard, embarrassed, said that such an influential person as a tobacconist was willing to pay only £200 to save his son. Hearing this, the butler explained that his master is not as rich as everyone thinks, and they still rely on the police, and then Leonard, turning to Rosanna, asked to draw up a contract. Rosanna, in a tone full of irritation, said that the guy should not think of himself only as a poet. He cannot exclusively read the works of other people. A couple of minutes later, the agreement was concluded, and the guys heard Mr. Klee say that they would patiently wait for good news. After the client left, Leonard immediately turned to our hero and said that he would need the help of a colleague. The man honestly admitted that he was good at fighting, shooting, climbing, sensing things, communicating, and many other roles, but not at finding people. And in a quieter voice, he added, whether our hero would like Old Man Neil to work in such cold and damp weather, the young man thought that this was a great opportunity to train his abilities, although it might not be easy. The next minute, Joe Mingrui said that he needed to look at Elliot's clothes, the accessories he often wore. Sitting in the carriage and looking at the photo, Leonard recalled that the client said that there were 3 kidnappers, and despite their weapons, they looked quite simple. The problem was that the guys did not understand at all where to start searching and who the robbers could be. Although the very next minute our hero came up with the idea that with the help of dowsing, we could try to understand where the boy was being kept. Concentrating, the young man began to do what he had been taught, realizing that he must at least find a starting point. Looking at the child's cane and jacket, the young man repeated the words about Elliot's whereabouts over and over again, listening to his own feelings. The very next minute, he shouted to the coachman to go forward as quickly as possible. The man didn't understand anything, but Joe Mingrui, pointing to some corner, said that the information was coming from that side, therefore, that's where we needed to go. Entering an old gray high-rise building, the guy commanded his colleague that they needed to go up the stairs to get to the 3rd floor. Approaching the door and putting the boy's outer clothes on the floor, the second hero said that the child should be behind this door. Listening to his own feelings, the young man noted that there were 3 kidnappers and 1 hostage inside, and then added that the butler said the men had 2 guns and a revolver. Leonard suddenly asked why these people became kidnappers and why don't they come over to the side of integrity, and then asked if he could sing a song. Our hero looked carefully at his colleague, realizing that he could not object to him and did not understand why he should do this. The next moment, the young man began to sing. But there was something very strange in his song. It evoked some kind of veil in a strange state. Joe Mingrui noted to himself that he had the feeling that he was being watched, but this was done by an invisible mystery, as if he was asking a question to the spiritual world. Standing in front of his friend, Leonard explained that this song would make everyone in the room fall asleep. Sitting half asleep on the floor, our hero noted that the sound of the door opening jerked them out of their sleep. The very next moment, the guys looked into the slightly opened door, not daring to go in right away. Leonard entered first because he had been with the Hawks longer and had more experience and knowledge. As he suspected, everyone in the room was asleep, tied up, and the child was lying on the floor closer to the window. After looking carefully at the child, the guys began to discuss whether it was really Elliot. But the very next moment, something didn't go according to plan. The guy heard some rustling in the room. His colleague pulled out a gun, pointed it at one of the kidnappers, and ordered him not to move. Looking at the guy with bewilderment, the man said that this was just a small misunderstanding. Standing with his hands raised, the bandit heard one of the young men say that he should not try to turn the situation in his direction, as they would decide everything. Realizing that everything was very bad, the criminal somehow turned around and quickly ran out of the room. The next moment, a shot rang out, and a bloody stain appeared on the bandit's shoulder. Looking closely at the fugitive, Leonard turned to his friend and said that, unfortunately, he had missed one. But he clearly had no intention of giving up, because, having accelerated, he jumped over the railing to get to the man as quickly as possible. In less than a minute, the bandit was caught, and given that he received a bullet in the shoulder, he had no chance of escape from the guys. The next minute, approaching the criminal, Leonard praised his friend for the excellent shot, and Joe Mingrui thought to himself that he was aiming for the leg. Untying the boy, the guy said that it was time to pick him up and take him to a safe place to hand him over to his parents. Looking closely at Leonard, Elliot wondered who our heroes were and why they had come for him. Having explained to the kid in clear language who they were, the guys joyfully slapped each other's palms, glad that they were working together. Sitting in the carriage, Leonard admitted that he envies otherworldly forces, including our hero, as they do their job perfectly. Joe Mingrui explained that through fortune-telling, his colleague could learn this, especially since his spirituality was quite strong. The next second, the young man switched to the thought that they must immediately notify Mr. Klee that they had found the boy, otherwise they would only get 50% of the amount. With a calm voice, the colleague said that for people like them, money is not the most important thing. But Joe Mingrui thought to himself that money was important to him, and said out loud that many poets die of poverty. Leonard did not respond to his remark, but said that, firstly, the boy was unlikely to lie about what happened, and secondly, Klein would receive only 10% of the 50% of the total amount. The rest would go to the Hawks' treasury. Lying on his bed at home, our hero thought about the fact that even from such a sum, he was incredibly happy because this was the first thing in such a success right away. The next moment, a sound attracted his attention. At first, he thought it was his imagination, but then he decided that it was really happening. The young man realized that the noise was coming from another room and headed there. Approaching the table, our hero saw an open diary lying on it, and inside was a tarot card. The most interesting thing is that it was the same jester's card that he had been dealt the day before, and on the page it was written that everyone would die, including himself. Looking at this in horror, the young man did not understand how the map could have ended up in his diary and who read it. The next moment, he thought he saw some mysterious woman laughing back. A minute later, Joe Mingrui sat in his room, clutching the duvet cover with all his might and thinking that he was dreaming. The young man did not understand why he was dreaming about all this, but something else bothered him. It was déjà vu, which he experienced at that moment when Leonard was humming his mysterious song. However, at that very moment the young man suddenly had an epiphany. He thought about the diary of the Antigonus family. Jumping off the bed, he thought that this was more like a coincidence, and he was afraid that the diary was in the kidnapper's room. Quickly running into the office and seeing Leonard there, the guy asked where their captain was, hearing that he, as always, was sitting in the office because he was sleepless. While the colleague was thinking that, most likely, any business owner or banker would like to take such a potion, the guy was already rushing down the corridor. Bursting into the boss's office, he stated without any preamble that he had a strong déjà vu, and he was sure that the reason was the diary of the Antigon family. Zhou Mingrui explained that he did not understand this the day before until he finally received a revelation in a dream at night. Hearing this conversation, Leonard said with sadness in his voice that it seemed like he had missed something very important last night. The very next second, the captain ordered Neil and Fry to go guard the weapons depots, and they themselves would go to the apartment. Standing in front of the door, the guy said that before he had the dream, he did not realize that the diary could be located here. Standing next to the corpse collector, Fry noted that there was no one inside, and there was no spiritual glow that would serve as an indicator of the presence of magic. But Joe Mingrui said that he did not feel any evil spirits in the apartment, although the feeling was not entirely good. Clenching his hand in a fist, one of the guys standing nearby looked at the door with a smile and was clearly planning something. The next second, easily pushing the door, the young man managed to get rid of this obstacle. Once in the apartment, our hero froze in place for a while. It seemed that he had seen something very terrible. The guys froze because there was a corpse in front of them, which no one expected to see. One of the guys felt bad. Apparently, he was not used to such sights. Handing the jar to the young man, our hero said that if he used this smell, he would feel much better. Turning to Leonard, the captain told him to find the police and find out everything from them, and ordered Fry to examine the body. He asked Klein if this place was familiar to him. Standing in the middle of the room, the guy said that this place was familiar to him, but did not know how to explain his thoughts and feelings. The familiar phrases Hornasis and Phlegrea sounded in his head, and he thought to himself that it felt as if he had been in this place before. Looking into the distance, the young man continued to wonder if the whisper was really telling him about Hornazis, the same one that Klein wrote about in his diary. He said out loud that the place was a little familiar to him. After examining the body, Fry stated that the woman had been dead for more than 5 days, but there were no signs of violent death. To find out more, a thorough examination would be necessary. The second mate said he didn't find anything, but Neil noticed that as soon as they entered, he immediately felt a force sealing the room, the kind of magic used in rituals. Another one of the guys said that the deceased was Katie Stefania Bieber. She was about 55 to 60 years old. A widow, she lived with her son Ray for more than 10 years. Now this young man is about 30 years old. He works as a jeweler. His salary is about £1.15 a week. According to neighbors, he has not been seen for about a week. Listening carefully to the report, Joe Mingrui noted that the diary was not here and Ray Bieber was missing, which means there was a chance that the diary was with him. The next minute, Mr. Smith turned to his colleague Fry and Neil and said that he would leave the rest to them. The team should know what this person looks like. Realizing the importance and complexity of the task, Fry said he would take up the matter immediately. A couple of hours later, in the alchemy room, the man turned to the goddess of the night, asking her for protection and strength. He concentrated again and again, plunging deeper and deeper into trance. The next minute, sitting down at the table and taking up a pen, he began to write something, saying that the person, according to the traces left in the room, fell silent for a moment. Showing the portrait to our hero, He added that the stranger had black hair, blue eyes, and a ceramic tooth on the left side of his mouth. Getting up from his seat, Mr. Neal said that their mission was over. Dunn and the others must file a warrant for the arrest of Ray Bieber using the portrait. At the same time, Joe Mingrui wondered out loud why he took the diary and brought it to the Bieber house. With a smile on his face, the old man said that everything was clear. The young man provoked a creature that he should not have, and the goal was to leave the diary in the hands of Ray. To hide the evidence, the creature decided to kill Naya and Welsh, but the old man still does not understand how our hero managed to survive. The guy said that he still couldn't understand why he could give the diary to this person, even if he didn't remember it. The man explained that perhaps his life path met the creature's requirements, or he could then become a member of the Antigonus family. In a word, there are many options. Mr. Neal added that by the end of the day, the diary was already in the hands of this guy. The case would soon be revealed, but Ray's participation in the secret order would play a role, as well as the fact that Klein had survived. And to cheer the young man up a little, the man said that something good would soon come into his life, noting that he was very lucky because he almost immediately got a job for 200 pounds. Hearing a colleague tell the guy to call him next time if something like this comes up, he asked if he had enough money and how much he earned per week. The old man honestly admitted that he receives 12 pounds and does not pay taxes. This is a lot for an otherworldly, but there is not always enough money, besides this, to carry out the rituals you have to buy a lot yourself, which costs a lot. This is because the organization has a strict limit on providing free resources, and the rest must be purchased either from the black market or other places. Zhou Mingrui thought that the church forbade this, and then abruptly turned the conversation to the old man taking him with him next time. The man quickly replied that it would be easier to ban markets in words, but he would not be able to take the young man with him, since he owed about 30 pounds there. True, the guy didn't really believe his mentor, believing that the reason lay in something else. Scratching his back, Mr. Neal said that he needed to rest a little, and today the young man should analyze what he had learned earlier, since tomorrow they would be engaged in ritual magic. The guy didn't immediately understand what was going on, but then it dawned on him that thanks to the 10 pounds he received for saving the child, he could join the fortune-telling club without any problems. Handing the cufflink to the young man, the administrator greeted him and said that from now on he was an official member of their club, and the receipt and cufflink should always be with him as proof of payment. The girl added that as a member of the club, the guy can make predictions and participate in any classes. She also said that the popular fortune teller Hanas is giving a lecture right now. Our hero thought to himself that he had come to the club to behave like a seer, but not to teach fortune-telling to ordinary people. While walking down the corridor, Joe Mingrui heard someone say that he had mastered a new method of fortune-telling using a mirror, and asked if anyone present would like to learn it. Looking into the office, the guy thought that this was the same seer that the secretary had told him about, noting that fortune-telling with a mirror was not a safe method. Carefully examining this man, our hero thought that his aura was dark red, which means he was restless, while the others looked healthy, albeit with minor problems. The young man looked carefully at everyone gathered, while the lecturer continued to talk about the symbols that need to be paid attention to. Continuing to move along the corridor, the guy noted to himself that this was orthodox fortune-telling with a magic mirror, but now there was no need to bother the captain. Those gathered in the living room of the house cried out in surprise when they heard that Joe Mingrui had been given a bonus worth 5 pounds. While our hero was asking if his brother and sister did not trust him, Benson said that he wanted to buy some books on accounting because he did not want to work for a salary of 2 pounds. Looking at Joe Mingrui, his family noted that he was not capable of robbing a bank and could not lie, and therefore they believed him, not even suspecting who he really was. Melissa continued to talk about how she would buy herself a new dress, and her older brother bought several grammar books that would definitely be useful to him when looking for a good job. The guy noted to himself that, most likely, exams for government positions will appear soon, and if so, then Benson needs to be prepared so that he has an advantage. The next morning, being in a great mood, our hero, as always, went to work. On the stairs, he met Madame Raiden and politely greeted her, although he understood that something was bothering her. With her back to the young man, she said that he was making the wrong decision, since ritual magic was very dangerous. The young man was about to ask her why she thought so, but did not have time because the brunette left as quickly as she had appeared. Then Joe Mingrui greeted his mentor and asked what happened. Mr. Neal greeted the guy but said that they needed to go to his house to get the necessary materials. With confusion in his voice, the guy began to ask why they couldn't train where they always did. But the man explained that if there was no open space, then they would not be able to practice what he had planned. Our hero liked this idea, but he couldn't get Madame Raiden's warning out of his head. Sitting at home on his large sofa, the old man began with a preface, telling his student that his wife loved music, so they placed a piano in the large hall. But the very next moment, he told the guy to watch him carefully and remember everything carefully. Zhou Mingrui immediately noticed that the old man was writing something and asked him out loud what kind of ritual magic he was going to perform. With a calm tone in his voice, the mentor noted that he would use magic to pay off the debt, noticing the surprise in his student's eyes. In a more stern tone, he said that the young man's gaze showed ignorance and stupidity, although Dunn was supposed to talk about mystical prayers. Then the man added that the guy could do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't interfere, and added that his suspicions were offended by these mystical prayers. Nick said that first, Zhou Mingrui must remember that he can only pray to the orthodox gods, the goddess of the night and the god of the storm, and establishing contact with unknown creatures is prohibited. Hearing the mentor say that if the young man did this, he would fall into the abyss, Joe thought to himself that the ritual to eliminate failures was most likely the power of an unknown creature. The man explained that in this ritual, the red candle is the divine essence of Lady Crimson, the black one is a representation of the night, and the white candle is himself. The practice process requires a pure spiritual environment that will not be disturbed. They create such an environment using cogitation and special objects. Mr. Neal indicated that he would now fully concentrate on the ritual. If the student had any questions, he should ask them after completion. The young man saw how his mentor for some reason lowered the blade into the water, but did not know what this would give him in the future. Over and over again, the old man repeated some words while thanking the goddess of the night and Lady Crimson. Listening carefully to the spell, Zhou Mingrui felt uneasy, as if the words seemed familiar to him. He looked at the man and couldn't understand why the words were so simple, even though the way he spoke was not enough to hide their simplicity. It seemed to the young man that after such words, the goddess, on the contrary, should get angry and increase the debt, but would not solve the current situation. While the guy was thinking, his mentor was already making speeches of praise, and it was clear that he was finishing the ritual. Not understanding how the debt issue could be resolved, our hero heard the mentor say that he himself did not know, but the issue would be resolved in the most reasonable way. Meanwhile, someone noted to himself that he was the youngest son of Count Wolf. The more he gesticulated, the more incredible things he said. Duchess Della hid her laughter by covering her mouth with her left hand and showing off the sapphire on her ring. Since the start of the banquet, she has not once looked into the eyes of her husband, Duke Negan. It seems that they do not love each other as much as they want to show it. Carefully watching everyone gathered, Audrey noted to herself that all the people she saw were real actors, and there was nothing honest or sincere about them. The next moment, the girl's attention was drawn to the curtain, which was pulled back a little, as if someone was hiding behind it. Looking behind it, the girl was surprised to notice her faithful friend, the dog Susie. At this very time, a ship carrying Alger Wilson was sailing somewhere in the sea. He heard a crew member address him as Lord Bishop and inquire about the purpose of their voyage, while Wilson was thinking that it was Monday again. With a calm voice, the man replied that they were pursuing a man who had a 7-8-year-old child. We were talking about a student of the Order of the Aurora. An unknown young man thanked Neil for finding his master's wallet, noting that it contained about 300 pounds, and as such, the master would provide a reward for his honesty. Our hero noted to himself that the old man solved the problem with the debt by picking up the wallet, not expecting such a turn of the situation, and thought that this was the power of magic. But the next second, Zhou Mingrui pulled himself together and decided that he had better think about whether to stay at the security company or go to the fortune-telling club. Note that Mr. Smith appeared in the room. The young man asked him how the investigation was progressing. The man said that they determined that the diary did not belong to Ray, but he had already disappeared, which suggests that the Nighthawk team needs to find out where he is now. He added that Beckland's bishopric would also accompany Artifact 2049, which was once in the hands of the Antigonus family, so could point to Bieber's ancestry. As he left, the captain told our hero to continue walking the streets, because perhaps he could sense the diary. Thoughtfully, Zhou Mingrui noted that in this case he would not linger and would go on a mission. But the next moment Mr. Smith called again to the youth, who thought to himself that he knew this would certainly happen. The man explained that from time to time they had to fight. In addition to shooting, the captain would train the guy in close combat, if he, of course, wanted to become an official member. Having completed all the planned tasks, our hero decided that it was time for him to go to the fortune-telling club. Meeting him, Madame Angelica conveyed her gratitude to him on behalf of Glasses, who, after an examination, actually learned that he had a chronic lung disease. The guy laughed it off, saying that he was exaggerating a bit about the fact that he was just examining it, since it was a complex form of fortune-telling. He added that the girl is absolutely healthy, but she should not seal some things in her own heart. As he walked away, the guy said that it would be better for Miss to go rock climbing or watch a tragic play. In a word, she needed to let her emotions come out. In his own office, our hero heard a knock on the door. Opening it, a young girl greeted the fortune teller. From the doorway, she stated that the secretary advised her to contact Mr. Klein. Smiling, the young man greeted her and asked how he could address her. The stranger said that her name was Anna. The problem was that the groom left for the southern continent for work back in March, sent a telegram, said that he would be home soon, and disappeared. Addressing the visitor, the guy told her to write the man's name, a description of his appearance, residential address, date of birth, and, if possible, time of birth. To himself, he thought that the lady's aura was yellow, which indicated poor digestion, and her emotional color was very dark due to stress. A few minutes later, Anna did everything as the young man asked her. Reading the description, Joe Mingrui realized that the guy's name was Joyce Meyer. He was a little under 27 years old. His hair was blonde and short, and his nose resembled a beak. Addressing the beauty, our hero asked her to go out the door and wait a little so that he could concentrate and fully delve into solving the problem. Anna said that the master can work as needed. The most important thing is that there is a result. Sitting alone, the young man thought that this was his first order, and therefore he needed to give it his all, deciding to try fortune-telling with the help of dreams. Plunging into a kind of trance, the guy asked his subconscious a question regarding the current situation with the missing Joyce Meyer. The next second, Joe Mingrui found himself in some strange room that resembled the looking glass where he first found himself together with the hanged man and Justice. The young man saw Mr. Meyer sitting either in a puddle or in a dark river. But soon the picture changed. Now our hero saw a young man standing in front of a large building and noted to himself that, most likely, the gentleman had returned. The next moment, the guy saw himself in some strange place that resembled a ruined castle or temple. He stood and carefully watched everything that was happening, afraid to miss anything, noting any detail for himself. Suddenly, looking around, the young man realized that someone was definitely watching him, as an unpleasant feeling arose. It seemed to the young man that some strange translucent creature was sitting on the pedestal, looking straight at him, but he did not understand what it was. Returning to reality, Joe Mingrui realized that at the very beginning, all the pictures were the result of his fortune-telling, but then he found himself in a strange place that was definitely not built by a person. Our hero thought that this might be the creature he came into contact with during the ritual to increase his luck, although it could be connected to the Antigonus family and the diary. The next second it dawned on the young man. He remembered that the diary spoke about some nation that existed in the Hornazes Mountains, which means he saw the top of this mountain. In addition, the guy decided that he could not figure it out yet, and therefore would believe that Ray Bieber would eventually be caught. Inviting the miss into the divination office, he told her that there was a windmill opposite her house, or Mr. Meyer's house. Stuttering, the girl replied that it was a gift that she had placed opposite the main entrance and did not understand how the young man knew about it. After a short silence, he said that Mr. Joyce had already returned to her house, he had survived the disaster, and he needed comfort and warmth. While the client screamed and rejoiced, our hero thought that she gave him one soul, although his fee was only 1 penny, and therefore he was pleased that he received such a large tip. Returning home, Benson immediately began to tell his brother that they had been visited by Mrs. Shawd, who was pleased with the refreshments offered and invited them to visit. And Melissa said that their problem is that they believe in the god of storms. These people believe that girls should not go to school but should only do homework. With joy in his voice, Joe Mingrui assured his sister that there was no need to pay attention to this, since there were many religions and opinions in the Luoan kingdom. Leaving the living room, the guy thought that Melissa and Benson had finally fallen asleep, and he himself had studied a lot about mysticism, and a lot of strange things had already happened. And if so, then it's time to write and sort out all the thoughts, as this should help in the future. While writing down the note, the guy thought about whether the actions of magic could really have an effect, reflecting on the fact that it was better to wait and study everything thoroughly if he really wanted to know everything. At the same time, the young man did not understand why the curse, which works well in mysticism, was ineffective. Is it really that all systems are like a game? There is a balance of different classes. Perhaps the power of each potion requires control, or everything in this world came from the same source. And since then, everything has been shaped by the Creator's fragments, which are meant to complement each other. This means that the world is imperfect, but at the same time, the ritual for increasing luck that the guy was thinking about can be classified as classic. And in general, all magic is a sacrifice, a spell, and a clear goal in the mind. But Joe Mingrui never set a goal when he did the ritual to increase luck, although perhaps the Quintessence book was a hoax. At the same time, ritual magic is used to ask for help from any creatures, and therefore, if the young man changes the spell, he thinks. If he changes it so that it is directed at him, then if someone performs his ritual, will he be able to hear their request? The next morning, giving his sister a letter, Joe Mingrui asked her to bring it to the post office, saying that it was addressed to Cohen Quentin. As he saw Melissa off, he noted to himself that perhaps this man and his comrades from the university knew something about the Hornasses Mountains. The next thing the guy noted to himself was that, firstly, he had a day off, and secondly, it was Monday again, which meant that it was worth testing his own hypotheses. Sitting in a large and mysterious hall, our hero noted that justice had become otherworldly, and the hanged man had most likely moved to a new level since his aura had become pure. At the same time, on the back of Justice's chair was a symbol of mysticism, meaning a giant watcher dragon, and behind the hanged man was a symbol, meaning a storm. The young man really wanted to know what the symbol was on the back of his chair, but he loudly congratulated Justice for becoming otherworldly. Alger Wilson complimented the lady, noting that she did it much faster than he expected. With joy in her voice, the girl sincerely thanked the jester, as well as the hanged man, for his kind words. The next minute, our hero inquired about the pages of the diary. It turned out that the hanged man found 2 pages and remembered their contents, and Justice only 1. Having looked carefully at the man, the jester first asked him what was written on the pages that he discovered. On April 11th, the emperor wrote that he had discovered unknown islands that were not in the zone of safe sea routes. There were many mysterious things there. On April 15th, the recording stated that Grimm began to behave strangely, and it was possible that he had become infected with something. On May 21st, it was said that the Church of Grimm Isla gave the emperor a choice of 2 candidates. One was a scholar, and the other was a mysterious priest. They completed the sequence, and the scholar became the obvious choice. Zhou Mingrui thought that if the description of the activities in the diary was correct, then he had come to the right conclusion. The next moment, Justice spoke and asked if she could ask her questions to the fool and the hanged man. The girl asked what the action meant, and why all this time the remnants of the soul in the potion had little effect on her, since she acted as an observer. The jester explained that she should imagine the potion as a protected castle. The remainder of the soul lives in it, and if a person wants to become the real owner of the castle, he must get rid of the soul in it. There are 2 ways to achieve this goal. The first is to invade the castle with your own forces. The second is to force the owner of the castle to invite a person masquerading as a guest. The hanged man spoke next, noting that he didn't think the potion was an invitation. The girl said that she didn't expect the action to be used in that way. Hearing the girl ask the jester what she owed him for valuable information, he replied that he needed more pages from the diary or any information about the Antigonus family. The jester thought to himself that if he asked for information about the seer, it could damage his reputation because he positions himself as a jester. The hanged man spoke again, saying that he would pay for the information received right now. He said that the history of the Antigonus family can be found out before the era of the Cataclysm. He added that they also relate to the second blasphemy, and the records relate to the 22 paths of the deity. The first appeared during the Second Dark Age, and the second during the Third Age. Information about blasphemy is stored in 7 churches, and they are both associated with the ways of the deity. Looking carefully at his interlocutor, our hero remembered how the hanged man said that the potion got its name from blasphemy. The captain also mentioned this, which means that the paths of the deity are sequences. A minute later, the hanged man added that during the reign of the Solomon dynasty, the Antigonish family was a simple noble family, but then they supported the creation of the Tudor Empire and became prominent. After the war between the states, the bloody emperor of the Tudor Empire died, and the families of Aemon, Antigonus, Jacob, and Abraham allegedly overthrew them from the throne and began to hunt the 7 gods. The Antigonus family was destroyed by the Church of the Night Goddess, and therefore this organization, like few others, can tell more about it. Hearing that the jester was pleased with the information, Justice inquired about the name of the next observer potion and where it could be found. The hanged man said he would answer for free, explaining that after the observer comes the telepath. He learned this from a member of psychological alchemy, but the potion now lies at the bottom of the ocean. Then the girl asked what would happen if the animal took the potion of the ninth sequence. The guys were a little surprised by the question, but Alger Wilson briefly explained that if the animal survives and everything is fine with it, then it will simply become smarter. Looking at those present, our hero thought that it was time to try out the ritual magic that he had modified. Realizing that the others had no further questions and the meeting was adjourned, he said that he had something that would require their cooperation, and if it was successful, he would not charge them. Shoot said he recently mentioned a way for them to avoid attending a meeting when it is inconvenient. He added that when they returned, they should find a place where they would be alone, then place 4 new candles at the corners of the altar, place portions of food next to each candle, and a silver knife. You should mix moonflowers, golden mint, 3-legged citron, and stone rose. The resulting essential oil should be dropped 1 drop at a time onto each candle. Having listened to the instructions, the amazed Justice began to ask the young man what spell should be cast. The next minute, the young man began to dictate a spell. Interestingly, it was invented by him. Listening to the words, the girl thought that their Mr. Jester was an incredibly powerful magician who could be compared to the gods. The hanged man noted the same thing to himself, realizing that this man should be treated with the greatest respect. And then he answered that, most likely, he was some kind of ancient creature. Looking at the guys, our hero said that he really hoped that they would be able to carry out this ritual before Wednesday, and then noted that since they had finished the main part, they could now talk about something ordinary. The next minute, they started talking about what the guys discussed last time, namely about exams and the separation of citizens and politicians, which received quite a lot of approval. After talking a little more, all those gathered decided that it was better for them to end the meeting and meet another time. Getting up from his seat and walking towards the chair, Joe Mingrui noted that there was an eye without a pupil on it, which symbolized secrecy and outlined lines about changes, but this symbol was missing parts. The young man thought about what he needed to get to add these parts. Looking around, he realized that before he had never imagined any special details of how this place should look. Now he realized that he had to understand what the plan was based on. Feeling that the place was very mysterious, and hoped that changes would appear in him as he became stronger. Burning all the notes, the guy understood that he was doing this for the sake of safety, having learned everything he could. Now all he had to do was practice and adapt to the changes. After some time, our hero decided to go to the fortune-telling club and joyfully greeted the secretary Angelica, as well as Mr. Glasses. With less enthusiasm, the girl thanked Joe Mingrui for his advice, noting that she did as he said and now feels great. Looking at the beaming Glasses, the guy asked if it was true that he managed to get rid of his illness. The interlocutor replied that, to his great happiness, his wife found a medicine in a magical pharmacy that saved him from death and completely cured him. Listening to his colleague's story, the young man thought that, most likely, this pharmacy belongs to magical medicine, or maybe it is in the jurisdiction of otherworldly people. The very next minute, he began to ask Glacis what the pharmacist's name was, if it wasn't a secret. The young man said that the merchant's name was Dark Wade, and he owned a small store on Vlad Street, number 18, in the Eastern District. The store was called Lawson's Herbs. The next minute, Glacis asked Joe Mingrui to tell his fortune, noting that he would pay as much as indicated in the price list. The guy said he wouldn't charge his colleague more than 8 pence, hearing him offer to go to the Topaz room. Sitting in his office, Glasses said that he had an investment opportunity, but it would require a huge amount of money, and therefore he could not make a single mistake. The young man briefly explained that Mr. Lanivis had discovered a huge deposit in the Cornassi Mountains, where there were deposits of high-quality iron ore. He bought the property, founded a steel company, and plans to increase capital by early issuing shares of the company, promising investors a very generous profit. The guy noted that he trusts this person, firstly, because the land has a state seal, and secondly, he took a photo with the investors, including the mayor and other unknown people. With calm in his voice, our hero said that under the flourishing of visible affairs, there is a dark abyss, and therefore it is better to stay away from this project. Leaving the office, Glasses thanked the guy and said that when he returns home, he will seriously think about what he was told. Looking at his departing colleague, the young man thought that, unfortunately, a seer can give advice, but cannot make decisions for them. A few minutes later, Mr. Meyer came into Joe Mingrui's office. He thanked the guy for helping Anna and said that now he himself needed advice. The man said that since he returned, he has had the same dream every night, or rather a terrible nightmare. He said he dreams that when he falls from an alfalfa tree, someone catches him, but he can never see a face. Moreover, with his other hand, he is holding some fellow traveler who is Eunice Kim. But because of his resistance, the man cannot hold him, and he has no choice but to let the man go. At that moment, someone from above lets him go. Mr. Meyer tries to grab onto something and always succeeds, but then his body quickly begins to fall, and then he wakes up. After listening to the story, Joe Mingrui said that the interlocutor is a spiritual person, and his revelation comes from the divine, but at the same time he overlooks many things. The next minute, he began to ask if Eunice Kim had asked for help when they were on the boat, and if Mr. Meyer had helped him, ultimately succumbing to his fate. The man said that he did everything he could, but did not feel sympathy for this man. Our hero knew from the newspapers that this man had killed Amanda, a passenger on the boat. The young man asked Mr. Ludding questions, trying to explain that the subconscious in dreams is trying to show something hidden and unknown. The guy added that if this person was the man's companion, then he once had power over his fate, or perhaps even saved his life in some other situation. Hearing this, Mr. Meyer jumped up from his seat and shouted that the person he was seeing in his dream was Mr. Treese. Having recovered a little, the man said that now he understands everything, and once again thanked the seer, saying that, most likely, after this he would go to the police station. In turn, our hero thought that something unusual had happened on Lucerne. If the captain had been with them, they would have been able to find out the whole truth about what happened. Arriving at work and greeting the boss, he asked to hand over the papers to examine the arrest warrant, saying that an extremely cruel otherworldly had entered Tianjin. And the next moment, the guy was already reading a newspaper in which it was written that the man responsible for the tragedy in Lucerne had now disappeared somewhere. Remaining in his place, the young man wanted to tell the captain all the known information, but the captain got ahead of the young man. He said that last night, when he went to the aid of one of the party, he saw the youth and Mr. Mayer in a dream, and confirmed that Triss was responsible for the tragedy. Our hero began to bombard the boss with questions regarding which path the defender belonged to and who the Theosophical Order was. Taking a deep breath, the interlocutor said that, most likely, the time had come to provide the young man with all the information about otherworldly and secret organizations. A few minutes later, Joe Mingrui was walking down the corridor with Mr. Neal, who was talking about how the guy would go with him to the underground market tomorrow evening. The old man added that, firstly, he must repay the debt, and secondly, he will immediately go to the Chinese gate to collect the necessary documents for the young man, which he should familiarize himself with there. Looking carefully at his mentor, the guy thought that he was looking forward to discovering new information. A few minutes later, starting to read the documents, Joe Mingrui noted that everything in them was as detailed as possible. There was information about potions and other sequence paths. The young man noted that the people of the 8th sequence are cunning and good in battle. As for the 7th sequence, the people belonging to it are improved seers whose innate skills and supernatural powers are combined into a single whole. Among all the information, the guy found the familiar name Zeratul. This man told Rosella about the actions. There was also interesting information about the instigator and the Theosophical Order. The order can be explored in two ways. The first involves an apprentice and a master of tricks, and the second an assassin and an instigator, which point to a demoness sect. The mentor, seeing the surprise in the young man's eyes, explained that this sect believes in the original demoness and considers her the first being born of the Creator. They believe that in the end, she will become the end of everything. The upper echelons of the organization that adheres to this direction are entirely composed of women. Their mission is to accelerate the catastrophe. The young man thought that the spread of the disaster corresponds to what the murderer and instigator is capable of. If this is so, then the future of Mr. Treese looks bleak. Sometime later, sitting in the carriage, the young man reflected on the fact that he had learned a lot of different information about the organization, which he would have to digest in his head. Taking a deep breath, the young man noted to himself that he hoped that the fortune-telling club would not be included in the list of those organizations that he had read about. Suddenly, our hero's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp headache. Zhou Mingrui did not understand what was happening to him, and why he suddenly felt the same way he felt when he performed the ritual. However, a minute later, after examining his hand, the guy saw that 4 dots had appeared on it. And if this means Justice or the Hanged Man used ritual magic, which he talked about the other day. Approaching the house, the guy noted that he was still far from hearing the essence of the request. In addition, he was wondering whether the communication they were conveying would be kept in the fog. Leaving the carriage, he decided to make sure of this and check it all the next night. Joyfully greeting his sister, Jo Mingrui learned that his elder brother was taking a bath and the girl was sitting in a new outfit. With a little sadness in her voice, Melissa said that her dress cost 1 salt and 7 dogs, which is less than the same dress from the city store, although it was made by a seamstress. Justifyingly, she added that since she would still have to wash the dress later, she decided to try it on now. The next minute, Benson appeared at the door, saying that the police had come in with him and asked if they had seen a guy, 18 to 19 years old, for whom there was a reward. Hearing that his younger brother had not seen this boy, Benson was a little upset, although he said that there was nothing wrong with it. And then Jo Mingrui began to scold his elder brother for not complimenting his sister's beautiful dress, in which she looked very beautiful. Listening to the conversation, Melissa was glad that she had such a great family to rely on. Night had fallen on the city, which meant that it was time to test my theory about the guys meeting in a secret place. Sitting in a foggy place, the young man noted to himself that his headache was indeed evidence that the guys were performing a ritual. The girl, for her part, prayed that the fool would give her a good dream and answers to her questions. As for the hanged man, he asked our hero for help. The young man noted to himself that the spell he had come up with really transmitted into this foggy room everything that the guys did during the ritual. Jo Mingrui was clearly pleased with what he was able to do, since now he does not have to attend meetings if there is no such opportunity. At this time, on one of the piers, the boy said that he had completed his task and made the necessary preparations for his advancement. The stranger said it was good, and the name of the potion was on the cover, and the formula for the 7th sequence was in the book. She also gave the young man 3 key ingredients, noting that he would have to get the rest of the ingredients himself. Reading the title, the boy was indignant. He did not understand why he was being promoted if he was offered to become a witch, believing that this was some kind of joke. The interlocutor explained in a whisper that the young man should think about why the highest echelons consist exclusively of women. Approaching a barracks, Neil said that they were already there, and the store was inside. But the young man's attention was attracted by the high-pressure steam gun. He did not understand whether this bar was really capable of producing such weapons. The young man noted that this point was guarded by the military, which could mean that something important happened here. One of the guys explained that a wanted criminal came to them to buy ingredients, but someone recognized him, and as a result, armed men arrived. The guy said that the military almost destroyed the bar, but the criminal Triss still managed to escape, although the spectacle was amazing. Hearing a familiar name, our hero thought that this was the same man who was at the Alfalfa. And then Neil began to tell the young man about how the market works, and noted that it was a fairly profitable place. The very next moment, the men approached the massive door and pushed it open to get inside. The place was quite lively. The mentor explained to his student that the necessary ingredients and materials could be found here. If suddenly you don't have enough money and you want to buy something, then it's best to borrow it from Swain. His interest is to later receive both the debt and interest. Hearing the young man's question about whether the man was a sailor, Neil replied that he was furious among the people. The man was afraid of losing control and therefore voluntarily surrendered in order to move forward. The next moment, Jo Mingrui stopped as thoughts regarding the taste of death began to swirl in his head. Our hero looked carefully at the unknown guy and thought that a strong aura emanated from him, although perhaps it was distorted. At that moment, Neil said that you should not pay attention to the guy. His name is Ademisol, he is an orphan, but people call him a monster. He was born with very high spiritual perception, which is why he can see and hear things that most people cannot, and as a result, he often speaks gibberish. The mentor explained that the unfortunate one would be the only 9th sequence suitable for him. However, only the School of Thought of Life owns this sequence. Jo Mingrui remembered that this group works on an apprenticeship system. In addition, the organization once produced a soothsayer, and the young man did not understand why he could not follow the path of a seer. The next minute, our hero became interested in a man who wanted to buy an ingredient for a potion. The young man suspected that this could be justice. Studying the stranger, our hero noticed that there was nothing wrong with his body. He was healthy and did not look like either the hanged man or justice. Approaching the small amulets that the young man wanted to buy for his brother and sister, he heard a question about why he was looking at unfinished products without symbols and spells. With a calm voice, the young man replied that he planned to make protective amulets from these products in order to achieve the desired effect. Hearing this, The girl asked if she could inquire about how exactly he chooses amulets. The beauty explained that she wanted to buy a protective element to give it to a friend for his birthday, hoping that the amulet would bring him good health, a sign. Having chosen one amulet, Joe Mingrui scanned it and said that it had the necessary symbols and spells, which means everything was fine with it. A minute later, he excused himself, saying that he had urgent business to attend to and therefore needed to leave. Smiling, the girl said that she was glad to meet the young man who had helped her so much. The next moment, his mentor approached our hero and asked if he managed to buy what he wanted. With some weariness in his voice, the young man replied that he had looked everywhere, but had not found any supernatural ingredients. The man said that if a young man wants to buy or sell otherworldly ingredients, he can do it in a special room. Looking at the doors, the guy heard the mentor say that most people prefer to keep the ingredients they buy secret and do it in a special place. The next minute, our hero found himself on a fairly busy street. He understood that he should not waste time. Looking closely at the mysterious girl, Joe Mingrui asked if she was really feeling unwell. Still holding her heart, the stranger said that everything was fine with her and there was no need to worry about her. The reason was that she was just very tired. But the young man was not satisfied with such an answer, and therefore he decided to connect his spiritual vision to make sure that everything was fine with her. However, the next moment the girl walked away so quickly that our hero did not have time to do anything, realizing that he was too slow. Looking after the brunette, the young man hoped that nothing bad would happen to her. The next day, Joe Mingrui came to the office early in the morning, where he found Roseanne at his workplace. The girl immediately began to tell her colleague that the day before the operation to arrest the criminal had failed, the Department of Commissioners had found the instigator in the harbor. They originally planned to wait for reinforcements before acting, but the instigator, having keen senses, acted first and escaped. The young man said that in such a situation they would need the help of an otherworldly person with special tracking abilities, hinting at himself. But a moment later, the captain spoke, explaining that there were hawks and commissioners and collective intelligence mechanisms, and even 6 otherworldly ones, but Triss still escaped. While listening to the boss, the young man asked if they needed his help to find out the man's location. The man said that this was not necessary and asked Klein to follow him to get acquainted with the sealed artifact 249 and feel the diary. Arriving at a familiar place, the man said that the guy should follow him and under no circumstances lag behind, since this was related to his safety. Going inside, Mr. Smith introduced Klein and said that those present were colleagues from the Bakulun Diocese, responsible for maintaining document 2049. The man then introduced Madame Lorota, the 8th sequence, a gravedigger who is also a skilled marksman. Ayer Garson stood next to her, and Smith said that he was the same as him, hinting at the sleepless one. There was a third young man whose name was Borgia, but for some reason the boss said nothing about him. Joe Mingrui tried to bend his arm as if someone was trying to control his body. Looking at everyone gathered, our hero noted that this was happening not only to him, but to everyone who was in the room. The next second, slapping his ward on the shoulder, Mr. Smith explained that this is all a manifestation of the leakage of Artifact 22049, and the young man should not worry since it only effectively affects humanoids. But you shouldn't be particularly afraid, since the closer a person is, the stronger the effect. In addition, if there are 3 or fewer people in the room, they will be affected. If there are more, then the effect will be distributed to everyone. The next minute, Ayer Garson spoke, saying that they must finish everything as soon as possible in order to reseal 2049, since they cannot keep it open for too long. While our hero was thinking that this artifact was a living object, he listened to the boss talking about how they would visit Ray Bieber's apartment and Leonard would go with them, who would drive the carriage. Sitting inside the cart, Joe Mingrui noted to himself that he again felt that slow and sluggish feeling that he had in the office. And the next moment, something happened that the young man did not expect. Someone's hand simultaneously slapped him and the captain on the shoulder. Addressing his fellow travelers, the young man asked what this 2049 is if it has such a strong influence not only on one person, but on everyone who is sitting next to him. Madame Larota explained that when 2049 falls into insanity, it can affect 2 people at once. Most likely Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigone family. While in the room, the guys finally opened the suitcase. When we saw this, our hero thought that the puppet, when exposed to living beings, could turn them into their own kind. If Joe Mingrui had not been pushed in time, he would have simply turned into a real human-sized doll. Watching the puppet, which was supposed to show the direction of the criminal, the captain ordered Leonard to head towards the harbor. Arriving at the site, Mr. Smith handed out tasks. Klein had to check if there was any danger inside the dock, and the rest had to make sure that Bieber's house was not being followed. Wrapping the pendulum around his hand, our hero began to scan the space, feeling that everything inside was not as good and calm as it seemed on the outside. Less than a minute later, the young man shouted that it was very dangerous inside. Moreover, there was danger in the surrounding area. But before those gathered had time to listen to the young man to the end, the next moment the room suddenly burst into flames, and so quickly that a large-scale fire began. Suddenly, everyone gathered turned their attention to the roof where the criminal was located, who was about to escape. Zhou Mingrui didn't understand why they would stop this man, especially since the fortune-telling said that it was dangerous inside, which means it was all the better for this guy to go inside first. Rolling up her sleeve, the girl felt that her arm began to cramp, and she could not do anything about it. One of the gathered opponents climbed onto a wooden box to get onto the roof, but stopped for a moment. Gathering her strength, Madame Larota bent her arm to strike in the next moment. At that very moment, a man fell from the box, who a minute earlier was going to climb onto the roof. Looking at everything that was happening, the young man thought that he was observing the gravedigger's abilities with his own eyes. Ayur Garson, who was standing far away, raised his revolver to shoot. Looking at the young man in fear, the young man fired, realizing that he had managed to wound the enemy. He sat and silently looked at our heroes. It seemed that he was waiting for something, but was not going to give up. At the same time, strange sounds were heard from the warehouse, and everyone's thoughts were only about what was happening inside. But the next second, the men returned to look at the wounded young man, and he was already quickly running away through the boxes. And again, the shot of a revolver was heard. The guys did everything possible to stop the young man. But the most interesting thing was not this, but the fact that somehow he managed to transfer his wound from his stomach to his arm. And then, the mysterious suitcase with the artifact began to shake, so much that it seemed like it was about to explode, which is what happened. Standing motionless, Zhou Mingrui looked in horror at the creature that burst out of the suitcase. On the one hand, it seemed to the guy that parts of a human body were scattered on the ground. On the other hand, he saw some incomprehensible shadow in front of him. Peering at this terrible monster, one of those gathered stated that this was Ray Bieber. Another revolver shot rang out, and this time the shooter decided to do it right, aiming straight at the forehead. Our hero stood and looked at this demon, unable to move, but it seemed that the bullet did not hit him. The pistol in the guy's hands was shaking, and he was thinking that bullets do not have the desired effect against demonic creatures. Not even a minute had passed before the monster gathered its strength and the next moment headed towards the standing men. Someone from those gathered told everyone to be careful, but the men could barely stand. Like many others, they could not move. The captain shouted that the man seemed to have lost control of his otherworldly powers, turning to Larota, saying that the entity was like a dead soul and that its weak point needed to be found. Zhou Mingrui, realizing that the bullets were of no use, decided to turn on his spiritual vision to help the girl find the weakness of this entity. With sadness, the young man thought that, apart from the chaotic streams of gray-white color that surrounded him, he could not see anything else. The next moment, Borgia began to read some strange spell aimed at harming Ray. He was quickly joined by Ayur Garson, who uttered the words of the spell in unison. Our hero closely watched the monster in the hope that the spell would still have the desired effect. A minute later, the monster began to scream, but no one could understand what it was connected with and why this was happening. Those gathered immediately closed their eyes, noting that their heads were splitting very badly, and this was just after one scream of the monster. Watching the gun being pointed at Ray again, Zhou Mingrui thought for the first time that being an otherworldly was not as easy as he thought at the beginning. A moment later, our hero noticed that this zombie was heading towards Artifact 249, which was a very bad sign. The zombie approached the mysterious suitcase to pick it up, but suddenly a shot was heard again. As for the suitcase itself, it flew with a whistle to the other side of the room, but no one was in a hurry to approach it. While Zhou Mingrui was holding a smoking revolver, indicating that it had been fired, the girl screamed that she had found the zombie's weakness. She said that she needed someone to hold this semblance of a person for at least 3 seconds. Then she could disarm him. The captain, realizing that only he would be able to detain this zombie with the power of thought, turned on his internal resources and began to act. All those gathered immediately noticed that this monster had finally stopped, and that meant it was time to deal with it. Madame Lorota, realizing that she had practically no time, again gathered all her energy and strength into her fist and headed towards her ill-wisher. She grabbed his leg with as much force as she could, realizing that this was the monster's weak point. Despite the fact that Ray was neutralized for only a few seconds, it seemed to the girl that several minutes had passed. Somehow, magically, Lorota managed to snatch the diary from the hands of the zombie, depriving him of what he so needed. However, from the way he looked and from what was happening to him, one could say that the diary would not have saved him. Iyer Garson also understood this, although he stood farthest away from everyone, but he told everyone to immediately lie down on the ground. The very next second, everyone present heard an explosion, but it was not an explosive. As one might think, it was the monster itself that exploded. The team was confused. Some were still lying on the floor, some were already sitting, but they all thought that most likely they managed to defeat Ray Bieber. However, they did not have time to rejoice or even rest a little when they again heard an unusual noise and saw the hand of the puppet. Zhou Mingrui, who was closest to the suitcase, became angry, realizing that he was under the complete control of the doll, which meant he needed to escape. The guy understood that if he hid himself, nothing would happen anyway, and if so, he decided to try external influence. Again and again the young man read the spell, realizing that there was no one next to him, and if he failed, the doll would swallow him. It seemed to him that time was dragging on forever, since he could not get rid of the influence. Zhou Mingrui, peering into the distance, realized that his plan was about to work. And it worked. The next moment, the young man found himself in a ghostly world where he was completely safe. Sitting in an empty hall, the guy thought about the fact that his physical body, most likely, is no different from the body of a zombie. If someone notices this, he will not be able to explain himself. He understood that there was no guarantee that if he took the risk and returned back, the artifact 2049 would not take control of him, and to be sure, he decided to use his own knowledge of the seer. Zhou Mingrui understood that his amulets, or rather their projections, work here too. The only thing is that they look quite fake, but that didn't matter. Having written a statement on a piece of paper about whether it was worth returning to the real world, the young man closed his eyes and concentrated. Having opened them, he thought with apprehension that the pendulum could rotate counterclockwise, but fortunately, the pendulum rotated clockwise. The next moment, he returned to his physical body again and was glad to find that the artifact no longer controlled him. But after a moment, something strange happened. The guy began to hear a voice that wondered if he wanted to wake up. The voice continued to say that as long as the young man helps him with the theft of the diary, he is under protection, and the secret order will provide him with a number of rewards. He added that he knows that our hero is a seer, and that the church does not have the next potion for this sequence, but they do have it, and its name is Clown. The young man sat and thought about the fact that this voice was right. Most likely, it was he who forced the real Klein to take the notebook to protect himself, and the guy himself became cannon fodder for him. The next moment, the young man noticed that this voice belonged to the clown. He also realized that this unknown person realized that our hero had escaped from the control of the puppet. The young man was also aware that, most likely, the ritual of luck would not work in this case. But the very next moment, he noticed a bundle of thick paper that the clown was holding in his hands, and an interesting thought was born in his head. He realized that this was his only chance of salvation, to get rid of this whole nightmare. The next moment, he grabbed the other end of the paper and sharply pulled it up. It must be said that this brought the desired effect, since the clown suddenly began to fall to the ground. Without wasting a minute, Zhou Mingrui grabbed a revolver and quickly began shooting at the enemy. All our hero heard was a whistle, but the bullet seemed to have no effect on the clown as he slowly began to stand up. Raising his head, he looked angrily in the direction of our hero but continued to remain silent for some time. Then, slowly telling the guy that he made him do it on purpose, the clown fell silent for a moment. And then he continued, adding that the young man did everything to make the clown move towards the Antigonov puppet. Then he asked how it could be that the guy was not under the control of this doll, realizing that he had said too much. The next moment, Zhou Mingrui fired. Raising his hat, he thought that this was the first time he had actually killed someone. Holding the revolver in his hands, the young man wondered if the clown had the formula needed for consistency, but he realized that it didn't matter now. Now the whole team needed to complete the cleanup. Iyer Garson, turning to our hero, told him to take the bottle of the goddess's gaze from Borgia in his pocket and not forget to keep half for himself. The young man explained that this would help remove hidden energy from their bodies and keep them alive until they received medical attention. The next moment, Borgia, who was helped by our hero, thanked him for the help provided. Holding the bottle in his hands, the guy thought that the tincture was quite effective and could be useful in the most difficult situations. Approaching Leonard, Zhou Mingrui tried to get him to drink, but he refused help, saying that he was able to drink the potion himself. Looking carefully at his colleague, our hero thought that Leonard's wounds were less serious than he had previously thought, and if so, the guy could see how he performed the good luck ritual. As if reading Joe Mingrui's mind, Leonard said that he knew from the very beginning that he did not need his help, adding that the young man need not worry as there are many special people in this world. He added that such individuals can do things that others, such as himself or Klein, cannot do. Silently and carefully looking at the captain, our hero thought that in fact Leonard is not as simple as he seems, and he also hides many secrets. After quickly examining the diary, Mr. Smith stated that there was nothing strange or unusual in it. At the same time, he noted that it was better to keep the diary and 2049 outside the city gates. You need to wait until everyone gets better before going to the Holy Cathedral. One of the guys reported that he searched the clown but found only a wallet, a handkerchief, poker cards, and other small details that did not indicate anything. Looking at his shabby suit, Joe Mingrui noted to himself that this was his only working set of clothes, which cost a lot of money, just one fight, and the suit turned into a rag. Reading his thoughts, the boss said that the guy should be patient, and also explained that the losses they incur while completing the mission will be compensated. The young man immediately perked up and decided that he could repair this suit, buy another one, and purchase several cheaper ones for similar combat missions. The next minute, the captain ordered Leonard to remain in the warehouse and not let anyone in, while everyone else went in search of the remains of Ray Bieber. With surprise in his voice, turning to Mr. Smith, Joe Mingrui asked what exactly they would have to look for. The man said that the criminal absorbed the power of the diary, but did not have time to fully digest it, which means that part of his body will become unusual, but it will still be high-quality material. The very next minute, looking carefully at something, the captain said that he had found it. Looking at some piece of mucus, the guy asked if this was really the strange material that was left from Bieber. Holding it in his hands, the man said that this was true, and if the young man encountered something similar in the future, then he should search everything carefully so as not to miss anything important. While the guy watched the man hide it in the box, he told Leonard to keep an eye on everything, and told our hero that he had a lot of questions with the diary, but for now it was a closed topic. The captain added that only the church could determine the confidentiality level of this notebook, after which Klein would either be able to read it or not. The man also thanked our hero and said that he managed to kill a member of the secret order of Harasta. In connection with this, he was offered to officially become a member of the Hawk Squad of the city of Tingen. The boss said that if the hero decides to become one, his weekly salary will be increased to £6. In addition, he will receive the status of an inspector for a probationary period. Also, as an otherworldly, he will receive support and will not have to face enemies directly. But the downside is that every time he leaves the city, he will have to report and ask permission. The young man said out loud that he was ready to become an official member of the organization, but he thought to himself that this was the only way he could touch more secrets. Hearing the confirmation, the captain said that if so, he would send a request to the Holy Cathedral, and as soon as it was approved, the young man would immediately become one of them. Garson began to ask further questions. He asked how the young man managed to kill the double-sided seventh sequence. Our hero understood that the guys had long wanted to ask about this, but did not dare until he decided to join the squad of Hawks. He said that he was 5 to 6 meters from the artifact, and after the explosion he felt dizzy and his movements were slow. Because of this, the clown thought that he was under the influence of a puppet. Being in an invisible state, the clown crept up to him and invited the young man to save him, and in return he would tell the formula of the seer's next potion. He did so in order to take the notebook. Zhou Mingrui pretended to agree, and the man came closer and started poking a small package at our hero, who grabbed the package and swung it to the side. After that, he shot at the clown so that he would be in the artifact's range of action, although the interlocutor noted that the shooting did not guarantee a fatal effect. Looking at the young man, the captain said that the clown is something that follows the seer. This is strange because there is no connection between the two. But our hero explained that it seems to him that there is a connection, since both fortune tellers and clowns can always be found in the circus. The rest of the way, the guys talked about how Klein was not only a good young man, but also well-mannered and had a great sense of humor. Entering the office, the captain first gave a task to Fry and Roy, telling them to go to the harbor and help Leonard deal with the consequences. Listening carefully to the boss, they realized that, among other things, they needed to notify the police and tell them to block the road. Also, no one should be allowed to approach this place until the corpse is transferred to the office. After carefully listening to all the instructions, the young people once again asked Mr. Smith about further instructions. After thinking a little, He told the guys to tell Rosanna, Miss Oriana, and the others that they can return to their usual work. They no longer need to hide from 2049. Addressing our hero, the man told him to go to Neil and ask him to go to the gates of Chinese, where they would soon go, as they needed help in healing with ritual magic. Smiling, the guy said that while the old man goes to the gate, he will guard the arsenal instead of Old Nile and will ask for at least 20 cartridges for hunting demons. Sitting in splendid isolation, Joe Mingrui recalled the events of the past day, remembering all the words to the smallest detail. It was hard for the young man to believe that he, being an ordinary guy, could hurt someone so easily. The next minute, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by Neil, who said that healing was taking too much energy and asked that no one disturb him for an hour. Hearing this, our hero invited the old man to go upstairs and rest, assuring that he himself could sit here and keep an eye on everything. But the man replied that it was too noisy there and added that Rosanna alone was worth it, her mouth not closing for a second. Walking down the corridor, Joe Mingrui noticed a secret door there, the existence of which he never knew. But what caught his attention was not so much the entrance as the corpse lying on the gurney. Going inside, he asked if it was true that this corpse belonged to the otherworldly monster that they encountered during the day. The interlocutor confirmed that this was absolutely true and invited our hero to come closer to make sure that this was an ordinary body. Looking at the unfortunate man, our hero thought that Fry was probably worried that Klein was experiencing psychological trauma. But the next moment he noticed paper and pen in Fry's hands, and therefore asked what the young man was drawing. Showing a portrait of the murdered man, who was exactly similar, the guy said that he once wanted to become an artist, but his father insisted that he become a priest, like himself. For a while, the young man actually served in the church, and he was good at it, but then he experienced certain things and therefore became a nighthawk. The guy explained that he chose the profession of collecting corpses for personal reasons. In addition, Madame Daly became an excellent role model for him. The next moment, Fry abruptly changed the topic of conversation and said that he would go give the captain the drawing, and since closing the secret door was troublesome, he asked the young man to stay there for a while. Looking carefully at the body, Joe Mingrui noted to himself that again, like during the day, he would have to be left alone with this man. A minute later, something happened that the guy never expected. Someone's strong hand grabbed his arm. The young man did not understand how this could happen. At some point, he thought he was dreaming, but the dream turned out to be too realistic. The corpse opened its eyes so that it began to resemble the living dead and constantly repeated the word Hornosis. Our hero decided not to endure this and rushed to run, but the body lying on the table seemed not going to give up. It looked at Joe Mingrui impassively and continued to reach after him, trying to grab his arm or leg again. Quickly taking out his revolver, the young man shot at the corpse that was lying on the floor and noticed that it was no longer moving. Having come to his senses a little, our hero decided that he could not allow Fry to witness all this, so he needed to return everything to its place as soon as possible. However, what interested the young man most was the word Hornosis. He understood that he had heard this voice when he used spiritual vision, but did not know what was hidden behind it. Joe Mingrui realized that there could be answers to many questions or something terrible. But the very next minute his thoughts were interrupted because he noticed some kind of sign on the hand of the corpse. However, before he had time to take a better look at this sign, Fry entered the room and asked if everything was all right with our hero. He didn't want to hide anything, so he pointed to the mark on his wrist, noting that it had only appeared a few minutes ago and the guy didn't know what it was. Looking carefully at the hand of the dead man, the interlocutor noted that the corpses of otherworldly people are always subject to a variety of changes. And then he asked Klein to call the captain and Kenley, who were in the storage room, and be sure to tell them what happened. He added that our hero should not return here since it is written on his face that he does not want to watch what happens next. After listening carefully to our hero's story, Mr. Smith said that the same path leads to the Holy Cathedral, and perhaps they will send people to explore the Hornosis Mountains. When asked about our hero, everyone confirmed that the gentleman had gone to Celine's cathedral, and Lorota had decided to go to the coffee shop. The next second, watching the guys get ready to leave, he added that this otherworldly had undoubtedly previously lived in Tingen, and therefore Leonard went to the police with a sketch of his portrait. The captain added that everything that happened still leaves traces. This phrase belongs to Emperor Roselle, but there is a lot of truth in it. Finally, the boss added that Klein should go home, rest, and not burden himself by killing a stranger, because by taking his life, he saved the whole team. As he climbed the stairs, the guy thought that it was better for him, And even if this organization controls the seer, but until it knows all the hawks, their predictions will not be able to lead to a civilian like him. And if so, then until they have a prophet, they are not able to take revenge on our hero, and therefore we should not think about it. When Joe Mingrui arrived home, he heard Melissa say that he had received some kind of letter from his mentor. Opening it, the guy remembered that he was actually writing to his teacher for the sake of historical information about the main peak of the Hornasis Mountains. The man briefly talked about how there was some archaeologist who managed to find out that at the very peak, people really lived a long time ago and created a unique civilization. Little is known about them, and therefore it is better for the young man to find this monograph, which is called A Study of Religion from the main peak of the Hornasis Mountains. In addition, the professor recommended looking at materials published in scientific journals, New Archaeology, Archaeological Review, and the like. Giving his sister the envelope and money, the young man told her to send an answer to her mentor and with the remaining money to buy herself the necessary tools and materials. However, Melissa said that the shipping bill wasn't that big, so she didn't need a lot of money. The next moment, seeing his brother on the stairs, Joe Mingrui told him to focus on teaching literacy, classical literature, mathematics, and logic. Scratching his head, Benson said that reading these books made him feel like a complete brainless baboon. However, our hero did not let up and continued to say that such literature is very useful, and therefore it needs to be carefully studied. The next moment, everyone in the household began to discuss the upcoming banquet in honor of Melissa's friend's birthday, as well as what the gift should be. The next day, upon arriving at work, our hero was met by his boss, who asked how he felt and how he slept. The young man honestly answered that there were no nightmares, but remembering everything that happened, he feels heaviness and disgust. The commander immediately moved on to the next topic, saying that the cathedral had ordered Ayur and the others to immediately send 2 to Azro 49 and the diary to Beckland, and to take 1 Nighthawk to help. The guy thought to himself whether this meant that he could now be free from the intrigues thrown at him because of the diary of the Antigonus family. The next moment, the boss announced that in a couple of days there would be an answer about the guy's enrollment in the service. Besides, Leonard discovered where the secret order was, but they did not leave any clues. Jomin Grui confirmed that he had no doubt about it and silently asked the captain not to forget to submit an application for reimbursement of our hero's expenses. Going to the armory, the young man found Neil there, who stated that the guy would soon become a full member of their team. Smiling modestly, our hero said that perhaps the Holy Council would not approve of his acceptance. But the old man rejected this, adding that he is otherworldly, and that says it all, and also that the young man must mentally prepare for the rite of passage, which consists in successfully completing the mission on his own. The young man did not understand what this meant, noting that sometimes they sit without assignments for weeks, but he thought that otherwise he would not receive a salary increase for a month or two. Looking at the guy carefully, Neil said that by going through the ritual, which would consist of facing danger, he would gain the respect of others. In addition, the guy should not be afraid that this will somehow affect his salary, since he will receive what he was promised, which made the young man very confused. The next moment, Joe Mingrui asked his mentor if he thought that the 8th sequence for the seer was really a clown. The man honestly said that this could be the case, since the documents say that the following clown sequence is characterized by agility and combat power. He added that an acquaintance of his once said that the 8th sequence of the mystical pilgrim is a melee student, which is not entirely close in meaning. Listening carefully to Neil, the young man understood that, most likely, we were really talking about a clown, and the mentor was not lying. A few hours later, the young man came to the Duville library where he was greeted and asked what he needed. The young man explained that he needed copies of research on relics from the main peak of Cornasis, New Archaeology, and an archaeological survey. With a calm voice, the librarian said that they did not have the first edition, but the rest had recently been returned by a gentleman and were on the shelves. Reading the notes, our hero understood that the civilization that lived in the mountains was so unusual that their palaces were huge and majestic, it seemed that they were not built by people. The young man thought that it was these buildings that he saw in his dreams. He would like to visit those places, but this is tantamount to asking for death. A couple of hours later, arriving at the fortune-telling club, Joe Mingrui greeted Madame Angelica. Right from the door, the secretary introduced a gentleman and said that he would like to receive a prediction. The man said his name was Bogdan, and his friends Anna and Joyce advised him to come here. Using his inner vision, the young man realized that Bogdan's liver was completely black, and other organs were imbalanced, which indicated a serious problem. Our hero immediately told the visitor that he should see a doctor, not a psychic. Looking at the young man with surprise, Bogdan said that he understood everything at first sight, noting that his friends said that the young man was a genius. The man further explained that he had been to a doctor who prescribed an operation for him, and therefore he came to the seer to find out the outcome of this surgical intervention. When Bogdan heard that fortune-telling cost only 8 pence, he was surprised as it was a very low price. But Joe Mingrui explained that they were already lucky in that they could learn the revelation of the gods and get a glimpse of good fortune, and therefore must keep greed in check on an Uso. While laying out the cards, the young man saw that the Wheel of Fortune had fallen upside down in the center, and said out loud that the operation would end badly. With sadness in his voice, the man began to wonder if there was a chance that things would turn out differently. Then the guy asked Bogdan to take off the ring, write his date of birth on a piece of paper, and put it all on the table. Having started fortune-telling, Joe Mingrui saw a clear picture of the person who came to him lying in the morgue. He understood that a prophecy had been revealed to him. At the same time, he remembered the ritual healing magic that he had learned the day before from Old Nile. Perhaps it would suit Bogdan. However, if he does this, information will be revealed that he is otherworldly, and there is no guarantee that the treatment will be successfully completed. The next moment it dawned on our hero, he remembered something important. Stopping a man who was already walking along the corridor, the young man told him to look for a source of hope in the Eastern District on Vlad Street. This is somehow connected with the word Lawson. And he added that if Bogdan could not find this place, he should return to the fortune-telling club and meet him at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but only on Monday. The young man thought to himself that Mr. Glacis had found a medicine in Lawson Darkwide's herbal store, which he used to cure his lung disease. In one of the buildings, a man told Bogdan that his liver disease was very serious. In one of the shops, the seller said that such an illness requires a difficult medicine, and the only question is whether the visitor has enough money. Listening carefully to the words of the seller, Bogdan asked what he was sick with, whether the medicine could cure him, and how much it cost. The seller replied that it cost 10 pounds, and all you need to do is add 10 drops of fresh rooster blood, a little water, mix and drink, after which there will be no trace of the disease. The next moment, the pharmacist, realizing that the buyer had money, began to offer him other things, which Bogdan had difficulty refusing. As he watched the buyer go, the man heard the master address him, saying that they had enough to renew their herbal supplies. This was the 16th visitor who came because of his popularity. If this continues, then the Nighthawks, authorized punishers, and the collective of machine intelligence will begin to take a closer look at him. And if so, then it is better to go to another city. The young man asked whether they should transfer authority over the store, having heard that he himself could do this. The seller noted that in any case, 50% of the profit belongs to him, since he is the one who successfully sells all the herbs. On the weekend, while getting ready for a banquet, Joe Mingrui told his brother how good it was that they had similar physiques, because he was able to lend his brother a suit. Hearing how his older brother refused to meet some pretty lady, our hero thought that the salary he received was enough to buy a formal set of clothes. Hearing how his sister thanked her for the pendants, hinting at their cost, the guy told her not to worry about it because they were unfinished and bought at the market. A minute later, the red-haired beauty looked towards the door, which slammed, wondering who came there. However, seeing that it was Melissa, the girl happily threw her arms around her neck, noting that she had a beautiful dress and that she generally looked very good. In a quieter voice, as if in her ear, but so that everyone could hear, she told her friend that her brothers were much cuter than she expected. Our hero thought to himself that it was difficult for him to imagine how Miss Selina imagined them, having heard the girl say that another of their friends, Elizabeth, had arrived. Looking carefully at the beauty, the young man again noted to himself that he had already met her at the underground market. The holiday was in full swing. All the guests came to the large table and helped themselves to everything they wanted, because the food was varied and in abundance. Near the table, Joe Mingrui heard a girl address him, asking if he was really Melissa's brother. Turning to the young lady, our hero greeted her with joy, saying that he was glad to see Elizabeth here. The girl once again thanked the young man for helping her choose an amulet a couple of days ago, adding that Selina also liked such a gift. The young man thought to himself that the friend Elizabeth was talking about, and whose birthday she was going to, turned out to be Selina. Sitting at the card table and playing, Joe Mingrui thought that 20 rounds had already passed, and nothing good had happened to him. deciding that it was time to go to the toilet to calm down a little. Moving along the corridor, the young man suddenly felt the presence of an incomprehensible energy somewhere nearby. Peering into space, he noted that suddenly these vibrations disappeared, believing that he could have simply imagined it all. Taking out his pendulum, our hero decided to test his assumptions, especially since his sister was in one of the rooms, for whom he was very worried. Having started work, the young man noticed that his instrument was behaving quite strangely, which meant that something was wrong. Strange things were happening behind the last door, and the guy realized that even with the help of spiritual dowsing, he sensed an impending paranormal danger. Having reached the door, he already knew for sure that there was some kind of threat behind it, since the source was inside. Walking out into the hallway, Melissa looked at her brother in fear, asking what happened. He, in turn, thought about how good it was that his sister was okay. The girls explained that they were just playing with predictions on the mirror because Selena knows a lot about it, and it turned out that it was really exciting. Zhou Mingrui didn't really understand this, thinking that it would be better for the girls to play with a Ouija board or something similar, safer. Taking another look at the hostess of the event, he thought that Selena was most likely too carried away by the mirror, but decided to remain silent. Instead, our hero said that he would not disturb the girls and asked where Elizabeth was. Having heard a reproach from his sister that her friend was only 16 years old, the young man immediately explained that she was interested in history and he would like to tell her as much as possible about it. Going out into the corridor, the young lady said that in fact the young man was confusing something because she had never shown interest in history. But Zhou Mingrui was not taken aback and explained that she was probably interested in mysticism, and he knew that they had problems with the magic mirror. He then added that when the girl comes back, she should look straight in the mirror, since Selena does not allow anyone to do this. To himself, he remembered the recordings of the Nighthawks, where each example of a prediction on a mirror bringing evil was accompanied by the same circumstances. Sitting in the fortune-telling room, Elizabeth turned to her friend, asking if she could look into her mirror. To her surprise, the girl answered in the affirmative, but at the same time began to recite some kind of spell. Having tuned into the fact that a romantic and attractive gentleman was about to appear in the mirror, with whom she would soon meet, the fortune teller was extremely focused. The mirror reflected Selena, who told her that this man would appear in a year on Sunday of the second week. If Selena was not surprised by this prediction, then Elizabeth saw and heard something that scared her, and she said that she needed to leave for a couple of minutes to go to the restroom. With horror in her voice, the young lady, turning to our hero, said that in the reflection she saw a creepy-looking friend and did not know what to do next. With a calm voice, Zhou Mingrui first asked where the girl was hiding her fortune-telling instruments, then told Elizabeth to bring Selena to her room in exactly 5 minutes. The young man added that when she did this, she should knock lightly on the door, first once, then twice quickly, and he would do the rest himself. Completing the ritual, the young man thought that he did not have much time to warn the captain about what had happened. It would be better for him to borrow power from the goddess of eternal night to protect himself from the entity that captured Selena. Arriving in some room, our hero carefully examined what was on the shelves, and at the same time turning to the goddess of eternal night, he began to read a spell. The guy knew that all this was quite serious, and any delay could be unforgivable and lead to the most dire consequences. Therefore, he not only read the spell, but also began to perform his ritual, realizing that now everything depended only on him. Having finished, the young man noted to himself that now he needed to wait until the girl entered the sealing circle, after which the entity would not be able to fight back. Zhou Mingrui heard the girls talking outside the door, or rather, how Elizabeth came up with the idea of telling Selena that there was a surprise waiting for her in the room in order to lure her inside. Standing in front of the door, the young lady looked at her friend in surprise and wondered why they had to knock since they had come to her own room. Grabbing Selena's hand, the guy thought with satisfaction that now no one outside would hear what was happening in the bedroom. Continuing to perform the ritual in the presence of the girl, Zhou Mingrui thought that his spiritual power was rapidly leaving, and he could not stop it. The young man knew that his sister's friend was sitting on the floor, and he also realized that he had to bring everything to an end. Hearing the young man cast a spell, Selena sat silently on the floor, but the expression in her eyes clearly indicated that she was planning something. And the very next moment, our hero was distracted from his task because something surprised him very much and disturbed him so much that he could not even say anything. Suddenly, some kind of green veil began to spread across the room, the same one that he first felt and saw when walking along the corridor. Crouching on the floor, the guy tried to take cover, realizing that this energy did not bring anything good. Knowing that working with such entities is always dangerous, even when it comes to beautiful girls, the young man grabbed his revolver. However, looking at Selena lying on the ground, the young man noted to himself that the dark green aura had finally disappeared, which meant that everything should be in order. And indeed, everything began to improve. But the very next second, Joe Mingrui felt unwell. Grabbing his head and falling to the floor, he realized that his head hurt so much that he could not collect his thoughts, not understanding what had gone wrong. After some time, having come to his senses, the guy decided that the use of ritual magic had drained his spiritual energy, and, probably, the effect of the potion had intensified. Our hero was aware that if he had drunk the elixir a little later, he would definitely not have been able to cope with the situation. The action turned out to be quite useful. Sometime later, while talking to Elizabeth, Joe Mingrui told her that the error in fortune-telling on the mirror had been successfully corrected, and there was nothing to worry about. Stuttering a little, the young man continued, noting that Selena would probably be a little in a stupor, and also, most likely, she would feel weak for the next couple of days. He then quickly began to question the young lady about how she learned magic, who her teacher was, and whether she had been told about the prohibitions associated with fortune-telling with magic mirrors. Elizabeth replied that her friend said that she learned fortune-telling by looking into the secret spells of her teacher, who was Hannes Vincent. Hearing the words Selena spoke, the young man thought that it was an ancient creature that appeared in the 15th century and was revered by a huge number of secret organizations. Looking at the girl, the guy said that everyone should pray only to the 7 existing deities, and then asked her to find out the words of the spell from her friend and immediately contact him. After a moment's hesitation, he added that Selena could not keep secrets, and therefore he did not want to contact her directly, so that his family would not find out about his interest in mysticism. The next day, sitting in the office, Joe Mingrui told the captain in detail about what happened the day before, proposing to investigate Hannes Vincent. The man praised the young man, saying that he worked quickly, preventing the dangerous spirit from gaining strength. As for the rest, they would take care of it themselves and the young man had better go and rest. However, the guy said that he expected this event to be counted as his mission to initiate the rite of passage, since he was completely involved in this himself. The next minute, Leonard joined the conversation and happily reported that they had already prepared a small task for the young man. After a pause, Mr. Smith said that they planned to entrust this secret task to the young man tomorrow, but he should not worry since the task was quite simple. Returning home, Joe Mingrui first decided to visit his sister, who wanted to learn something important from him. Looking closely at her brother, the girl asked what she and Elizabeth had actually done the night before. Melissa said that she felt that something was wrong with her friend, and later Selena began to behave very strangely. The young man directly asked if the sister was afraid to find out that her friends were doing something mystical and otherworldly. Melissa confirmed this, adding that she believes that everything in the world can be explained logically, and if something is not clear now, it is only because the necessary knowledge is lacking. The young man thought to himself that he too had thought so before, and said out loud that in mysticism everything is built on Hermes, which was used in ancient ceremonies and prayers. Elizabeth asked to explain the meaning of these words. After a little hesitation, the sister said that she knew that her brother's strong point was history, and he could explain such things better than anyone. Our hero noted that he could not accurately explain the lady's strange behavior, but wondered if Melissa knew what exactly Selena said on Hermes. Despite his sister's misunderstanding, the young man added that her friend's questions were probably related to dark beliefs. Patting his sister on the shoulder, Joe Mingrui advised her to take better care of Selena and keep her away from such things. He thought to himself that he would now worry less about Melissa. The next morning, upon arriving at the office, our hero immediately went to the captain to find out what test awaited him. Looking carefully at the boss, the young man asked what happened and whether it was connected with Hannes Vincent. With a serious expression on his face, Mr. Smith, without any preamble, announced that Hannes Vincent was dead. Looking at the captain in surprise, the young man asked who could have killed him and whether it had anything to do with the girls. The man said he and Leonard went out last night to find the man. After finding nothing paranormal, he decided to enter his dreams for clues. In his dream, he saw a huge cross and a naked man, nailed upside down, with bloodstains on his body. Seeing this scene, Mr. Smith's consciousness left him, and when he woke up, Hannes Vincent was already dead. Joe Mingrui noted that the cross and the crucified man covered in blood are close to the description of the true creator, but there are obvious differences. Then the captain told the guy to change into a police uniform and meet with the inspector in the hall of the shooting club, where he would tell the details of what happened. The young man asked why he needed a police uniform if everyone wore civilian clothes. The chief explained that the police department pays half of their salaries, and they also wore police uniforms at the first meeting. The young man is a probationary inspector, and everything must look official so as not to arouse suspicion. Putting on his uniform, our hero thought to himself that inspectors in England don't look so bad, and he regretted that he couldn't walk like that every day. Approaching the club, Joe Mingrui waited for the person the captain was talking about to find out more about the situation related to the otherworldly. Inspector Tolle greeted our hero joyfully and said that he felt that they would get along, after which the men went to Sir Dyville's house. Smiling, Joe Mingrui agreed to go to this man, and on the way he wanted to find out more about the details of the case. Tolle said that last month the Sir began to hear groans of pain and suffering while sleeping. The servants confirmed these words, saying that the moans were not so loud, but were repeated every night. Every day this story put more and more pressure on Dyville. He even tried to move to a country house, but it didn't help. Then they engaged the man's security, but found no evidence. The Sir said that if the problem was not solved, he would seek help from the authorities of the neighboring city. And our hero was already thinking that it could be a curse or that there was something otherworldly somewhere nearby. Inspector Tolle came to Deweyville. The young man introduced himself, saying that he was an inspector on probation and would help investigate the case. Sitting on the sofa, the man greeted those gathered and said that he really hoped that together with the officers they would be able to solve his difficult situation. Looking carefully at this man, our hero recognized him as the owner of the wallet that old Neil had picked up, and decided to himself that probably, in the eyes of this man, he looked like a Samaritan. Scanning this man, Joe Mingrui noted to himself that, apart from his bad mood, nothing else bothered him. And the very next moment he began to ask when Deweyville first heard the sounds, what room he was in then, and whether they could examine it together. Without answering the question, the man turned to his assistant and ordered him to take the police to his bedroom. Standing near the massive wooden door, Cullen said that this was his master's bedroom. But before he had time to listen to the butler, Joe Mingrui carefully began to peer somewhere into the distance, listening to something. Already at the entrance to the bedroom, he himself began to hear someone's whimpering. It was quiet enough, but not so much that he did not pay attention to it. The young man carefully examined the room, not understanding why it was so cold there and trying to understand where he heard the crying from. The very next minute his ears began to ring, and the picture before his eyes began to change. The bedroom, which just a second ago was gray and nondescript, was now illuminated by the bright rays of the sun, inviting you to warm up under them, sitting on a comfortable bed. Realizing that something was wrong in the house, the young man decided to use his inner vision, convinced that he would definitely discover something. Raising his head, the young man noticed something resembling pupils under the ceiling. Realizing that this was not a typical offended spirit, but not an evil spirit either. A moment later, the owner of the house entered the bedroom, who asked if the young man managed to figure everything out, and he thought to himself that ordinary people do not notice anything paranormal. And he said out loud that if everything were so simple, then his colleague Officer Tolle would not have been fiddling with this matter for so long. Focusing on Dyville, who approached the mirror, the young man wondered why the ghost got so much grudge against him. If it is allowed to accumulate further, it will turn into an angry spirit. If the remnants of the spirit of those people, whoever they were, are so strong, then how much resentment they accumulated before death. Further, the young man stated the fact that when the owner moved, he slept at night in silence. And then it got to the point that he began to hear sounds even when he fell asleep during the day. The man said that it was true. At first, everything was quite quiet, and then the problem got worse so much that he constantly heard strange sounds, asking what was the reason for all this. Looking at the other person, Joe Mingrui said that this was a psychological illness or a psychological problem. Studying the thoughtful young man, the owner of the house began to ask if he was really hinting that he was crazy and should be placed in a hospital. But our hero began to explain that most people suffer from psychological problems to one degree or another, again introducing himself as a psychology expert from Ava County. The young man heard Deweyville ask why, if he was the problem, the people around him could also hear moaning or crying. The young man did not answer the question, but asked everyone except the owner of the house to leave the room so that he could carry out the initial treatment. The next minute, the man asked that Callan escort Inspector Tolle upstairs and that they wait there without entering the room. While those gathered were leaving, our hero was already asking Deweyville to lie down on the bed, relax, and try to sleep. Sitting in his chair, the guy thought about how he could use ritual magic to investigate. Besides, it was a good way to keep his otherworldly powers a secret. The young man decided that first he would try using dream fortune telling to determine the root cause of this problem. While falling asleep, the young man saw some strange stains and also constantly heard the same cry, trying to understand who he belonged to. Suddenly, thick white smoke appeared in front of Joe Mingrui, but he later realized that it was glass. Lightly touching it, our hero saw how this ball immediately shattered into many small pieces. And the very next moment, the workers of the Dyeville lead plant appeared before the guy's eyes. Addressing one girl named Mary, the employee stated the fact that she had an attack. Then she told Lafayette that she had been poisoned by lead and all the signs were there, but our hero understood that the employee's resentment could not have such a strong impact on the owner. The only exception was a more persistent resentment, because of which the others also united. Once again, a picture appeared in front of him. One of the employees told Haley that Mr. Dyeville ordered everyone with a headache to leave the workshop, but she just waved it off. The irritated woman said that her father and brother had lost their jobs, and they did not even have money for bread. She was looking forward to her salary of 10 souls. Other men discussed the fact that there was still work for them, but given the recent recession, they would only be able to earn 3 souls and 7 pence a week. The next second, another girl was telling someone to tell her boss that her headache was gone and everything would be fine. However, suddenly the picture changed, and our hero saw this stranger lying on the floor, and someone was running around her and shouting to call a doctor immediately. Lost in thought, Joe Mingrui noted to himself that Benson planned to support him and his sister on a salary of 30 souls a week, which was already quite difficult. He thought that the minimum wage was 20 souls per week, but did not realize how wrong he was. Waking up, Mr. Dyeville asked our hero what he could say about his health, adding that for the first time he slept like a baby. Still sitting in the chair, the young man was silent. He did not know where to start the conversation, since it was quite difficult. However, then he abruptly approached the man and asked him if he knew how dangerous lead was. Now the owner of the house was looking at the guy, who did not understand what these questions were for and what to answer. The man said that at first he didn't know anything, but found out later and really felt guilty, so he honestly paid compensation to all the workers. Doyville explained that even in the neighboring city, the salary is 8 souls, and his is 10. In addition, he suggested that all employees who were not feeling well should turn to his charitable service for help. The man explained that due to the fact that his salary was higher, in the same backland, they began to criticize him for the difficulty of recruiting people. In his opinion, it was not he who was to blame, but the grain law, which bankrupted farmers. The young man said that Sir can hardly imagine how important a regular salary is for the poor. Even 1 week of downtime can be a tragedy for many families. The guy asked why, if Doyville presented himself as a caring person, he would not install any equipment to protect people from dust and lead poisoning. The interlocutor replied that now he no longer cares about his own income, but installing the equipment will bankrupt him, and besides, it will protect only a small number of employees. After a short silence, our hero said that the man told everything himself in a few minutes. Namely, that one day, driving past the river, he saw a worker who died on the way to work. The young man noted that the feeling of guilt accumulated in Dyeville day after day, and at the moment when he saw the dead girl on the road, it became even stronger. The man asked our hero if he knew the name of that worker, and then asked what he needed to do to get rid of his psychological problem forever. The young man replied that the worker's name was Haley Walker. The organization should help her family even more, and information about the dangers of lead should spread throughout all cities. In addition, Mr. Doyville should become a member of parliament to promote legislation on lead hazards and worker protection. Unfortunately, the interlocutor said that no one would accept such a bill, since foreign companies that are competitors will take over lead production, thereby bankrupting all existing factories. Standing in the office in front of the captain, Joe Mingrui spoke in detail about what he managed to figure out, bitterly noting that practically nothing could be changed. The young man realized that the cause of everything was accumulated guilt, but even if you get rid of it, nothing will change globally. The young man said that Dyeville sent his assistants to the family of the unfortunate worker to pay them compensation in the amount of 300 pounds. Thus, all the unpleasant feelings of Haley, as well as the owner of the plant himself, disappeared from the phantom world, and one could consider that the problem was solved. The captain said that in their age the problem is not so much lead, but that there is always a lot of dust in factories. Therefore, lung problems will persist. He added that the kingdom is developing, which means these problems must be resolved, and suggested going to a restaurant to celebrate the entry of a new member of the Nighthawks. Smiling, the young man suggested postponing it to the next day, explaining that he had put a lot of effort into solving the problem and wanted to rest. The captain was satisfied with this answer, and he said that the guy had better go home since his shift was already over anyway. The young man thanked the boss, but thought to himself that if it were not for his meeting in a ghostly place, he would not have refused the evening gatherings. But the very next moment, as usual, Mr. Smith noticed that the relatives of the deceased girl had been paid compensation in the amount of 300 pounds. Zhou Mingrui confirmed that this was the case and asked the boss if he was really afraid that something might happen to the family because they suddenly became rich. The man said that he had encountered such cases more than once, and asked our hero to leave the address of these people so that they could be transported to another city, where the family would start a new life. At the appointed time, Justice and the hanged man gathered in the ghostly hall and greeted Mr. Jester. Smiling, the girl said that if there was good wine here, they could drink to the young man's test. Alger Wilson, in turn, noted that the power of the jester is amazing. The young man said that this proved that they were moving in the right direction, and noted that if someone could not show up on Monday, they could announce it through a ceremony. In good spirits, Justice noted that she had brought another page of the Emperor to Rosella, and remembered that she owed another one besides this one. Hearing this statement, the hanged man apologized, saying that he was far out to sea and could not get hold of the page. The jester explained to everyone present that he expected that fulfilling the request would take a lot of time, and therefore there was nothing wrong with it. And the very next minute, parchment and a blank sheet of paper appeared in front of Justice, on which the girl had to write what was contained on the found page. The first sheet was dated the 9th of July. It talked about why the tablet that stores all the names is called Blasphemy, who its creator is, and how he knows all the sequences. On July 12th, the Emperor wrote that he learned that artifacts are an important part of the Church's strength. Among the 7 major churches, the Church of God has the fewest of these artifacts. In addition, Roselle also wrote that he had joined an organization that actually had no future. A day later, the Emperor spoke about meeting with some Mr. belonging to a secret order. Reading this, our hero thought that the documents of the Church of the Goddess of Eternal Night said that this man was associated with a secret order, but somewhere there was information that for the Emperor he was a leader. And if so, then the guy was sure that the secret order really had the consistency of a seer. The diary went on to say that this leader had chosen the path of a seer for himself. He had achieved high consistency, and he had long needed to act as a seer. Roselle also wrote that this Zaratul hoped that the Emperor would help him steal a dangerous sealed artifact from the Church of the God of Machines, a relic of the Antigonus family. In addition, the man was also angry that his leader was not telling anything, and without details, the Emperor could not really do anything other than be angry with this man. While our hero was reading what was written in the letter, the girl watched him carefully and even tried to note some details to herself. But the very next moment, the beauty began to scold herself for this, realizing that she could not afford to treat the jester like that. Glad that he was not angry with her. After a minute, the jester apologized for keeping everyone waiting and said that now everyone present could begin the discussion. Justice was the first to speak, turning to the hanged man and asking if he knew where good psychological alchemists could be found. Hearing this, our hero immediately remembered the mysterious guy who bought the ingredients for the potion at the underground market, thinking that he could be connected with psychological alchemists. The interlocutor told the girl that he did not know where they could be found, adding that he did not think there was any reason to rush in search of psychological alchemists. The man said that it is best for Justice to set a goal, to deal with the effect of the potion on the viewer. The girl replied that she just wanted to be prepared in advance and asked how she would know when she had finished absorbing the potion, adding that she was at the stage where she could not hear any muttering. Looking carefully at the young man, Alger Wilson waited for what their leader, the jester, would say, but he noted to himself that, most likely, he would refrain from answering. Algeria explained that if the absorption of the potion's effects is not used, the process will take at least 3 years. There is an easy way to find out if the absorption is complete. You need to exhaust the body to the limit. If the girl doesn't hear any muttering and doesn't see anything scary, then she's ready to move forward. Despite this, Justice added that she recently experienced the absorption of the potion. The sensation was incredible, and she doubted that this process could take 3 years. Looking carefully at the jester's hand, the girl sadly thought that, in fact, the hanged man never answered her question, and a period of 3 years seemed too long. Our hero spoke next. He said that at lower sequences, if you follow the absorption of the potion carefully, it will be absorbed within 6 months. But it is difficult to achieve results in a month. As for determining the moment when the potion is absorbed, it can be felt when the time comes. The hanged man heard Justice thank the fool, not him, and felt a certain failure and indifference to his person, which he clearly did not like. Unexpectedly, he said out loud about 6 months. At that time, the girl noted to herself that his voice was filled with joy and relief, although there was still strong doubt in it. Looking at the crowd, the hanged man said that he had heard that a listener from the Order of Aurora was looking for traces of the true creator, whom they considered sacred. Hearing this, the jester thought that the true creator is a being that many cults worship. They believe that the core left by him is the true creator. In the times following the Fifth Age, he appeared in many forms, such as the hanged giant and the eyes behind the shadow veil. Many people believe that Emperor Roselle created the Hanged Man tarot card, citing his writings. The next moment, our hero heard the young man asking his opinion regarding this whole story, not understanding why he needed it. Our hero noted to himself that the image of the true creator, which the hanged man had just spoken about, was similar to the scene that the captain saw in Hannes Vincent's dreams. Our hero thought that regardless of whether he was hanging upside down or hiding behind a shadow, in both cases the image gave off an ominous atmosphere. And again, looking carefully at everyone gathered, the jester said that he preferred to call this creature a fallen creator. Now Alger Wilson was thinking, noting to himself that the young man spoke as if they were on equal terms. He thought that at first it seemed to him that Mr. Jester was bluffing, but through the ritual he showed that he was indeed like the true creator, although the gap between them was not great. Alger said that, according to his observations, otherworlders who believe in a fallen creator are prone to loss of control, and the rest are mostly crazy psychopaths. Once again, our hero thought that this phrase was consistent with the data that the Nighthawks had, and if possible, he would also ask about materials relating to the secret order and the clown. The young man wanted to ask his companions about this, but did not know how to do it in a way that suited his personality. He thought that perhaps he could come up with something, like this table or palace. And as if by a magic wand, the girl began asking questions, inquiring about the secret organizations that the hanged man knew about, noting that the payment would be appropriate. In a calm voice, the man stated that it would be worth £1,000 in small notes or precious stones, which had recently been mined and valued by the Backlund Jewelry House. With a smile on her face, Justice only clarified the point that she would deliver the money to the Warrior and Sea Bar, which is located on Pritz Harbor. The jester thought that for a girl, £1,000 is a mere trifle, while perhaps even his boss does not earn that much. For that kind of money, you can buy a luxurious house. The hanged man began talking about the Order of Moses, saying that it is the oldest secret organization. Many mistakenly believe that the Church of the Goddess of Eternal Night and Mother of the Earth is the oldest. The man explained that the order was founded by several people who found the tablets of desecration. They believe in an anthropomorphic god called the Hidden Sage. In the early days of its existence, this order was respected, with adherents leading an ascetic lifestyle to avoid loss of control, carefully keeping secrets, and observing morals and precepts. The sequence they guard is called the Priest of Secrets, and it is from this organization that the term warlock originates. Interrupting the narrator, Justice asked why this order was previously respected, and whether this meant that something had happened to it. With sadness in his voice, the hanged man said that they had fallen, and now this organization is considered evil. However, the girl did not understand how this could happen. Didn't they have a strong sense of justice? Alger Wilson said that he does not know the real reasons. Perhaps they are lost in the annals of history, but he has his own plausible explanation. The main reason for the fall of the ascetic order was that the god in whom they believed, the hidden sage, appeared in the flesh. This led to him simply becoming an evil deity. Today, an organization that few people know about, and even fewer want to understand. It seemed that Justice was not only touched, but also annoyed. She could not believe that such a good story could end so absurdly. Looking carefully at the beauty, with calm in his voice, the hanged man said that he does not know the whole story and most likely no one knows it. Although, after hesitating a little and looking towards our hero, he thought to himself that perhaps the jester knew something. But the very next moment, the hanged man began to pull himself back, dissuading himself from this thought, and decided to think about something else. He remembered a phrase from the Book of the Storm, which contains a warning that in no case should one test either God himself or his patience. Therefore, the very next second he added that, returning to the topic of conversation, the next thing on the agenda was the Demoness sect. Having told everything he knew, Alger Wilson said that this was the end of his knowledge about hidden organizations and sex. This time, Justice sincerely thanked the narrator, saying that she had learned a lot of new things. Realizing that everyone had already discussed everything, the jester said that he wanted to end today's meeting if no one was against it. Rising from their seats, both the young man and the girl replied that they had no objections, and besides, they could come to this place at any time. Sitting in an empty hall and looking somewhere into the distance, our hero thought to himself about what was going on according to his plan. However, after a minute, his eyes widened, either from surprise or amazement, but something happened in the room. For several seconds, the young man sat motionless. It seemed that he was thinking about his further actions. And this is true because there was a man sitting opposite him. Only instead of the expected mouthpiece, his own copy appeared, but the guy did not understand whether she could fulfill this role. Looking closely at this half-human, Joe Mingrui noted to himself that it was unclear whether he could speak or not. But this was not such a big problem since thick smoke was spreading around him. In addition, this copy looked too lifeless. Its face did not express any emotions. It was more like a doll than a person. Sighing heavily, the young man decided that he was wasting his time and, apparently, this path would not bear fruit. But the very next moment, something strange began to happen to our hero's hand, although he did not fully understand what exactly. After a minute, the guy realized that he was hearing and feeling some kind of believer, but Joe Mingrui found it difficult to understand him. The guy noted to himself that this language was very similar to the ancient language of the Phazak Empire, but still differed from it in some way, and if so, he did not understand what this unknown person was asking for. The young man could only make out the words mother and father. There were difficulties with the rest, because the ancient language of Phazak was widespread in the Fourth Era, and all modern languages originated from it. The young man remembered that the Phazak Empire claimed that its inhabitants were descendants of giants, so he did not exclude the possibility that it was the language of the Jotuns from ancient times. Covering his face with his hand, our hero said out loud that he was the ruler behind the gray fog and was still completely confused by the foreign language. Well, after all, he decided that until he deciphered the words of this man, just in case he would keep an eye on him and perhaps someday invite him into the gray fog. And then Joe Mingrui began to write down everything he learned at today's meeting in order to think about it later, and as usual after writing, he burned his notes. The young man knew that he needed to receive more and more information each time, but in such a way that the questions did not come from himself. His main goal for the near future was to obtain the recipe for the clown potion, which, as the captain said, few people know because traces of it have so far been lost. The next day, in a great mood, Joe Mingrui came to the fortune-telling club early in the morning. But he was surprised by the atmosphere that reigned there, as it was somehow gloomy and lifeless. Although, on the other hand, everything was as always. The secretary was in place, the participants walked back and forth, everyone minded their own business. Wiping away tears, Angelica heard someone present tell her that the pain of loss can only be cured with time. Rising from her seat, the girl asked our hero if he had heard about what happened to Vincent, and then she herself added that he was an exceptional predictor. The next moment, she explained that she learned that the man had suddenly suffered a heart attack, adding that the man was a true gentleman. After listening to the interlocutor, the guy said that he could only foresee that something wrong had happened to him, but he did not know the details of the incident. And in a more cheerful voice, she declared that this man would forever remain in her memory and in the memory of other people, since he left behind a lot. Immediately, changing the subject, she noted that the same visitor came to the fortune teller as last time. He had been waiting in the reception room the day before and had not waited for the young man. Shaking the man's hand, Joe Mingrui said that he congratulated him on his recovery, noting that there is nothing more beautiful than a healthy spirit in a healthy body. Bogdan said that he didn't really believe in a magical apothecary, but the 10 pounds he spent was definitely worth it as it saved his life. Hearing such a statement, our hero thought to himself that his services were valued at only 8 pence. But it was not this that bothered him, but the fact that the illness went away in just a couple of days. This could be evidence that someone cursed the man, which means that the otherworldly has a grudge against him, and if so, the young man decided to visit the pharmacist. The next minute, the gentleman said that he wanted to go to this man to buy the ashes of the mummy and thank him for everything. However, when he arrived, it turned out that ownership of the shop had been transferred to someone else. Looking carefully at his interlocutor, the guy understood that Lawson was a rather careful person and did not leave traces behind himself. The next morning, greeting Klein, Roseanne joyfully announced that she was able to see Madame Daly. To understand whether they were talking about the same person, the guy asked if this was the lady who was a spiritual medium. Lowering her voice, the secretary said that it was she, however. Unfortunately, the girl had already left. Rosanna noted that for her, Madame Daly is a real example of an ideal otherworldly, and she would like to be at least a little like her. The girl said that if she had the chance to become a spiritual medium, she would go on a trip around the world and would be able to enjoy all sorts of different beauties. Realizing that Rosanna was daydreaming, the guy said that even Madame Daly is forced to obtain approval for a trip in advance if she wants to go outside of work. The embarrassed interlocutor stated that she would never want to become otherworldly. It is too dangerous, and besides, she does not want to be a monster, adding that the captain wanted to see the young man. As he left, the young man thought to himself that the bishop had once said that they were protectors, but at the same moment a group of unfortunates, forever fighting danger and madness. Looking into the cup, the captain immediately explained that Miss Daly had been transferred to Backland. There are many otherworldly people there, and there are many more opportunities there. She could become a senior deacon or an archbishop. As he was about to sit down, Joe Mingrui asked the boss why he thought the girl would take one of these positions. The man explained that she has an incredible talent in mastering sequence potions. Mr. Smith recalled that the main rule of the Hawks is that if someone wishes to take the next potion, they must wait 3 years and be tested to avoid loss of control. It took him 3 years to go from Sleepless to Midnight Poet, and 9 years to reach Nightmare. 3 years have passed since then, and he doesn't know how long it will take to reach the 6th sequence. But as a person ages, there is less energy in the body. And the best choice is to stop progress, because the likelihood of losing control is so high that there is no point in taking risks. But Daly is different. A year after becoming a collector, she passed the exam and received a potion, becoming a gravedigger, and just a year later she became a spirit medium. It's now been 5 years since she became otherworldly, and even though she's only 24 years old, she still has a lot ahead of her and many doors open to her. Listening carefully to the captain, the guy thought that Madame Daly was indeed very popular, and at the same time she was an excellent spiritual medium. Well, what if all this time she was simply using a method that few people know about? Turning to the boss, the young man said, why not ask his colleague about the method of assimilating potions, if it is so effective, since he himself is still very young. The man said that he asked her once, but she replied that he needed to become a nightmare, a real nightmare, although he still did not understand what that meant. And the very next moment, Mr. Smith changed the topic and said that he had discussed potions and, in particular, the clown with Daly. The girl put forward a very interesting theory. He noted that potions usually have a common theme and go sequentially, improving the capabilities of the previous one. For example, Sleepless, Midnight Poet, and Nightmare are connected by the theme of night. The connection is not always obvious, but if you think carefully, it will always be there. For example, a murderer and an instigator bring troubles, sadness, and torment to people. Zhou Mingrui, without waiting for the story to continue, asked if the medium believed that the seer and the clown did not follow the usual progression. The captain noted that Daly believed that low and mid-sequence potions provided otherworldly abilities that were unrelated to each other. Only when the Beyonder reaches a certain point of qualitative change do the abilities blend into something more powerful. The standard progression is similar to human development, with the baby growing taller and stronger, becoming generally more mature and intelligent. Raising his hand, the captain bent one finger and told the guy to imagine that this was the 9th sequence. Then he bent another finger, adding that this was the 8th sequence, and explained that each finger is independent of the others and there seems to be nothing in common between their movements. Clenching his fist, the man added that when they come together they represent something strong and powerful. Zhou Mingrui began to ask at what point abilities come together to form something new, when fundamental changes take effect. With a calm voice, Mr. Smith said that this is supposed to happen on the 4th sequence. According to the church classification, the 4th sequence is the first among the highest. It is believed that by reaching this level, one can fundamentally change vital energy and strength. In ancient times, those who reached this sequence were exalted to the level of gods, but the 9th, 8th, and 7th sequences were considered lower, although now the 7th is considered middle. Zhou Mingrui noted to himself that if this was the case, then Emperor Roselle was indeed a powerful otherworldly, although the higher the consistency, the higher the likelihood of losing control. Showing the now familiar photo to the hero, the captain said that this man lost control while moving towards the 4th sequence. At the same time, he cannot say with certainty that he is the 4th sequence for the Sleepless one. but noted that the gatekeeper is a continuation for the corpse collector and not for the sleepless one. The next moment, Mr. Smith added that the young man still needed to study. By the way, Neil was already waiting for him, and then announced that in the evening they would celebrate his becoming an official member of the Hawks. The man said that there was no need for money, noting that the guy had forgotten about the official bonuses they received for completing missions, and that some of it would go towards the feast. Looking carefully at the boss, the young man said that he understood everything, took it into account, and would be waiting for everyone at dinner. As he was about to leave, he had already begun to mentally count, knowing that Mr. Smith was a forgetful person, and therefore would definitely call out to him. After standing at the door for a while, the hero noted with surprise that the captain had not called him today, which means that snow would most likely fall. He grinned and left. Looking at the guy's joy, Neil told him not to focus on dinner, because he still had a lot of new things to learn, and then the hardest part would come. The old man said that, among other things, his student would have to set aside 2 hours in the afternoon for combat training with an instructor every day, except weekends. Still standing and looking at the mentor, the guy said that the captain had not warned him about anything like that. With a smile on his face, Neil stated that Mr. Smith, as usual, simply forgot. But that was okay, because he told him everything. Time passed very quickly, so quickly that in the evening the entire team gathered in the restaurant. The guys joyfully raised their glasses and said that they were very glad to see Klein as a full-fledged member of their team. Tired and dejected, the hero quietly thanked everyone for their congratulations, but it seemed that he had no desire to celebrate or rejoice. Looking at his neighbor in surprise, Leonard wondered why he wasn't hungry, noting that he thought training with Mr. Gawain must have worn him out. Remembering this man, Joe Mingrui thought about what he said, that our hero needed strength training, and they would start with 2 dumbbells to help him train. In addition, the coach added that the young man should also squat, run, and practice jumping rope every day. Exhausted, lying on the tatami, the guy could hardly speak. It was difficult for him to even lie down. Returning to his friend, Leonard said that if the young man was not going to eat his portion, he would be happy to help him. Still leaning on his arm, Joe Mingrui said that he could eat absolutely anything because he himself was not hungry. In the morning, having difficulty getting out of bed, the young man thought that the consequences of the training were terrible. He believed that the potion would give him strength, but they all went into intelligence and wisdom. At the same time, the guy understood that he had no time to rest. Firstly, he wanted to see his teacher. Secondly, he had to check if he could take the book, and most importantly, from the university library. Having met a frightened Melissa in the corridor, the young man hastened to assure her that everything was fine with him. His muscles were just very sore. The sister looked reproachfully at her brother and noted that she did not remember him doing physical exercise, suggesting that this might be related to alcohol. The guy thought to himself that alcohol does not cause muscle pain. Everyone knows this, but he said out loud that he took part in mandatory combat training organized by the company. Looking at the confused girl, the young man explained that since he was a consultant on history and relics, he might have to accompany his colleagues on a journey through the wilderness. Excavations are always carried out in remote places, and if so, then he will have to go there on foot with special equipment, and if so, he needs to be in good shape. Hearing this, the sister said that it was not like a gentleman, because he always wanted to become a professor and adhere to the standards of the profession, read chronicles and the like. But the guy objected, because the professor must not only communicate in a gentlemanly tone, but also test the laws of physics on himself, otherwise he will not be taken seriously. With concern in her voice, Melissa began to ask how she could help her brother. Refuting, the young man said that nothing bad was happening to him. Moreover, he slightly exaggerated his own pain. Looking at her brother, who was moving with difficulty, the girl noted to herself that Klein had been pretending a lot lately, and now she almost believed that his muscles were aching. Not wanting to hear Melissa's questions and reproaches anymore, our hero went into his bedroom with difficulty, and only there was he able to moan a little, giving vent to his feelings. But be that as it may, Joe Mingrui had no intention of changing his plans, and therefore he was already at Hui University at lunchtime. Having entered the office and greeted Mr. Azik, the young man asked him if he knew where the mentor was since they agreed to meet, but the man did not come. Azik explained that the professor unexpectedly went to Tengen University, where he had urgent business, and therefore he would accept the guy in his place. The next second, the interlocutor looked at our hero carefully, but continued to remain silent. Not understanding what was wrong, the young man looked at the man, thinking that perhaps there was something wrong with his clothes. Sitting down in his seat, Isaac noted that the guy began to look like a real gentleman. In addition, he now seemed somehow energetic and friendly. Zhou Mingrui thanked him for his invaluable advice, complimented him, and asked if the professor had managed to find a book on the study of the relic of the main peak of Hornasis. Smiling, Isaac said that they managed to find the book, and not without his help, adding that since our hero is no longer a university student, he will have to read it here. Reading through the literature, the guy noted that the settlement was definitely part of a larger civilization, and it seems that there is a hidden and long history. From the frescoes, it became clear that they looked exactly like people. Therefore, it can be assumed that they were people. At the same time, they revered and feared the darkness of the night sky, and therefore called their god the ruler of eternity and the mother of the sky. People believed that death was not the end, and were confident that their deceased relatives would protect them in the night, so they left the corpses at home, in their beds, for 3 days. The most surprising thing is that not a single grave was discovered in the area, as if none of the inhabitants died, which clearly contradicts the frescoes. At the peak of the bark and in the surrounding area, all the paintings were perfectly preserved. The frescoes also had no damage. Everything looked as if no one had touched them until the very moment of their discovery. There were still plates of what had once been food on the tables. Empty bottles of wine were found in some rooms, and that was the end of the frescoes, with no mention of burials. Zhou Mingrui did not understand where all the people had gone. It seemed that they were running away from something in a hurry, but never returned. The complete absence of graves was also frightening. The young man was also frightened by the castle because, in comparison with the one located behind the fog, this one was almost indistinguishable. The only difference was that this castle stood on a hill, inspiring great awe. More importantly, the throne inside was so huge that it seemed not intended for humans, and in addition, there were maggots everywhere. This indicated that the dimension beyond the gray fog was somehow connected with the ancient ruins on the top of the mountain. In addition, one can be sure that the talk about the people of eternity was in the diary of the Antigones. All this time, Isaac looked attentively at his guest, but did not dare to utter a word, seeing how the guy was reading carefully. But after some time, the young man could not stand it, and asked the guy if he had found anything that interested him. With joy in his voice, Zhou Mingrui said that he had found quite a lot of interesting information, and showed how many notes he had already taken. The next moment, Isaac noted that when he was a student at Backland University, he was interested in predictions and discovered that the guy's fate was very chaotic. Pretending that our hero knew nothing about this, he began to ask what kind of chaos we were talking about and how one could even discuss one's own fate with the prophet. The man said that in the past few months, the young man had encountered many unexpected coincidences. Isaac said that the most obvious is a clue about the previously lost diary of the Antigone family, in the apartment opposite the one to which the police came to respond to a call. In addition, Ray Bieber did not immediately flee the city. He first found a place to absorb the power granted by the diary, thanks to which they could track him with the help of 249. Next was Selena, who, having discovered Vincent's notes, decided to try it out. Luckily, she waited until the dinner party, otherwise Hannes wouldn't have been the only corpse. The guy continued to explain that a chain of coincidences is no longer a coincidence, as Roselle himself said, and it is very important to understand who is behind it all. Still listening carefully to the man and telling him that he had not noticed the reasons for all these coincidences, Zhou Mingrui asked what else Isaac could see. Looking into his cup, he said that he sees only a certain chaos. Besides this, he is blind, and understands that he is not a real predictor. Saying goodbye to the man, the hero thought that he didn't seem to say anything, but seemed to hint at quackery, but maybe not. Isaac finally told the young man to be careful and carefully consider all his actions. At the same time, our hero decided that it was better for him to look at his interlocutor with the help of spiritual vision. While scanning him, Zhou Mingrui noted that he looked normal in appearance, but his astral projection was in a gray fog. In less than a few hours, the young man was already at home, sitting in his bedroom at the table, thinking about everything that had happened. First of all, the guy decided to start with the first incident, namely the kidnapping of Elliot, which was associated with the forces of the other world. Working with the pendulum on his first guess, the young man received a negative answer. Therefore, the abduction has nothing to do with the otherworldly. After some time, Zhou Mingrui noted to himself that the fortune-telling showed that all three events, including the situation with Bieber and Selena, were just coincidences, it seemed to him in a dream. Looking carefully at his hand, he asked himself whether he, a true prophet, had been intimidated by an amateur like Mr. Azik. At the same time, the young man noted that, referring to Klein's memories, this man was not interested in predictions. The guy considered him a quiet, calm, and reliable person. If he argued with one of the teachers, it was only on academic topics, and for each discussion he had good arguments. If he were a simple lover of predictions, he would not speak in this way. Although, perhaps he just came across secret information and is trying to suggest something without arousing suspicion. Or it was just a fantasy playing out. Having been transported to a foggy place, our hero decided that it was here that he could completely immerse himself in his thoughts and perhaps find answers to his questions. The guy took all his notes, as well as the pendulum, and decided to start from the very beginning, namely with the question of the kidnapping of the boy. A few minutes later, Joe Mingrui noted something on a piece of paper, realizing that there were no traces of otherworldly intervention in that story. But the young man decided that it was better to go further and use the dream, and therefore, asking a question about the true reason for Elliot's abduction, he plunged into a trance state. After some time, our hero found himself in a green meadow surrounded by mountains, but it turned out that the guy did not know this place since he had never been here. Realizing that it was impossible to stand still, the young man went forward where his intuition led him. After some time, he saw a red brick chimney shrouded in haze. The next second, our hero again found himself in a ghostly place, noting that the feeling was as if he had seen something incomparably frightening. The young man could not understand how a red chimney, a garden full of grass and flowers, could relate to the people behind the kidnappings. He also did not understand who was behind all three coincidences. The young man thought that these people, like the captain, do not notice, that the worst thing is that they think that they are acting of their own free will. It is interesting that old Neil did not see anything strange in the abduction of a child. But before moving on, Joe Mingrui decided to check the other two matches. However, the young man received an ambiguous answer, reflecting that perhaps the forces behind the incidents sensed the attempts at prediction and thwarted him. Pondering his recent dream, our hero noted that this fortune-telling, unfortunately, did not show him anything and did not bring him any closer to solving the problem. The young man decided that he needed to talk with Azik again to get more information. In addition, he was convinced that this ghostly place enhances his abilities. The young man also thought that perhaps he could predict the next potion, and thus confirm the guesses of the captain and Daly. The next moment, our hero asked the pendulum if it was true that the potion in the 8th sequence after the seer was a clown. However, the instrument did not respond at all to questions regarding the seer. Perhaps this was due to the fact that the young man did not have enough initial information. Thinking about this, Joe Mingrui decided that he would find clues about the clown potion in the place where Ray Bieber lived with his mother. The guy understood that the apartment had been searched poorly. No one knew what exactly to look for there or what to pay attention to. The young man also remembered the strange brand on the clown's wrist, not understanding what it meant. The next second, he saw a familiar situation. It was the living room of the Welsh house, in which the real Klein and Naya were sitting. A moment later, Joe Mingrui saw his friend's house again, but this time there were 3 people sitting at the table. One of them was Hanas Vincent from the fortune-telling club, but the third person was a stranger. The most interesting thing was that on the table at which the people were sitting lay the same diary of the Antigones. Sitting in a ghostly place, our hero reflected on the fact that it seemed that he had already begun to receive clues for the clown's potion, not understanding what the diary that he had dreamed had to do with it. Zhou Mingrui realized that this was the first time he saw his dead friends, or rather, Klein's friends and himself. After that, he was shown other people, but in the same house. A minute later, the young man decided that this might be due to the fact that Vincent had sold the diary to Welsh. Vincent was the one who had the power and means to obtain the diary, which was wanted by a secret order. It is not surprising that the Nighthawks found no evidence about Welsh. The main reason was that they were looking in the wrong direction. In any case, there was another 50-year-old man in the vision, and perhaps he knows more about what happened. Don't forget about the mark on the clown's wrist, about the clown himself, and about the diary. Putting it all together, the guy decided that this was rubbish, devoid of logic. Although, perhaps the vision hinted that in order to lure out the secret order and get the clown potion, you need to use all these things. It is also possible that the recipe for the potion is written down in the Antigone's diary, especially since Zaratul's family is looking for their relics, which means there were connections between them, whether they were friends or enemies. A minute later, Joe Mingrui felt a nudge in his head. He decided that this was the limitation of the seer. If it was not something simple and obvious, he should be careful in interpreting the predictions. It's like walking on thin ice. If a guy stumbles, he won't have a cold, but a loss of control, this will happen if he interprets the meaning incorrectly. This could also happen if he missed an important point. He thought that he would not want to end up like that clown. The guy was glad that he was already close to completely absorbing the seer's potion, realizing that he still had several untested things. The young man then decided to ask whether Mr. Isaac's intentions were good. Apparently, this man was well versed in many things, and the young man suggested that he could be a powerful otherworldly, which is what he asked. The young man became convinced that his two assumptions were correct, and decided that he should meet as often as possible with this man, who could be an otherworldly of the middle sequence of the school of thinking of life. In addition, we need to find the 50-year-old man who was with Hanas Vincent as quickly as possible. Perhaps the search should start with the fortune-telling club. The problem was that our hero did not know how to draw, and therefore did not know how to transfer what he saw to the sheet. He thought that he could resort to ritual magic, but for now he borrowed the power of the gray fog. If the deity notices something is wrong, his human life may end. But there is a way out. He can pray to himself. Zhou Mingrui knew that his jester belonged to a certain era. At the same time, he was the mysterious ruler of the gray fog, and therefore the king and lord of fortune. Looking at his hand, the young man understood that, although he had not yet harnessed the power of the gray fog, he should not have problems transmitting pictures and sounds. The next minute, the young man, being in his room, suddenly saw a foggy castle. He carefully looked at what was happening and moreover heard the prayer that he had said a few minutes earlier standing in his own bedroom. He saw himself standing near the throne and heard the echoes of voices asking for space to allow him to draw what he saw in his imagination. Being as if in two worlds at the same time, the young man began to pull out the photograph he needed from the gray fog. Still sitting at home at his desk, our hero carefully looked at the photograph of the man. However, something strange was happening to him, and he could not move his hand as if someone else was using it. Having controlled himself, Zhou Mingrui picked up a pen and began to draw a photograph on a plain white sheet of paper. After a short time, two almost identical photographs lay in front of the young man, one of which had been redrawn by hand. Arriving at the fortune-telling club, the guy was greeted by Angelica, who said that she did not expect to see the fortune-teller so early, thinking that he would rest for a few more days. But the young man said that during the day he had a vision connected with Mr. Vincent, and a seer is not allowed to ignore such things. Any of them may contain a revelation. Getting up from her seat, the girl asked in surprise what the guy managed to see. Showing a photograph of the man to Angelica, our hero explained that Mr. Vincent was communicating with an unfamiliar elderly man. Looking carefully at the secretary, Zhou Mingrui realized that her aura was the usual blue color, which indicated that she was deep in thought. After a little hesitation, the girl said that she had met this man before. She heard the question as to when, and said that about a month ago she saw him and Vincent whispering at the entrance. He had a memorable appearance, thick and scruffy eyebrows, a beautiful smile, blue-gray eyes, and, among other things, thinning hair. Angelica said that if someone else had shown her the photo, she would have suspected something was wrong, but since seers have revelations, she admired them. Looking carefully at the smiling girl, the guy thought to himself that he felt ashamed, since he himself is in some way a policeman. He said out loud that they were able to see tiny blurry pieces of the beautiful landscape of the future and the past, but they received only revelations, not answers. The young man said that seers should constantly reflect and improve their abilities, but in no case should they imagine themselves as know-it-alls. The next minute, he was surprised to note that his spiritual vision had improved slightly. He began to see the aura better and decided that this was a sign that he had succeeded in absorbing the potion. At this moment, the girl continued to admire her interlocutor, saying that she could not even think that she would meet such a great man. Zhou Mingrui realized that he had behaved accordingly, acting out the role he had taken on and realizing that he had mastered the process of absorbing the potion. The man heard Angelica say that sometimes she believes that in front of her is not a seer, but a real philosopher. Smiling at the girl, the guy said that he was glad to talk to her, but now he needed to take his leave, adding that he would return soon. Going out, the young man once again told himself that it was very important to listen to himself, carefully check his interpretations, and act. Only in this way could he quickly absorb the potions, perhaps even within 2 or 3 weeks. A little later, sitting in the captain's office, the guy, showing a photo of the unknown man, said that he wanted to organize an investigation into this man, since he had learned something. Looking at the image, the captain told Neil to make several copies of the portrait, adding that he would send people to search for this man. He also noted that if this lead turns out to be useful, it will be another significant achievement for the young man. With some suspicion, Mr. Smith asked his interlocutor whether he had drawn this stranger. The guy confirmed out loud that it was true. He did it with the help of ritual magic, but he thought to himself that he almost didn't lie. He just didn't specify the details. Having received the necessary materials from the organization, the young man was delighted, realizing that he had trained too much and had used up supplies that needed to be replenished. Arriving at the market, Joe Mingrui realized that otherworldly people like seers, who lack the resources to influence the enemy, are useless in battle if they do not have the materials for ritual magic. Going inside, the young man heard a man telling someone that a boy had come to them, whom old Neil had brought last time. Hearing this, our hero said that it was he and asked how he could address the stranger. The man said he was sure the boy remembered his name, but introduced himself again, saying his name was Svein and he was the owner of the place. Rising from his seat, the man said that if the young man needed money, he should not be shy and immediately contact him. Joe Mingrui did not tell Swain that his money was fine, so he simply thanked him. But a minute later, he turned to him again and asked if he could ask one question. Turning around, the man noticed that the boy reminded him of the captain with his manners. Showing the owner of the establishment the same photo of an unknown 50-year-old man, the guy asked if he had ever met him. Looking closely at the photo, Swain noted that he did see this man. He came in and asked if there was information or items related to Hornacis Peak. The next minute, Joe Mingrui remembered how one day in the library, he was told that the books he needed had just been taken by another person. Perhaps it was him. Looking at the young man, the man asked why he looked so restless. Perhaps something had happened. However, the guy assured that everything was fine with him. He was just thinking about how he could find this gentleman, adding that he had recently learned about the death of Hanas Vincent in his house. After thinking a little, Svein confirmed that Vincent was a famous seer and often visited him. In addition, several times he visited the man depicted in the picture. Hearing the young man's question regarding the stranger's name, the interlocutor laughed. He said that in their rules it is not customary to ask the client's name. Identity is not important here, and this is what the market is famous for. If someone identifies himself, it is only of his own free will. Having learned nothing new, Joe Mingrui decided to visit the library again, because in such places there should be records of those who took books. But before that, the young man still decided to look into the underground market, since his supplies were running out. Looking around carefully, he noted that on weekdays there were quite a few people at the market, and it was not only about buyers but also about sellers. The next moment, our hero's attention was attracted by something or someone whom he had already seen before. It was Ada Minsel, whom the locals called a monster. Neil even recommended not to look in the direction of this man. Within a moment, the unfortunate man, noticing someone else's gaze, grabbed his head and began to scream very loudly. Looking at this, Joe Mingrui thought that he was not a stranger. He had already seen this person last time. Besides, he was not someone who should be afraid. The next minute, our hero returned to his purchases, which were Drago tree powder, Dreamflower essential oil, and amaranth extract, which Madame Daly used. Having once again gone through his list, the young man decided that he had bought everything he needed. He only had 3 pounds and 17 salt left of money. Just as he was about to leave, his attention was attracted by a girl in a green dress. It seemed to him that he had seen her earlier when she was riding in a carriage. Looking carefully at the stranger, Joe Mingrui thought that she looked like Lady Justice, whose face was hard to see because of the gray fog, and this girl was the most beautiful of those he had met since being transferred here. However, he understood that he could not stand and look at the beauty for a long time, since the library was about to close, and he still had to prepare dinner for his brother and sister. At this time, a guy approached a stranger in a green dress and said that she was holding a book in her hands that contained no records of the black magic of witches. He added that although he did not dare to try it himself, there were people before him who practiced it, and it really worked. After thinking a little, the girl asked her interlocutor what he thought the witch really was. After a short pause, the young man said that he believed that a witch was someone evil who brought misfortune, illness, and pain. Walking into the library, Joe Mingrui showed his badge and said that he was a probationary inspector and that since he was on assignment, he needed records of certain people, or more precisely, about those who took the books New Archaeology, Archaeological Analysis, and Study of the Ruins of Hornacis Peak over the past 2 months. Having politely greeted the young man, the librarian said that he understood everything, and within a few minutes, the information would be provided in full. A few minutes later, the hall worker returned and brought a small notebook that contained all the notes. While reading them, Joe Mingrua became interested in a man who sold fabrics and lived on the same street where the fortune-telling club and Welsh's house were located. Our hero decided that it was not surprising that Welsh knew Hannes, and it was quite possible that they were introduced by this merchant, Sirius Arapis. His friend was the son of a banker, and Sirius was a merchant. Both were wealthy people. There was nothing strange about visiting each other like neighbors and acquiring additional connections. Hannes wanted to sell the book through Sirius, and that's how he met Welsh, a history student. In the dream, there was an image of an evil god combined with a spell that Selena learned from him. This clearly hinted that he was deeply immersed in the world of mysticism. It is quite possible that he was involved in a secret cult and got there under the influence of Sirius. From the notes, the young man also learned that this man took a lot of books, but then narrowed the circle to the same literature as himself. It is strange that the man came to the library a couple of days before Vincent's death and then disappeared. Returning the books, the guy thought that this man always quickly finished studying information, but this time, most likely, he was afraid to appear in the library, knowing that he was in danger. As he was about to leave, Joe Mingrui, just in case, decided to ask the librarian if he had seen the unknown 50-year-old man depicted in the photo. Looking carefully at the photograph, the worker said that in his memory this man had never been there. Once again thanking the employee for his assistance, our hero thought to himself that, most likely, this merchant would lie low for some time if he was not crazy and did not go to Hornaces. Heading towards the exit, Joe Mingrui encountered a man who came to the library, but the young man did not know him, so he simply walked on. Already standing at the very door, the guy heard this man introduce himself, and it turned out that it was Sirius Arapis, who explained that he wanted to return the book. Looking at him, our hero noted that his body was still not recovered from yesterday's training, and therefore he could not act rashly. While this man has not left Tianjin, there is still a chance to catch him, but at the same time the young man decided to trust his premonition and take care of his safety first. But before he had time to go outside, the librarian, addressing him as an officer, said that standing in front of him was the very criminal he was looking for. Grabbing his weapon, the young man cursed to himself, realizing that he did not expect everything to turn out this way. Looking at the frightened gentleman, Joe Mingrui noted to himself that he was seriously scared, although the young man thought that everything would be the other way around. The guy understood that in such an unexpected skirmish as this, he did not have time to pull himself together, given how afraid his opponent was. The only logical option would be to escape. Grabbing a revolver, the young man began to shoot, realizing that he had no other choice, since he started all this. The bullet flew very close to Mr. Sirius, who assumed it was a blank, not understanding why the officer was not firing live ammunition. Less than a minute later, a shot was heard in the room again, but it was difficult for our hero to understand what kind of bullet he fired. All he saw was how the alleged criminal, if you could call him that, began to run towards the exit. The next second, Sirius broke the glass and jumped out of the window, deciding that this way his escape would be more successful. Bending over, the man slowly walked away from the library, although he could hardly have gone far at that speed. Looking out the window and noticing traces of blood, Joe Mingrui noted to himself that he still managed to wound this man, plus the cuts from the broken glass also caused him some injuries. Climbing out through the window, the young man decided that since he had started all this, he could not let the matter take its course. Therefore, he had to grab this merchant. Slowly moving behind the bloody trail, the guy understood that, most likely, his fugitive had slowed down somewhat, apparently not feeling very well. Less than a minute later, the young man noticed Sirius himself, who, it seemed, had no intention of running away anywhere in particular. However, the young man was now interested not in the fugitive himself, but in his blood, traces of which remained on the ground. Looking carefully at the liquid, our hero could not understand why the blood changed color so abruptly from red to black. After another minute, Joe Mingrui saw that Sirius had walked around the corner and suddenly stopped. At the same time, he began to whisper something under his breath. But before the guy had time to think about anything, the enemy turned into some kind of monster. The young man's own instincts did not let him down. Peering at this man, our hero realized that it was too late to escape since danger was looking him straight in the eye. Sirius clearly did not have good intentions, and it was necessary to act proactively. Grabbing his revolver, the young man again shot at the enemy, knowing that any delay could cost him his life. Looking at the young man still kept his weapon ready and waited. The only thing that bothered him was that he fired the last demonic bullet, hoping that this would be enough to deal with the evil spirits. Unfortunately, the guy miscalculated. After a few seconds, the merchant, or what he turned into, began to growl and advance on our hero. Realizing that you can only rely on your own strength, our hero took his cane to defend himself with it or attack. The young man knew that no one knew that he was here, so he decided to act first. The very next second, he quickly attacked Sirius, starting to deliver serious blows. A few minutes later, it was all over. Joe Mingrui, tired, bleeding, and with a cane in his hands, stood and carefully looked at the offender lying on the ground. Watching as the growths on the man's face began to disappear, our hero decided that this monster was finally dead and could not harm anyone else. The next moment, the young man began to load the revolver in order to be ready for various situations. Having finished, he stood motionless for several more minutes, thinking about his further actions. But realizing that time was running out, Joe Mingrui leaned towards Sirius to make sure that the man was really dead. Inspecting his opponent's wallet, the guy noted that there were only 10 salts in it and complained that he had spent so much of his money on the underground market. However, the next moment, the young man's attention was attracted by some sheets that closely resembled letters. A man wrote to Sirius that when he and Hanas sold the Antigone's diary, it seemed like the most common thing, but the man suspected that the diary was sinister. The reason is that it was given a semblance of life and intelligence. There is something dangerous in it that needs to be sealed. Often its contents changed depending on who read it, and also changed over time. The author of the letter said that he was able to confirm this by talking with an informant at the police station. Much was plausible, there was evidence, but the diary would reveal its secrets only in the hands of a descendant of the Antigones. The man wrote that when he and Vincent first read the diary, it talked about the people living at the top of the Hornasis Ridge, and there were also 3 potion formulas in the sequence that they had previously given to Sirius. The author of the letter said that both people from the Order and otherworldly beings were hunting for this item, and that it became dangerous to keep it. Since there was no response from the merchant, they sold the diary to Welsh. An unknown person wrote that Welsh loved to play with relics and paid a high price for it. He also mentioned the death of Hannes, who did not suffer as much as if he had fallen into the hands of heretics. The person who wrote the letter briefly stated that Hannes was being followed, but he took on a student who stole the spell from him and tried to use it. The unknown person stated that he was hiding for now, but in the future he planned to take more magazines from the library in order to find the necessary clues, because the Antigonus family was supposed to predict their own destruction. It is not for nothing that they left hiding places that would allow them to be reborn. There is also reason to believe that the treasure, which is a relic of the Eternal Night, is hidden on Mount Cornasis. Carefully rereading everything written, Joe Mingrui thought to himself that the path of consistency that the Antigonus family possessed was a seer. The young man realized that the diary, which killed the original Klein and resettled him in this world, comes from the Antigonus family, in whose hands was the path of the seer. And it was this that Klein chose himself. Roselle was leaning toward the seer sequence from the mysterious Mr. Zaratul, who was the leader of a secret order and also a seer. At the same time, Zaratul is the name of the person who told the Emperor what needs to be done and what action is. A secret order controlled by the Zaratul family is searching for artifacts left by the Antigonus family. If both sides have the same sequences, this is sufficient reason for such a search. Our hero decided that perhaps the point was to find the remaining sequences and obtain rare ingredients for a higher stage. He was inclined to believe that the Antigone family owned at least part of the sequence. Not in vain. When he found images of the clown, they all led him to this family. Therefore, the symbolism of each scene is that each of them suggested the possibility of obtaining the clown potion. The young man realized that everything that Sirius wrote to Mr. M was true, but he had not caught the clue to the clown's potion before. Although the first time he heard the word Hornasis was right after Joe Mingrui drank the seer's potion. Perhaps surviving contact with the Antigonus family relic is a prerequisite in order to hear the name of the mountain through otherworldly whispers. The young man thought that if everything was like this, then the family treasure that was discussed in the letter was positively located at Hornasis Peak, and this was not a fiction. Turning his gaze to the merchant's corpse, the guy pulled himself together and decided that it was too early to think about it. The diary alone killed many people. The treasure was most likely much more dangerous. At the end of the letter, it was said that when they finished, they would sacrifice all the lambs to God. This gave the young man the idea of Mr. M's communion in high order. Zhou Mingrui decided for himself that among the three formulas discussed in the letter, there must have been a formula for the clown potion. So the guy decided to use a spiritual connection to make the dead man speak. But before our hero had time to do anything, at that very second, a out-of-breath librarian appeared around the corner and asked how the officer was doing. With a calm voice, the guy said that he had killed the criminal and asked him to contact the police station so that they could send someone else to the crime scene. Having begun his ritual, our hero was glad that he had given all the orders and no one would disturb him in the next few minutes. The next moment, the young man was plunged into a trance, and through his own visions, he managed to read the written formula on the sheet. Sitting at the table, Sirius wrote it, noting to himself that this was not only the second formula, but also the second entry in the diary. Looking at the praying man, Zhou Mingrui thought that both he and Hanas were members of the Aurora Order, but what the captain saw of Vincent was some other creepy creature. But after a moment, the guy switched to what he remembered. In the documents of the Nighthawks, it is said that the potion of the ninth sequence of the Aurora Order is called Seeker of Secrets. They are capable of sensing the presence of mystical entities, and older seekers of mystery are said to have a distorted worldview and are also particularly susceptible to loss of control. According to the documents, Seekers of Secrets are just as bad in combat as Seers. This corresponds to the level of Sirius, with whom something had to happen, because after death, strange changes occur with the bodies of otherworldly creatures. Looking carefully at this man, it seemed that our hero was waiting for some changes and wanted to compare them with the man in the clown mask. However, time passed, and the guy realized that nothing was happening to Sirius, although it should have been. At least that's what Fry said recently. But a few minutes later, the young man heard himself addressed as Klein and asked if he was okay. Looking at the captain and the other two members of the team, the young man said that everything was fine with him and all the bad things were behind him. Leonard, turning to a colleague, stated the fact that he has some kind of connection with evil forces, and recently he has encountered more unusual events than all of them together in 3 months. Changing seats next to the corpse, the captain immediately sensed familiar smells and asked the guy if it was true that he was trying to contact the spirit of this man. Zhou Mingrui did not hide anything, and explained that he was worried that the team would not be able to arrive on time, and the spirit had already begun to dissipate. When asked what he saw, the guy said that it was a pendant with a hanging giant carved on it with a bloody flash in his only eye, and then he was pushed out of the ritual. The young man thought to himself that he had the captain and others who could find the clown formula on their own. If they didn't succeed, then he would somehow tell them everything. Listening to his charge's story, Mr. Smith said out loud that it seemed like he was talking about the Order of the Aurora. The next minute, the captain asked Kenley to go to the office to get Neil and ask him to come to the crime scene. While the guy was saying that he would do everything, the boss began to note that until the 6th level of the sequence, otherworldly forces standing in the way of the Sleepless Ones do not have access to additional abilities. He explained that they can only master the simplest ritual magic, but after achieving this sequence, other skills will be revealed to them. In a calm tone, the boss said that the guy managed to foil the plot against Tingon. It was not easy, and if so, the young man can return and rest. Zhou Mingrui decided not to resist. The day had turned out to be extremely busy for him, so he decided to return home early. After eating to his heart's content, Benson said that even after the third helping, the food still tasted as good as the first time. He added that the security company decided to deprive their city of an excellent chef. With calm in his voice, the young man noticed that his brother said this because he had never seen real culinary skill, because this soup was served with rice, not bread. While his sister was surprised, our hero announced that, thanks to his professionalism, the police department intended to hire him as a part-time history consultant. He will be paid at least 2 souls a week, so you shouldn't be surprised if the guys suddenly see him on the street in a police uniform. Benson replied that if they saved up money in 6 months, they could go on vacation and try paella there. After a minute, he added that the efficiency of government departments was approximately equal to the speed of a 100-year-old lady, but they should still appreciate him. He emphasized that he would go to Hoy University on weekends for the next 2 months to gain useful information from his mentor and other staff. For the rest of the evening, the guys joked that if they did not strive for self-development and learning new things, they would eventually turn into useless baboons.